Chapter 27, Shifeng's Improved Party. Hearing Shifeng's comment, the summoner, Gluttonous Mouse, suddenly panicked. He did not understand what Shifeng wanted him to do. If he had performed badly and was kicked from the party as a result, he would regret it until he died. It was hard to find a good party during this time, not to mention a party with an expert leading it. It was impossible to join such a party, even if you begged. Relax, I won't let you do anything dangerous. You just have to summon out a flame sprite and follow my instructions. You don't have to do anything else, Shifeng said with a smile, trying to ease the nerves of Gluttonous Mouse a little. Currently, summoners were not strong, mainly due to the incapability of their skills. A summoner's method of attack mainly relied on their summoned creatures, whereas their normal attack was the low-damage magic bullet. However, a summoner with awesome skills could become a one-man army. It was especially true for summoners who could call out powerful elemental creatures. They could kill elite monsters as if they were just playing around. Party leader, rest assured I'll definitely do it. Gluttonous Mouse loudly said, his tone filled with respect. He was like a student who had met his teacher. Everyone else, distance yourselves from that rock. 20 yards away from it would be the best. Pay attention not to lure the other monsters. Feng turned around and said to the other party members. Yes, party leader. The other party members loudly replied. Their current attitudes were completely different from before. Feng was slightly shocked by everyone's performance. Why was each and every one of them so obedient all of a sudden? However, Feng did not know that the single stone he threw just now had completely shocked every one of them. They were filled with admiration towards Feng's stone-throwing technique. Such skill and accuracy were definitely not something a normal person could do. Professional players might not even be able to do so. Worshipping the strong was a common sight within a game. These level 1 noobs were no exception. At this moment, the gaze everyone used to look at Feng was completely different. Before, they merely felt that Feng was a good commander. Now, however, Feng was a strong person they worshipped. They had faintly grown a sense of reverence for Feng. Standing to the side, Blackie clapped Lonely Snow's shoulders, proudly saying, "How is it? Following Brother Feng isn't bad, right?" Lonely Snow silently nodded his head, rejoicing for the decision he made to follow after Feng. Feng was definitely a beta tester expert. Without sufficient experience and practice, such techniques were impossible to accomplish. Only a beta tester could possibly do it. What do you plan to do in the future? Blackie suddenly asked. He started to hatch ideas towards Lonely Snow. Blackie wanted to poach Lonely Snow for their workshop, even though the workshop was still non-existent. There was a 100% chance for Cola to join them, but Lonely Snow still did not have any plans to move in such a direction. The future? Lonely Snow had never considered it before. He was but an average player. He did not have any big ambitions, only wanting to earn some cash from playing games. He said honestly, I have never considered it before. I see that your techniques are quite good. Why don't you join us for now? Blackie nonchalantly asked. Really? Lonely Snow had anxiety about his future after Blackie's question. He did not know where he wanted to go. If he could party with an expert, then it could not get any better. Of course. However, we still need to look at your future performance. We don't just simply accept people, Blackie proudly said, pretending to be an expert. Thank you, Brother Black. Lonely Snow happily responded. He never imagined his luck would be so great as to be noticed by an expert. Seeing Lonely Snow agree, Blackie released a sigh of relief. Currently, Blackie was just a fox pretending to be a tiger. He couldn't help out Feng much in God's domain, but he could still help out in regards to administration. There wasn't even a shadow of their workshop as of this moment. There was also the debt of 16,000 credits. The workshop's members consisted of only Feng and himself. It was definitely the poorest workshop in history. If this was found out by the others, they would definitely turn around and leave. Now, Blackie could only fake being an expert to lure people to join their workshop. At this moment, Shi Feng was currently explaining the contents of the operation to the summoner. The operation was to let Gluttonous Mouse lure the remaining 6 night rabbits by controlling his flame sprite. Because the night rabbit that was closest to the boss was no more, luring the other night rabbits would not attract the boss. They could lure the monsters with ease. The flame sprite was extremely weak. Its HP was only a pitiful 15 points, and it would die in a single hit. However, its movement speed was extremely quick. Adding to its very small size, trying to hit it would be a difficult task. Start the operation. Mouse, remember to maintain a distance of 4 yards or above while circling around the rock, Shi Feng reminded once more. Gluttonous Mouse nodded his head. Carefully, he controlled the flame sprite to lure the 6 night rabbits. When the sprite entered the 35-yard distance, the nearest elite night rabbit discovered the flame sprite. Suddenly, it turned its body around and rushed towards the flame sprite. The other night rabbits also came rushing along. Seeing the night rabbits taking the bait, Gluttonous Mouse immediately controlled the flame sprite and ran. The 6 night rabbits were in hot pursuit, but their speed could no match for the flame sprite. In a moment, the flame sprite had arrived beneath the large rock. It had lured the 6 night rabbits over and started circling around the large rock. On the other side, Cola had already aggroed the night rabbit that had left its unit. Cola interchanged between blocking and using his new skill, Divine Strike. With the effects of 2 pieces of bronze equipment, a single hit from Divine Strike had caused 26 damage. It was a lot higher compared to the 11 or 12 damage caused by a normal strike. Also, Divine Strike had the added effect of increasing hatred. It became a lot easier to hold aggro. The night rabbit was killed off within a short moment. It dropped 5 coppers. After this night rabbit was handled, only the 6 night rabbits that kept on circling around the large rock remained. I'll lure the night rabbits. Cola, pay attention to pull the monster. Shi Feng picked up another small stone, throwing it at the night rabbit that ran at the rear. The night rabbit rubbed its cranium after being struck on it. The rabbit turned around, discovering Shi Feng that had thrown the stone. The night rabbit suddenly became enraged. It madly hopped towards Shi Feng with its powerful legs. As for the other night rabbits, they were still excitedly chasing after the flame sprite, failing to notice the disappearance of one of their companions. Receive it. Seeing the night rabbit was only 20 yards away from the party, Shi Feng commanded. Cola rushed ahead, sending a divine strike towards the night rabbit's head. The night rabbit's target immediately changed, extending its claws towards Cola's cranium. However, Cola had reacted quickly by dodging his body sideways. After avoiding the attack, Cola continued by using punishment. The skill had once more strengthened the night rabbit's hatred to Cola. Everyone focus fire. Shi Feng inwardly applauded after seeing Cola's performance. He had never imagined Cola's ability to learn would be this great. He had already found out about the night rabbit's attack patterns after going through slightly more than 10 battles. No wonder he was the core MT of a first-rate guild, 10 years later. His potential was limitless. The night rabbit in front of Cola had fallen within 20 seconds. It had even dropped a skill book for swordsmen, Double Chop. Shi Feng immediately learned it without reservations. Double Chop, action type. Requires, sword. Level 1. Proficiency 0/300. Rapidly deals damage twice. Every slash of the sword deals 120% plus 15 damage, also increasing bleeding effect by 20%. Duration of 10 seconds. Stacks up to a maximum of 5 times. Cooldown, 8 seconds. This skill book had greatly increased Shi Feng's explosive power. As for the problem of getting used to the skill, it was non-existent for Shi Feng. After playing for 10 years as a swordsman, the skills belonging to the job were deeply ingrained into Shi Feng's bones. As long as Shi Feng got a hold of these skills, he would be able to utilize them to their greatest potential. Shi Feng had also lured the remaining 5 night rabbits over, one after another. The party had killed the rabbits one by one, and following the death of the final night rabbit, a golden glow appeared around Shi Feng's body. He had risen to level 2. At the same time, the 5 Knight Rabbits had contributed to the party a piece of bronze plate armor for Guardian Knights. The equipment increased Cola's HP to 390 points and his defense to 56. It had also increased Cola's ability to resist against the Night Rabbit chieftain Willy. Chapter 28: The Horror of Hell Mode. With the elites that were on guard all dead, only the boss, Willy, remained on the open field. At this moment, Willy was laying on the ground, sleeping. It would scratch its back from time to time, completely unaware of its missing henchmen. Everyone recover for now. I'll explain the method to raid Willy in a moment. Shifeng wanted everyone to ease up first. It would not be easy to face off against Willy. The fight would require a high degree of concentration because a single mistake would cause everyone to be buried together. Hearing Shifeng's command, everyone sat down to recuperate. They ate and drank to recover to their best state. Shifeng's finger waved and shook as he called up his attribute panel. He had recently reached level 2. Because of the Abyssal Blade, the free attribute points he obtained exceeded other players by 2 points. The choices he could make with his points were slightly more than the average player. In the initial period, it was sufficient for the agility of a swordsman to reach 20 points. However, Shifeng increased his to 30 points. There would be a fixed increase in the body's flexibility when agility reached 30 points. Subsequently, Shifeng added the remaining points into strength, making it easier for him to contend with the boss. Shifeng had on him 3 pieces of bronze equipment, a mysterious iron ring, and a magic weapon. Shifeng attributes had basically reached his own requirements. Character: Yifeng Human. Affiliated Kingdom: Star Moon. Title: Might of 1000. Job: Swordsman. Level: 2. HP: 520/520. Attack Power: 88. Defense Power: 39. Attack Speed: 15. Movement Speed: 13. Attributes: Strength 32, Agility 30, Endurance 24, Intelligence 13, Vitality 13. With such attributes, Shifeng had more confidence dealing with Willy. Seeing everyone recovered, Shifeng started explaining, Willy has 2 skills. One of them is Killing Feast. When used, Willy will ignore hatred and randomly attack the nearest players. Blackie and Lonely, you two have to pay attention to your positioning. The other skill is Death Claws. Cola, you have to distance yourself from the boss before this skill is used. Lonely Snow, pay attention to interrupt the boss. I'll remind you when the time comes. Another point to take note of, Willy is very smart, so don't keep on using the same attack pattern. Alright, that's it. If we're ready, then start the battle, Cola. Brother Feng, is there nothing else we have to pay attention to? Blackie walked up to Shifeng's side, whispering. This place was the hell mode of the Deathly Forest. Not everyone was an expert as well. However, Shifeng's explanation was so simple that it made them feel conquering this boss was very easy. However, there were so many elite parties which had died inside normal mode, so how could hell mode be so simple? Party leader, are there no details we need to pay attention to? Everyone was very worried. They all held anticipation in their gazes as they looked towards Shifeng, hoping that he would speak more about the finer details. They were noobs, so there were a lot of things they did not understand. In regards to an expert like Shifeng, the things he felt were common knowledge were definitely not common to noobs like them. Elites could not be compared to a boss. The other elite parties must have definitely died at the hands of the boss. Although their equipment was better than an elite party's, they were still level 1 noobs. They clearly knew their own worth. You guys worry too much. Relax. When the time comes, I'll tell you what you should do and when you should do it, so don't worry about it. Cola, start the fight and remember to dodge more often. A single healer will not be able to match up to the boss damage, Shifeng smiled. He felt his party members were quite interesting. They were much more serious about the details than he had thought. In his previous life, Shifeng had entered Hell Mode dungeons countless times as the captain of Shadow. There was also no lack of 100-men dungeons amongst those times. So, how could he not know how to guide a few noobs to beat a small boss? Cola had no choice but to go at it hard. Willy abruptly leaped up the moment Cola entered its detection range. Its mouth salivated when it saw Cola, and its two pairs of steel claws intertwined to produce sparks. Cola had clearly stimulated Willy's heart of massacre. It lifted its steel claws and hastily dashed towards Cola. Start casting heals. All damage dealers prepare to attack Willy's limbs. Feng commanded when he saw Willy's menacing appearance. Just when Feng finished speaking, Willy had arrived before of Cola. Before Cola could react, its sharp claws had fallen from the sky, slashing at Cola's neck. Cola instinctively used his shield to block the steel claws, forming 3 brilliant streaks of sparks. There were also 3 claw marks left on the shield. Due to the immense rushing force, Cola was forced to retreat 5 or 6 steps as he stabilized his body. Above his head, a damage of -103 appeared. Before Cola could even attack, Willy once again waved out its steel. This time, Cola was sent flying with his shield, and a damage of -105 points appeared. Only at this moment did the heal land on Cola, recovering 43 HP for him. It was a truly insignificant amount when compared to the damage Cola received. Everyone was shocked. The movement speed and damage of the boss was too horrifying. If Cola did not possess 2 pieces of bronze equipment, or if he did not block the attacks with his shield, he would have simply died from these 2 strikes. Lonely Snow used Charge on Willy. Blackie used Evil Whip. Feng had long since expected such a situation. He quickly instructed Blackie to use a binding skill. Lonely Snow reacted by using a charge to block Willy's next attack and saved Cola's life. However, Lonely Snow's attack had only caused -11 damage to Willy. He became dumbfounded by it. He had added most of his attribute points into strength, and he even had 2 pieces of bronze equipment on him. Yet, he had dealt such a small amount of damage. It should be known that the boss in front of him had 6,000 HP. Blackie also finished chanting from the side, sending out his evil whip. 5 streaks of pitch-black thorns suddenly constricted Willy's legs. Feng took the chance to circle around to Willy's rear. With the abyssal blade in hand, he used double chop on Willy's neck, causing -66 and -67 damage. His attack also caused a bleeding effect, causing Willy to lose 8 HP every second, lasting for 10 seconds. The high damage immediately caused Willy to switch its hatred to Feng. However, Feng did not give it any chance. With his 30 agility, Feng easily dodged away from the steel claws, appearing 5 yards away from Willy. Ayo! Willy furiously bellowed as it rushed at Feng. Ranged players start attacking. Cola, come over and hold Willy after you're done recovering. Feng systematically retreated while he dodged Willy's claws. However, the others watching Feng were shocked to their souls. This was because Willy's claws would graze by Feng's cranium every time it attacked, blowing his hair into a dance. Although everyone was shocked, they never stopped attacking. Magic attacks were sent out one after another, whereas Lonely Snow used Whirlwind Slash at Willy's rear. However, not one of those damages had exceeded -20 points. Willy's HP slowly decreased. When it was occasionally struck by Feng, its HP would drop by a segment. Willy's HP had fallen to 90% within a moment. Willy became enraged as it started a mad dance with its claws. It used Death Claws, greatly increasing its attack speed. Feng was nearly hit by it. Fortunately, however, he had used the Abyssal Blade to block the attack, only receiving -130 damage from it. At this moment, the Cola rushed up with his full HP. He used a Divine Strike on Willy's head, followed by a punishment. Willy's hatred only switched to Cola after a series of attacks. The switching of hatred had also interrupted Willy's Death Claws, returning Willy to its normal state. Seeing Willy change targets, Feng waved out a thundering flash. 3 streaks of thunder passed through Willy's body, dealing -92, -116, -137 damage. At the same time, giving Willy a damage amplification effect, it allowed others to deal 20% more damage to it. The fight with Willy became much easier. Blackie was sending out dark arrows without stopping, each dealing over -50 damage. Whereas the others only managed to deal over -20 damage to Willy. Being given a painful beating, Willy was just about to turn around and attack Shifeng when Cola used both Divine Strike and Punishment once more. Willy's hatred was quickly pulled back to Cola. When Willy turned back to Cola, Shifeng used a chop on it. In such a way, Shifeng and Cola took turns aggroing Willy, causing it unable to attack any players. Willy's HP continuously dropped until it was 30%. Willy entered a berserk state, its body increasing by several sizes. Melee players stay away from the boss. Blackie use Evil Whip. Healer heal me. Shifeng loudly shouted. In its current state, Willy was definitely going to use its big move, Killing Feast. Lonely Snow and Cola immediately distanced themselves from the boss after hearing Shifeng's command, letting Shifeng tank the boss by himself. When the two of them had run out of the 10-yard range, Willy disappeared. No one understood what happened. When Willy reappeared, it had already arrived at Shifeng's back, and its steel claws abruptly descended. Shifeng had long since been ready for this. He used his sword to block the incoming claws. However, just after blocking this attack, Willy once again disappeared and again appeared behind Shifeng. Within 2 short seconds, Willy had attacked Shifeng's back 7 times. Fortunately, Shifeng's agility had reached 30 points. It was barely enough to match up to Willy's speed. However, every attack Shifeng blocked would still take away a significant amount of HP from him. The heals he received also continuously recovered his HP. -96, -97, +46, -96, -97, +48, +32, -96, -97, +46. If Shifeng did not possess 520 HP and blocked every claw that came at him, Shifeng would have died from Willy's Killing Feast with 100% certainty. At this moment, Shifeng's remaining HP did not reach 100 points. Get rid of it! Shifeng loudly shouted. After using his big move, Willy would enter a weakened state. It was the perfect chance to kill it. Everyone continuously greeted Willy with their attacks, finally shaving off Willy's remaining 30% HP. It dropped 4 items. Just as everyone was about to let loose their breaths, Shifeng took a look at everyone's current status. The healer, Drowsy Sloth's remaining MP did not reach 20%, and the other mage's MP did not reach 10%. Shifeng hurriedly said, "Everyone, sit down and recover immediately." Everyone was confused. Didn't the boss just die? Why must they be in such a hurry? However, everyone still listened to Shifeng's command to sit down and recover. Before they had even sat down and recuperated with food and drinks for 5 seconds, a violent roar entered everyone's ears. The roar had shaken the entire deathly forest, and following it, a black shadow leaped out from within the forest. The black shadow was a gigantic werewolf. The werewolf looked at Willy's corpse, then looked toward Shifeng and the others. Its pitch-black eyes suddenly turned crimson red. Just when it wanted to release a roar, Shifeng dashed towards it with Wind Blade. Immediately, Shifeng used Abyssal Bind. 9 chains appeared and bound the werewolf and its mouth, preventing it from making a sound. At this moment, everyone finally saw the werewolf's statistics. It had a whopping 2 bars of HP. Werewolf felt Lord rank. Level 3. HP 12,000/12,000. Crap, why is there a Lord boss? Blackie cursed. They had barely rested just after killing a boss, and now there was a Lord in front of them. Lords were a rank higher than chieftains. The game was literally trying to kill them. Everyone remember, absolutely do not let werewolf felt let out another roar. Shifeng continuously reminded everyone. However, the others were clearly frightened. Not because of werewolf felt's body and HP, but because of that pair of horrifying crimson eyes. They gave off an intimidating feeling to everyone that made it hard to move. Chapter 29, Extraordinary State. In front of the dungeon of the Deathly Forest, the numbers of level 2 players gathering were increasing. There was also an endless stream of players diving down into the dungeon. Because there were a lot of level 2 players, there was quite an amount of players who had set up stalls, peddling to the side. Good quality level 0 common equipment. Don't miss it when you pass by. You can only go down the dungeon with good equipment. Equipment is limited, hurry over and buy. Small HP potions instantly heals 90 HP once. A must-have tool for a battle that is worthy of you. God's domain had been open for over 10 hours now. The players here were all level 2 players. After over 10 hours of battling, they had gathered quite a few items. Many level 2 players had intended to sell the items which they had no use for, switching them for something they could use. Such a situation had caused business to flourish at the Deathly Forest. Although the number of players in front of the Deathly Forest continued to increase, the number of parties entering the dungeon kept on decreasing. Only those parties that were unaware would enter the Deathly Forest. However, after those players had been properly nurtured by the Deathly Forest, they suddenly discovered their previous beliefs to be very naive. Hence, they obediently stood in front of the dungeon. They talked about life with other parties while watching new parties enter the dungeon with a smile. They had also investigated reports of the Deathly Forest together with the experienced parties, mutually improving their strategies to conquer the dungeon. Following wave after wave of players entering and dying out of the dungeon, the Deathly Forest had finally become the sore point of every player in Red Leaf Town. Every player who entered the Deathly Forest only had one impression of the dungeon. It was extremely horrifying. Currently, in the resurrection graveyard of the Deathly Forest, 6 streaks of white light flashed into existence. Following which, 6 figures revealed themselves from within. There's just no way to clear this dungeon. Snow, I think we would be better off grinding monsters or doing quests. Just after reviving, Zhao Yueru stamped her delicate feet, her chest heaving up and down. The cuteness of her enraged, yet delicate appearance instantly attracted the attention of a crowd of male players. Gentle Snow shook her head, saying in contemplation, "Our gains inside the Deathly Forest are relatively good, so we can't just easily give up. But the forest inside the Deathly Forest is too large. Adding in the great number of small paths, we would easily become lost without a map. However, I believe that amongst the numerous pathways, there must be a few that lead to the boss location. The other paths are only there as a trap to confuse us. That is why we are always being ambushed by the night rabbits. The more we fight, the more night rabbits will come. For now, let's investigate for some information and see if we can complete a map for the Deathly Forest." Everyone felt that Gentle Snow's speculation made sense, especially about the part where they attacked the night rabbits. Occasionally, a chilling arrow aimed at the cleric, Xiao Yuer, would appear from within the forest. If it wasn't for Xiao Yuer's skill at dodging, they would have long since party wiped. Also, the deeper they went into the forest, the more numerous the night rabbits became. In the end, the night rabbits became too overwhelming in numbers. They were unable to shoulder all of the rabbits, which resulted in their return through death. If they could find the correct path, they might have already cleared the dungeon by now. Zhao Yueru could only nod her head in agreement. The party's leader was, in fact, Gentle Snow, and Gentle Snow's speculations were always very accurate. Zhao Yueru could not help but believe in her. Going with the suggestion, Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru nonchalantly shouted a few times, stating that they wanted to trade information about the Deathly Forest. It couldn't be denied, the striking effect created by 2 great beauties calling out. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the Deathly Forest started to boil as players rushed over, one after another. Every one of them wanted to be the first in position. Too many of the male players, this was a great chance for them to talk to a goddess. Who knew, if the goddess had looked upon them, they might be able to live a blessed life in the future. Meanwhile, inside the hell mode of the Deathly Forest, the sky within the dungeon had already darkened. Thousands of birds soared to the skies, leaving the forest in a deadly silence. Werewolf felt was not any common monster. It was a very famous werewolf. In the past, it massacred countless in Red Leaf Town, nearly turning Red Leaf Town into a town of death. In a fit of rage, the Star Moon Kingdom had sent out its army to surround Felt. In the end, after being heavily wounded by the great swordmaster, Hilton, Felt had escaped into the Deathly Forest to treat its wounds. It was the reason why the dungeon of the Deathly Forest existed. In Hell mode, Felt had 3 absolute skills. The first one was Death Stare. Enemies who Felt stared at would have their attack speed and movement speed greatly reduced. If one had a weak willpower, they might not even be able to move. Presently, only Shi Feng had 30 points in agility. After he had activated the 3 hidden basic skills he possessed, he gained a certain amount of resistance towards the Death Stare. As for the other people, their reactions would become very sluggish. That was why Shi Feng remained the one to keep Werewolf Felt in check, whereas Drowsy Sloth continuously healed Shi Feng. However, Drowsy Sloth's casting speed had slowed by half. As for the melee players, they were no help whatsoever. However, it was not because they did not want to help, but it was because they had no way of helping at all. Werewolf Felt's attack speed was just too fast. It was to the degree where they couldn't react to its attacks. It was as if they were facing off against an expert that came straight out from a wuxia novel. Normal people had no chance to interfere whatsoever. They would only be creating more trouble if they had rushed up to the battle. So, it was still better to just watch from the side. Currently, only the ranged mages dealt damage. However, the damage caused was just too low. Even Blackie's dark arrows were only dealing -24 damage each. Lonely interrupt the roar. Seeing Felt abruptly inhaling, Shi Feng immediately shouted. Lonely Snow had long since prepared for this moment. Immediately he went forward and used charge, causing Felt to enter a 1-second fainted state. Then he quickly retreated. Shi Feng took the chance to use Thundering Flash, Double Chop, and Chop. One attack after another landed on Felt's chest. Before Felt could even regain its breath, it had spat out a mouthful of blood. Shi Feng had caused a terrifying -500 damage to it. Within an instant, Felt's HP had fallen to 78%. Everyone watching became dumbfounded. Regarding Shi Feng's powerful actions, they only had one word to say: amazing. They were even more impressed by Shi Feng's eyesight. He had actually discovered such a weakness on Felt's body. Now, everyone was further reassured that Shi Feng was not as simple as he seemed. However, Shi Feng did not display any great excitement. Although they had interrupted Hell's roar and avoided a party wipe, this would create a reverse effect. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Werewolf Felt's condition became much more pleasant. It spun its head around and immediately slashed its sharp claws at Shi Feng. The slashing speed of Felt's claws was even a notch quicker than before, filling the sky with the afterimages of its claws. However, Shi Feng was not a weakling either. Strength, agility, and endurance, Shi Feng activated the hidden basic skills of all 3 of these attributes. With these skills activated, it meant that Shi Feng's constitution was no longer that of an average player, but an extraordinary one. Shi Feng's greatest asset in coming into the Deathly Forest was this extraordinary state which he could activate at any given moment. With it he could do things that normal players couldn't. Under a sky filled with after-images of claws, Shi Feng could still remain safe and sound. It was as if Shi Feng was dancing under the afterimages. Occasionally, Shi Feng used his sword to fend off the attacks which he could not avoid. This was the power of being under an extraordinary condition. His 5 senses became extremely sensitive, and his brain's processing abilities became exceptionally focused. Shi Feng could utilize his body to its greatest potential. If it was an average player, however, they would be unable to carry out such feats. It was both mentally and physically taxing to the extraordinary condition. If Shi Feng had not become accustomed to it before, he would only be able to maintain such a state for a few seconds. Claws and sword intertwined, creating countless dazzling sparks. Both sides had their HP continuously falling. Fortunately, Shi Feng was able to survive the exchange with Drowsy Sloth's timely heals. Afterward, under Shi Feng's command, Lonely Snow would occasionally interrupt the Hell's roar, while Cola would hold back Felt whenever Shi Feng was in danger, and Blackie would use Evil Whip to contain Felt's movements. In such a way, Werewolf Felt's HP continuously decreased 70%, 60%, 30%. Everyone stand in a straight line facing the boss. Quickly! Shi Feng hurriedly shouted when he saw Werewolf Felt's HP nearing 30%. Werewolf Felt would become the most frightening when its HP decreased to 30%. During this time, it was impossible to interrupt the Hell's Roar. They could only take it head-on. No one had any hesitation. They knew that the boss was about to go berserk. They immediately took action, forming a straight line against Werewolf Felt, while also maintaining a 30-yard distance away from it. The moment Werewolf Felt's HP reached 30%, its fur started changing colors. Within a moment, its fur had become snow white, and 2 streams of blood leaked from its eyes. Its chest also started to quickly expand, as if it was a swelled-up frog. Shi Feng immediately activated gravity liberation, quickly arriving in front of everyone else. "Cola, use Protection Blessing on me," Shi Feng loudly shouted. Protection Blessing was able to reduce the damage taken by a party member by 50% for a duration of 6 seconds. It was a life-saving skill with a 5-minute cooldown, and right now was the perfect moment to use it. Protection Blessing of Guardian Knights and Shield Wall of Shield Warriors. These 2 skills had a high drop rate inside the Hell mode of the Deathly Forest. Before, the reason why Shi Feng had wasted time on clearing out some unnecessary night rabbits was all to obtain this skill, Protection Blessing. Chapter 30 Crimson Blade. Cola had long since been ready for this moment. The instant Shi Feng let out the command, his mouth began chanting divine texts. Streaks of golden divine texts rushed at Shi Feng. Protection Blessing. Suddenly, Shi Feng was surrounded by countless golden divine texts, giving off a dazzling golden glow. At the same time, Drowsy Sloth, at the rear of the line, continuously cast Recover and Life Prayer, pulling Shi Feng's HP back up to full and returning him to his best condition. Prepare for a battering attack. Absolutely do not leave from my back. Seeing Werewolf Felt's line of sight shifting towards them, Shi Feng held the abyssal blade across his chest as he commanded. Hearing Shi Feng's words, everyone started to tense up. Their hearts were not courageous, to begin with. Now, their hearts started to madly beat. They were being covered in a cold sweat even before Werewolf Felt used its skill. Suddenly, Werewolf Felt moved. Its expanded chest started moving upwards, moving past its throat and to its mouth. Po! Within an instant, everyone aside from Shi Feng felt their hearts stop beating. It was as if the world had turned gray and silent. The soaring birds in the sky had also turned motionless. Everyone could clearly see the multitude of gray-colored waves being emitted from Werewolf Felt's body. Streak after streak, it continuously expanded. The dark gray ripples quickly arrived in front of everyone. However, they could not move even a muscle. It was not because they did not wish to move, but because their bodies could not keep up with the speed of their thoughts. Everyone could feel that time was moving by at an exceptionally slow pace. However, everyone understood that although the movement of time appeared slow, in reality, it was moving at the pinnacle of speed. Just like absolute experts crossing swords, the moment the exchange happened, time would move exceptionally slowly. At this moment, only Shi Feng slightly moved. Phantom Kill. The instant the dark gray ripples arrived in front of Shi Feng, his doppelganger had blocked in front of him. At the same time, the doppelganger used parry. Subsequently, the gray ripples made contact with the doppelganger. However, they were blocked by the doppelganger's parry, whereas the doppelganger himself retreated a step back. He only stabilized his body after colliding with Shi Feng. Just after the doppelganger stabilized himself, another wave of ripples came smashing. The ripples passed through the doppelganger's body this time, causing his HP to instantly decrease by 300 points. Behind him, Shi Feng had also received -30 damage, while the others behind Shi Feng received -20 damage. However, the ripples did not stop with just one wave. When the third wave of ripples passed through the doppelganger, his body had instantly disintegrated. A damage of -100 points also appeared above Shifeng's head. Subsequently, wave after wave of dark gray ripples followed. -100, -100, -100, -100. Shifeng's HP fell time and time again until only 90 points remained. When the final wave of ripples was about to get rid of Shifeng, he used parry. Shifeng retreated a big step backward. However, he did not receive any damage. The people behind him were also unharmed. However, their HP after going through several waves of attacks did not exceed 50%. At this moment, Drowsy Sloth's recover had only landed on Shifeng's body, pulling Shifeng's HP back to 140. Following which he used life payment, recovering 130 HP for Shifeng. Within a moment, Shifeng's HP had returned to over 50%. This roar really is powerful. I even thought we were finished. Blackie wiped off the cold sweat from his forehead. If Shifeng had not blocked in front of them, they would all be goners by now. When he thought back to how Shifeng nearly died, Blackie's heart started beating rapidly, reaching 180 beats per minute. If Shifeng died, then they would die as well. There was nobody else in the party who could pin down Werewolf Felt for a long period of time. At this moment, everyone looked at Shifeng as if they were looking at a monster. Never would they have imagined that Shifeng would ingeniously use his doppelganger to block 2 of those onslaughts. He had also used parry on the final attack. The way Shifeng had calculated both damage and HP was absolutely brilliant. Such a technique definitely belonged to the realm of gods. Stop daydreaming, all of you. Quickly attack the boss. It's in a weakened state right now. Shifeng only shrugged his shoulders at his party's reaction. Such a technique could be done by many experts in a few more years. However, Shifeng had yet to relax. The thing he had to pay attention to the most right now was the boss. Only he knew how hard it was to deal with Werewolf Felt. Windblade. With gravity liberation activated, Shifeng instantly arrived in front of Felt. He tightly gripped the abyssal blade, continuously sending attacks towards Felt's chest. Thundering Flash. Double Chop. Chop. Damage that exceeded -100 appeared above Werewolf Felt's head, one after another. The other party members were also able to deal damage of over -20 with each attack. Very quickly, they had reduced Werewolf Felt's HP down to 15%. When they saw that Felt was about to die, everyone revealed smiles of excitement. Don't be careless. Blackie, use your evil whip. Lonely Snow, prepare to interrupt with charge. Shifeng commanded as he dodged Werewolf Felt's attack. Being told what to do in such a way, everyone's hearts suddenly constricted. A death stare and a hell's roar was already unimaginably terrifying. If it was any other party here, they would have long since revived back at the graveyard. Could Werewolf Felt actually have another powerful skill? How horrifying was this hell mode? Shifeng constantly paid attention to Werewolf Felt's HP. Just when Felt's HP fell down to 10%, its third big move finally came. Death Berserk. This move would increase Werewolf Felt's attack speed by 100%, its movement speed by 40%, and its attack power by 100% until it died. It was precisely this move that had caused countless elite parties to curse out in madness. After activating Death Berserk, Werewolf Felt's fur started turning red. In a moment, it had become blood red in color. Adding in its crimson red eyes and sharp fangs, Felt looked remarkably like a blood fiend. Its terrifying appearance had caused everyone to inadvertently retreat a step backward. They could clearly feel the air of danger given off by Felt. Shifeng used another double chop, stacking the bleeding effect to 5 layers. Afterward, he spun around and ran. After activating Death Berserk, there was no one under level 5 who was able to block Felt. That included Shifeng, even if he had a magic weapon. The only method was to kite it and slowly grinding Felt to death. The moment Shifeng had escaped the 10-yard distance, Felt's thick thighs suddenly doubled in size. One of its legs abruptly stomped the ground, sending it flying like an arrow, rushing towards Shifeng. Shi Feng was about to arrive at the location of the large rock, but behind him, Felt's speed was just too fast. He definitely could not make it. Shi Feng abruptly made a 90 degrees sharp turn. Hong! Without making any turns, Werewolf Felt smashed straight into the large rock blocking its path, turning it into rubble. Fragmented rocks the size of a person's head were sent flying more than 10 yards away. Seeing such horrifying strength, even a fierce man such as Kola had his heart trembling. If he were struck by those claws, then he would definitely become meat paste. At this moment, Shi Feng had already distanced himself over 20 yards from Felt. Meanwhile, the attacks from the mages never stopped. They continuously ground away Felt's HP. Shi Feng's plan to kite Felt was a success. Every time Werewolf Felt was about to catch up, Lonely Snow would charge at it. He then followed it up with a bone crusher, greatly reducing Felt's speed. Afterward, he pulled away from Felt once more. When Lonely Snow's skills were on cooldown, Blackie would use Evil Whip to constrict Felt once more. The skills of the two of them had a quick cooldown. With Shi Feng's occasional abyssal bind, they had formed a perfect cycle to toy with Werewolf Felt without pause. 7%, 6%, 5%, 3%. Finally, when Felt only had 1% HP remaining, Shi Feng abruptly turned around. Windblade. Thundering Flash. Double Chop. Shi Feng's single sword slashed at Werewolf Felt's chest, taking away its final 1% HP. System. Your party is the first to clear a Hell Mode dungeon. Rewards increased by 100%, loot increased by 100%. System. Cleared Hell Mode of Deathly Forest. Rewarding 8,000 EXP. At this moment, Werewolf Felt exploded, dropping out over 10 items. And amongst them, there was one that made Shi Feng's eyes shine. Crimson Blade. It was a sword that had the color of fresh blood. It gave off a dull red glow, and there was also faint drops of red liquid dripping off the edges of the blade. The entire sword revealed a dense killing aura. Shi Feng never imagined that the item with an abysmal drop rate would actually appear in front of him. Chapter 31, Hell's Book. Shi Feng walked over without hesitation. He quickly picked up the one-handed sword filled with killing intent. The Crimson Blade was one of the rarest drops within the Hell Mode of the Deathly Forest. It was also the best sword for a swordsman below level 6. Crimson Blade, Secret Silver Rank, One-Handed Sword. Level 3. Equipment Requirement, Strength 12. Attack Power plus 21. Strength plus 5, Agility plus 6, Endurance plus 3. Durability 30/30. Its attack power alone could rival a level 5 two-handed bronze axe. With the 6 extra points in agility, it could increase the attack speed of a swordsman by quite a lot. The Crimson Blade was definitely a precious weapon for swordsmen. Unfortunately, Shi Feng could not equip it yet. His experience was currently at 69% of level 2. There was still quite an amount before he could reach level 3. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to equip it even if he had reached level 3. This was because swordsmen would only activate the dual-wielding talent after they reached level 5. At that time, Shi Feng would be able to wield 2 one-handed swords. By the time Shi Feng was level 5, he would be able to wield the Abyssal Blade on his main arm and the Crimson Blade on his subarm. His attack power would be invincible amongst level 5 players. Shi Feng felt great just thinking about such a future. Brother Feng, hurry up and pick up the equipment. I'm dying of anxiety here. Blackie urged. That's right, party leader. You can't just enjoy it by yourself. At least let us have a look at what equipment dropped. The loot on the ground had nearly blinded everyone's eyes. The anxiety burning in their hearts had even caused them to forget their joy of reaching level 2. They all wished to take a look at the drops of the 2 Hell Mode bosses. As for rushing over to snatch the loot, there was nobody present who would do such a thing. Even if the items on the ground were valuable, they still wouldn't do it. If they had done such a thing, although they could feel great for the moment, they would instead regret their actions for the rest of their lives. This was because Shi Feng was the true treasure here. Even if Shi Feng wanted all of the equipment, there would not be a single person who would refuse him. After all, the only reason they could make it to this point was all because of Shi Feng. That was why everyone was just standing by the side, obediently watching instead of rushing up to fight for the loot. Alright, no need to rush. Shi Feng smiled. He quickly began to collect the items on the ground. Shi Feng was very satisfied with everyone's performance. They were unlike the players Shi Feng would occasionally party up with in his previous life. When the boss died, those players would rush up in unison to snatch the equipment. They immediately disappeared once they took all the equipment, leaving Shi Feng enraged and speechless. The reason Shi Feng did not set the party so that only the leader could pick drops was to test everyone's intentions. It was better to discover those treacherous people early on. Now that nobody had rushed up to snatch the items, Shi Feng could be more at ease with them. In a short moment, Shi Feng had collected all the loot on the ground. There were a total of 19 pieces of equipment and 5 silver coins. Such a harvest could rival the assets of a large guild in its entirety. Arranging his bag, Shi Feng's lips curled up into a smile. He found a forging design. Garrison armor forging design. Able to create a piece of level 3 bronze rank chest armor after learning the design. Materials required: 20 copper ores, 5 bronze ores, 5 magic essences. This piece of equipment was a good item. As long as a party's MT equipped it, diving into the normal mode of the Deathly Forest would become much easier. Not only did it have high defense and strength, it also increased maximum HP by 200 points. It was an extremely important piece of equipment for any MT. In Shi Feng's previous life, when this equipment was released, every guild madly fought over it. They also ignored all costs to enter the Deathly Forest in order to obtain this forging design. When Blackie saw Shi Feng's excited smile, his heart became even more anxious. It was needless to say for the other people, if a person's sight could kill, Shi Feng probably would have died over hundreds or thousands of times by now. The items are not bad. Here, you guys have a look. Shi Feng did not waste any more time. He immediately displayed the attributes of all the equipment. There were a total of 15 pieces of equipment. Amongst them, there was only a single secret silver equipment, which was the Crimson Blade. There were also 5 pieces of mysterious iron equipment and 9 pieces of bronze equipment. The bronze equipment dropped by the bosses of Hell mode were all of the highest quality. The bronze equipment dropped by elites were far from comparable. Amongst all the equipment, after the Crimson Blade, the most valuable items were the pieces of mysterious iron equipment. Out of the 3 modes of the Deathly Forest, only Hell mode dropped mysterious iron equipment, whereas normal and difficult only dropped bronze equipment. Blackie's luck had always been good. Amongst the 5 pieces of mysterious iron equipment, there were 2 pieces of the dark color set meant for Cursemancers. The dark color set was definitely the set equipment for Cursemancers below level 5. There were a total of 5 pieces in the dark color set: head, chest, legs, shoes, arm guards. This time around, the parts that dropped were the chest and shoes. These 2 items had placed a wide smile on Blackie's face. Brother Feng, I really love coming down to Hell. Let's come here once every day. That way, I can complete the dark color set, and if anyone dares look down upon us at that time, I'll blast him to pieces. Blackie showed off the dark color set in his hands. After wearing the dark color set, Blackie felt himself becoming closer to an expert. His magic attack was increased to 66. A single level 3 dark arrow could take away more than half the HP of a level 1 shield warrior. If he could complete the dark color set, then a single dark arrow could one-shot a shield warrior. He put on the suit of ash-gray fur robes, coupled with glistening pitch-black boots. Everyone could tell they were pieces of a set with just a glance. The others drooled when they saw the black luster of the dark color set. Their hearts were filled with hatred and envy for Blackie. They had never imagined entering Hell would be such a great experience. They truly hoped they could enter Hell a few more times in the future. The remaining 3 pieces of mysterious iron equipment were the set pieces for Guardian Knight, Shield Warrior, and Elementalist. Amongst those present, only Kola was a guardian knight. Thus, Shi Feng gave the piece of equipment to Kola and stored the others. As for the remaining bronze equipment, Kola received a shield and Lonely Snow received a great sword. Both pieces of level 2 equipment had the best attributes possible on them. Drowsy Sloth and Gluttonous Mouse also received a piece of bronze equipment each. Quite a few pieces of Shi Feng's equipment were also replaced. Amongst the bronze equipment, there were 3 pieces that belonged to swordsmen. The 2 pieces of equipment that remained were stored away by Shi Feng. When everyone had changed their equipment, it was as if the entire party had a makeover. Every piece of their equipment was incomparably brilliant. Just a glance was enough to tell that they didn't just have common equipment. The entire party had also risen to level 2. Blackie's experience was even at 98% of level 2, just a tad bit short of level 3. The other 4 items were a forging design, a potion recipe, a rare skill for Cursemancers, and a notebook. The rare skill for Cursemancers overjoyed Blackie. It was an AoE skill called Hell Flame. Hell Flame deals 150% flame damage to an 8 by 8 yard area. Duration of 5 seconds. Cooldown, 36 seconds. It was a godly skill for grinding monsters during the early periods of the game. What is this thing for? Shi Feng looked at the old notebook in his hand. He could not recall the hell mode of the Deathly Forest dropping such an item. Taking a look inside, Shi Feng discovered words which he could not understand. However, Shi Feng knew these words belonged to the ancient language of the elves. Within God's domain, any items which had a relationship with the elven language were definitely not common items. Just like the Ring of Gravity, there was a string of elvish words carved onto it. They had allowed the ring to possess unimaginable powers. It seems I have to make a trip to the library. Shi Feng felt this notebook was not as simple as it seemed. In his previous life, he entered the hell mode of the Deathly Forest tens of times. However, he had never seen such an item drop before. There was no such news from the other teams in the guild as well. The likelihood of the notebook dropping only on the first kill was high. If Shi Feng wanted to make heads with the situation, he had to translate its contents at the library. Brother Feng, what are we going to do afterward? Grinding mobs? Blackie was eager to try out the new skill he learned. That's fine as well. We'll grind and do quests in Dark Moon Valley. The monsters there drop quite a lot of, or Shi Feng said after some thought. With the forging design in hand, all that was left was to obtain the materials. However, Shi Feng needed a lot of materials. Now that Blackie had Hell Flame, it should be a lot quicker to kill kobolds and gnomes. Furthermore, Shi Feng knew of a few good locations where it would be suitable to use Hell Flame. Shi Feng turned to look at the others, saying, "Will you guys follow us or do quests on your own?" Big Brother Feng, how could you leave me out of grinding mobs? I've already planned to follow Big Brother Feng in the future. Kola smiled like a fool as he gently caressed his new shield. Big Brother Feng, can we join as well? Drowsy Sloth and Gluttonous Mouse were both high schoolers. Currently, they had their heads lowered in embarrassment. However, they did not wish to give up such a chance. Shi Feng was a great expert. They would reap endless benefits if they could learn a thing or two by staying by his side. Shi Feng said, smiling, "Of course you are all welcome to join." Suddenly, the two of them revealed excited expressions, both their hands clenched up in excitement. Since nobody is opposed to it, then we will go grind in Dark Moon Valley. After finishing his piece, Shi Feng called out the system panel. He selected the dungeon's party teleportation, parting with the Deathly Forest. Chapter 32, Stunning Invitation. There was a sea of players in front of the Deathly Forest. Currently, they were all gathered around the dungeon's entrance. Such a situation was due to the actions of the large guilds of Red Leaf Town. The elite teams of these large guilds had all arrived at the Deathly Forest. They were all prepared to challenge the dungeon. These teams were much stronger than the loosely made elite parties. Common equipment covered their entire bodies. There were even pieces of bronze equipment in the mix. That's Heaven's Crown's core MT, immovable mountain. Never have I imagined that even he would come to this place. Someone will surely clear the deathly forest this time. Heaven's Crown is just a third-rate guild. Look over there, even the sub-leader of Assassin's Alliance, Stabbing Heart, is here. Also, the Guardian Knight named Warsoul by his side is the top 5 knight of the Assassin's Alliance. He is even stronger than the immovable mountain. The players in the surrounding area started a discussion amongst themselves. They held optimistic views towards these large guilds at clearing the deathly forest. It was to be expected, as there were over 10 guilds currently present, both large and small. Amongst these guilds, the most well-known guild would be the second-rate guild, Assassin's Alliance. Following them would be the third-rate guild, Heaven's Crown. The others were just some unknown guilds, but they still would not be looked down on. This was because a workshop stood behind every guild. These workshops hired experts. Average players could not compare to them. Each large guild wanted to build its reputation in Red Leaf Town. Conquering the first dungeon in Red Leaf Town was the perfect way to do so. Hence, all of the large guilds made ample preparations for the dungeon. They spent large sums of their assets to buy equipment and medicine. They also bought a lot of information on the Deathly Forest. So, they were extremely confident about conquering the dungeon. Boss waving, these guild teams have gorgeous equipment. They will definitely clear the Deathly Forest this time, Wordless Summer Knight commented with a pained expression. Waving slowly but surely crossed his arms in front of his chest. He nodded slightly, saying in a helpless tone, "The Deathly Forest is too difficult. We party wiped before we even met the boss. In the end, parties like ours only became scouts for the guilds. What's there to brag about being a guild's expert? Boss, it's not our skills that are lacking. The dungeon is just too horrifying. It has too high of an equipment quality requirement," the shield warrior, Battle to the End, said in disdain. He held contempt for the guild experts deep in his heart, and he was sure only their equipment prevented them from clearing the dungeon. "That's right, boss. If our party had such equipment, we would have long since cleared the Deathly Forest," Wordless Summer Knight confidently said. Speaking of dungeons, Wordless Summer thought of Shifeng's party. He giggled as he said, "It's not like we didn't have any gain. We've killed 2 night rabbits and even got a skill book for berserkers. Compared to that party led by Captain Noob, we're much stronger. They still haven't shown themselves. I guess they've already fled from embarrassment. It sure is a pity for Lonely Snow. If he followed the boss, then he would have been given this skill book. If he found out about it, he would regret not following us into the dungeon." That's right. Lonely Snow doesn't know how to appreciate the kindness given to him. Now, he will definitely regret not following the boss, Battle to the End laughingly said. Lonely Snow's skills are still quite good. I don't know how that noob managed to gain the favor of that expert called Blackie. However, no matter how great that expert's techniques are, with dead weight pulling him back, they would still party wipe. He is probably too ashamed to show himself right now. If he had gone with us, we might have cleared the Deathly Forest by now. Waving slowly was silently pleased with Blackie's end. "Boss, the guilds are going to enter now," Wordless Summer said. However, just as the guilds were about to enter the Deathly Forest, the dungeon's teleportation gate suddenly changed color. It instantly turned from a silvery gray to a pitch-black color. There was also an indistinct skull that was roaring. The many members of the guilds couldn't help but retreat a few steps back. What is this situation? Such a question appeared within everyone's hearts. However, they quickly received their answer. 6 figures suddenly appeared in front of the dungeon's entrance. Each and every one of them was clothed in glorious garments. Just by standing there, the 6 of them caused others to feel a faint pressure, especially the Cursemancer with the black-colored staff. The dark gray-colored equipment on the Cursemancer was clearly a set. A single glance was enough to tell they were not common goods. The materials it was made of were much better than bronze equipment. Why are there so many people? Shifeng took a look at his surroundings, discovering these people were the elite teams of large guilds. He was slightly confused as to why all these people were blocking the dungeon's entrance. Feng's party members also started to panic. The pressure from being watched by so many people was no weaker than facing off against a boss monster. Boss waving, look, isn't that the noob? Wordless Summer pointed towards Feng. Waving slowly knitted his brows. Feng was not the only person he spotted, there was also Lonely Snow. He curiously asked, how could they be here? Didn't they run away long ago? In my view, I think they did not even enter the forest of the dungeon. They knew they could not clear the dungeon, but they were also afraid of embarrassing themselves. So, they stayed in there until now. Battle to the End laughed. But now they just happened to get caught after leaving the dungeon. Just look at how ugly Lonely Snow's expression is. Ha! As expected of a noob, he doesn't even have the courage to enter the dungeon. Waving slowly but surely felt Wordless Summer Knight's words made sense. If not, how could Feng's party have returned safely? Waving slowly and the other party members experienced the horrendousness of the deathly forest. After entering the forest of the dungeon, there were only two possible results. Either they cleared the dungeon, or they party wiped. There was no possibility of a third option. Now that Feng's party had returned safely, there was only one possibility: they never entered the forest. It was impossible that they cleared the deathly forest. During the time Waving slowly and company started laughing at Feng's party, the players surrounding Feng had already laughed themselves into madness. Such a scene confused Waving slowly and party. Why were these people laughing at Feng's party? Were they actually famous? What Waving slowly's party did not know was that Feng's party had already become famous throughout the entire deathly forest. Feng's party mainly consisted of level 1 noobs, yet they entered the hell mode of the dungeon. There was no action more foolish than this. It would be hard for others not to notice such an action. As they say, bad news has wings. Ah, that exotic player is back. I actually admired him for entering the hell mode of the deathly forest, but he was just a coward. I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts too much from laughing. The players surrounding Feng's party understood their actions. They had foolishly entered the hell mode of the dungeon, so they could not enter deep into the dungeon. Instead, they stayed around the dungeon's entrance and looked for a time to leave the dungeon in secret. Unfortunately, even God would not help them. They coincidentally left just to be seen by the many guilds. Brother Feng, what's wrong with these people? Blackie looked at the laughing players laying on the ground. Scratching his head, he asked with an odd tone, did their brains go bad? Why are they holding their stomachs and laughing on the ground? Who knows? Maybe their brains had a cramp. It seems we shouldn't play God's domain too long, especially for the first time. Feng did not think their appearance had any relation to the actions of these people. We better leave. This is just giving me the creeps. The other members of the party nodded in agreement. The players in the deathly forest were truly strange. Big brother, please hold on for a moment. Just as Feng's party was about to leave the dungeon's entrance, a ringing voice entered everyone's ears. Taking a look at the voice's origin, a beautiful and pure maiden dressed in a pure white mage's robe was seen walking towards Feng's party. Feng recognized this person. She was Star Moon Kingdom's top 100 cleric, Xiao Yuer. Xiao Yuer walked to Feng with an embarrassed look, a blush appearing on her tender white cheeks. She whispered, "Nice to meet you. I am Xiao Yuer of Ouroboros. We met before entering the dungeon. Our party's leader wishes to have a chat with you about the Deathly Forest's dungeon. I wonder if you would be interested in sharing?" Chapter 33, Changing from Arrogance to Humility, 1. Xiao Yuer's appearance shocked everyone present. Every player present knew who Xiao Yuer was. After all, she was the goddess party mate. Coupled with Xiao Yuer's beauty and purity, she was firmly implanted in everyone's memories. However, why would such a pure maiden invite a noob? Furthermore, what was harder to imagine was the person who invited the noob was not Xiao Yuer, but the goddess, Gentle Snow. Who is Gentle Snow? She was the publicly acknowledged snow goddess in the virtual gaming world. There were countless Mr. Perfects who wanted to approach her. There was even a trust fund baby who had offered 10 million credits just to have a meal with gentle snow. However, that person did not even receive a word from her. Scram. That trust fund baby was naturally enraged. Thus, he sought to get revenge and turn gentle snow into his possession. Yet, a few days later, this trust fund baby was dumbfounded. His father, a self-made wealthy man, suddenly became a poor pauper. All of his father's properties had, within a night, become someone else's possession. When the trust fund baby's father found the cause, he nearly beat his son to death. From then onwards, everyone finally knew the dreadfulness of gentle snow. However, gentle snow's fans had further increased in number after this incident. Gentle snow was like a true goddess from the legends, divine and inviolable. Such a goddess had actively invited such a noob. How could it not shock people? Currently, everyone was no longer in the mood for laughter. There was only envy and displeasure. What virtue and ability did a noob have to be invited to chat with the goddess? Damn, this noob must have some dogshit luck. Why him? I'm so handsome, yet the goddess won't even speak a word to me. I, Jade Windtree, am an expert in God's domain, but why won't the goddess come have a chat with me? Could it be that I am too handsome? Or does the goddess prefer a wilder type? The goddess must want to understand the situation inside the Hell Mode dungeon. That's why she looked for him. I never imagined even noobs would have such benefits. If I had known earlier, I would have also entered Hell Mode once. Everyone started their own discussions. They glared at Shifeng, having thoughts of disdain and envy towards him. They could not help but want to kill him right that instant. Boss waving slowly, I didn't hear wrong, right? That noob actually received an invite from the goddess. I must have heard wrong. Wordless Summer Knight pinched his thick cheeks, saying with a foolish expression. It should be right. However, the goddess must have something she wishes to ask. He was only lucky, that's all. The prideful waving slowly deemed Shifeng being able to chat with the goddess was all just due to his luck. Battle to the End nodded his head to the side, agreeing to waving slowly but surely's opinion. Gentle Snow was an existence they had looked up to. They were people of completely different worlds. Not to mention having a chat with her, they had already felt incredibly lucky just by being in the deathly forest with Gentle Snow. Just when everyone thought Shifeng would smugly agree to the invitation, Shifeng had instead given a contradictory answer. Not interested. I'm in a rush for time. Shifeng turned around and left immediately after responding. He did not care about Xiao Yuer in front of him at all, and he cared even less about Gentle Snow's invitation. Now that the forging design was in his hands, he only lacked ore. The quicker the garrison armor made its appearance, the greater Shifeng's income would be. If he missed out on this great chance, he would lose a large sum of coins. Blackie had been extremely excited when he thought he would be able to get close to the goddess. Shifeng's answer, however, nearly drove him to madness. There must be a mispositioned nerve inside Shifeng's brain to reject the invitation. It was not just Blackie who was dumbfounded, even Xiao Yuer was shocked motionless. It was the first time she met a man who actually rejected Sister Snow's invitation. Many men begged for such an invitation, yet all of them remained empty-handed. Could this man be a fool? Let's go. What are you daydreaming about? He turned and asked his motionless party members when Shifeng discovered nobody following him. Brother Feng, that's an invitation from the snow goddess. Won't you think about it some more? Blackie requested. His mind was bordering insanity right now. At the same time, his heart continually prayed for Shifeng to agree quickly. Such a great chance would be impossible to come by in the future. I've already said I don't have the time, Shifeng responded with a smile. Shifeng became speechless when he looked at Blackie's prayerful eyes. No matter what, Blackie's reverence for the snow goddess would not change one little bit. Currently, Gentle Snow and Xiao Yueru walked over. Clad in a silvery white plate armor, Gentle Snow was undoubtedly the focus of the entire deathly forest. Everyone's eyes were glued to her perfectly curved body, their mouths drooling. Nobody had imagined gentle Snow would personally make an appearance. Everyone's envy and hatred for Shifeng grew even more. You can be at ease. I will not waste too much of your time. This piece of bronze equipment can be your compensation. Gentle Snow carefully watched Shifeng. She discovered Shifeng was indeed different from other people. Although Shifeng had a typical appearance, his body gave off a calm and steady feeling. There was also a faint murderous aura radiating from his body. Such temperament could only be honed after experiencing countless life-or-death battles. Snow! Zhao Yueru was shocked. She never thought Gentle Snow would think so highly of Shifeng. Her beautiful eyes unwillingly turned toward Shifeng. Her brows slightly creased, and she said in a contemptible tone, "I don't think this fellow is worth a piece of bronze equipment. A piece of gray equipment at best." They had already been respectful by inviting Shifeng over for a chat. However, not only did Shifeng not appreciate their kindness, he even rejected them immediately. If someone else received such an invite, they would have long since come running over to fawn over them. It was the first time Zhao Yueru met such an unattractive man who took such an action. She firmly believed Shifeng had some scheme in his mind and there was nothing good about him. No need for the bronze equipment. I have those things myself. Shifeng waved his hand, saying in an uncaring tone. He never tried to flatter the witch to begin with, but he never imagined she would speak of him in such a way. However, he was not a poor ghost. He did not need any charity. Zhao Yueru's beautiful eyes measured up Shifeng. She couldn't help but let loose a faint laughter, playfully saying, "Such an unyielding spirit. You clearly want it, yet you're refusing to admit it. Snow, this fellow is really insincere." Gentle Snow impatiently sent Zhao Yueru a glance, hinting her not to overdo it. To begin with, they were the ones who took the initiative to send the invite. It would not be proper to look down on others now. Zhao Yueru pouted. She shot a glance toward Shifeng, puffing out her prideful twin peaks as she helplessly turned her head away. She did not think a poor fellow like Shifeng would have anything they wanted. "Sorry, please receive this piece of equipment as an apology." Gentle Snow took out a level 0 bronze belt meant for a swordsman and traded it to Shifeng. She wanted to put an end to this matter. Shifeng did not reject the offer after seeing Gentle Snow's sincerity. If he rejected it, it would only show how petty of a man he was. At the same time, he would cause Gentle Snow to think he did not wish to reconcile. He couldn't just keep on refusing the kindness of others. Besides, he was indeed missing a bronze belt. And here I thought you had some great ability. In the end you still need it, Zhao Yueru said in disdain. She inwardly felt unfortunate to lose a piece of bronze equipment. They obtained this piece of equipment after killing a rare elite with much difficulty. It was an absolute waste now that their efforts were benefiting Shifeng. Shifeng slightly wrinkled his brows. Not even a man would be able to stand being mocked and ridiculed in such a way, not to mention a reincarnated person like Shifeng. Since Miss Snow gave me a piece of bronze equipment, it is only proper for me to reciprocate in kind. Let this item be the return gift. Chapter 34, Changing from Arrogance to Humility, 2. Gentle Snow's eyes flashed when Shifeng also wanted to gift her something. She felt astonished and thought Shifeng was an interesting person. Shifeng conducted himself properly, and he was not as hard to get along with as she had imagined. Gifting Snow a present? Do you think Snow would even want it? Zhao Yueru could not help but turn her head around. Her fresh red lips curled into a seductive smile, and her eyes held a sneer within them. She was silently laughing at Shifeng's overestimation of himself. What kind of item has Gentle Snow not seen before? Even luxury cars worth over 10 million could not catch her attention, not to mention an item within a game. Currently, Shifeng took out a piece of paper from his bag. This drawing was one of the drops from the boss. Shifeng nonchalantly passed the item over to Gentle Snow. When Zhao Yueru saw Shifeng take out a piece of scrap paper and give it as a present to Gentle Snow, she could not help but coldly say, Are you trying to make a fool of us? No, Shifeng said in a serious tone. Snow gave you a piece of bronze equipment, yet what about you? You took out a piece of scrap paper to trick her. Do you think a piece of scrap paper could compare to a piece of bronze equipment? If you're not playing us for fools, then what are you trying to do? Hearing Shifeng's answer, Zhao Yueru was further enraged. Behind Shifeng, Blackie and the others were each covered in a cold sweat. Even if you did not wish to chat with the goddess, you still should not make a fool of her. Wasn't this just courting death? They clearly obtained a good amount of equipment inside the dungeon, and just simply giving one of those pieces would easily solve the problem. If Shifeng's actions angered the goddess, even if the goddess herself did not take action, the players surrounding them would surely kill them off for her. Seeing a mishap about to occur, Blackie thought of giving away the bronze staff he held. However, Gentle Snow gladly received the scrap paper Shifeng gave her. Suddenly, Blackie and everyone else's mouths formed a 0H shape. The goddess accepted it? What kind of situation was this? Thank you for your present, I like it very much. Now, can we go somewhere with fewer people to have our chat? Gentle Snow smiled in appreciation. Shifeng also smiled and nodded in agreement. Looking at Gentle Snow's faint smile was like watching a dazzling sun that warmed a person's heart. It would be hard to forget such a smile, even after a lifetime. Snow, you're going to forgive his rude actions just like that? Zhao Yueru asked in a puzzled tone. It's alright, I like this item very much. Gentle Snow turned around after commenting, letting Shifeng lead the way. Zhao Yueru was stunned. She just could not understand what kind of drug Shifeng had given Gentle Snow. Was a piece of scrap paper enough? Just what was this piece of scrap paper? Snow, just what did that fellow give you? Zhao Yueru whispered. Just by seeing the fire poker on Shifeng's waist, she could tell Shifeng would not be able to give anything valuable. However, Gentle Snow still happily received it. Such a result puzzled Zhao Yueru significantly. A potion recipe for the basic strength potion. When consumed, it will increase a player's strength by 6 points for half an hour, Gentle Snow calmly replied. What? Zhao Yueru leaped up in shock. How could he have such a precious recipe? Potion making was very hard to learn. The recipes needed were famed for being rare drops. Even the current Ouroboros only had a few normal recipes, not to mention rare recipes. A recipe that was capable of increasing the strength of a player by 6 points was unheard of until now. If the current level 2 players could have an extra 6 points in strength, that would equate to an additional 12 attack power. Such a potion would have a significant effect when they dove into a dungeon. Regarding guilds who frequently conquered dungeons, the value of this recipe far surpassed that of tens of pieces of bronze equipment. As long as the basic strength potion were for sale, the supply would never be able to meet the demand. Yet, Shifeng gifted such a recipe away. Did Shifeng not know the value of this recipe? However, Zhao Yueru shook her head, denying this assumption. Before, she had seen the confident expression on Shifeng's face. He knew the immense value it had towards their guild. Currently, Zhao Yueru turned her head once more towards Shifeng. A tinge of red appeared on her cheeks when she thought back to what she said before. She felt humiliated. She actually called a rare recipe a scrap paper. When she thought of Shifeng's smile, he was definitely laughing at her lack of knowledge. He was such a hateful bastard. Now you finally know. I've already said he wasn't simple. Gentle Snow smiled at Zhao Yueru. Even after Gentle Snow and Shifeng left the scene, the surrounding players had yet to recover themselves. What kind of situation was this? A noob actually received the attention of the goddess. Was this person really a noob? Boss waving slowly, that noob left with the goddess. Wordless Summer Night was very upset. After watching the goddess being very courteous with Shifeng, even an idiot could tell Shifeng was not that simple. Don't mind it. I've heard from others that the noob entered the hell mode of the Deathly Forest. The snow goddess must have intentionally invited him to learn about the difficulty of hell mode. Waving slowly did not believe that he would misjudge a person. Shifeng was definitely a noob. He must have just been incredibly fortunate. Before, he managed to gain the favor of an expert. Now, he also somehow managed to obtain the favor of the goddess. In a rock pit over 200 yards south of the deathly forest, Gentle Snow and Shi Feng sat facing each other. Surrounding them was a beautiful scenery and gurgling streams. As for the others, they stood to the sides. None of them tried to eavesdrop on the conversation between Shi Feng and Gentle Snow. They comfortably sat down and started chatting amongst themselves. I wonder what business Miss Snow has for me. The Deathly Forest. Gentle Snow openly said, I want the strategy for the Deathly Forest. State your price. Hee, I'm afraid Miss Snow is overthinking things. How could I have the strategy to the Deathly Forest? I've only entered the dungeon once. Shi Feng would not admit to possessing the strategy. It would bring about the suspicion of others. After all, God's Domain was a game constructed by the main god system. Even beta testers would not know a detailed strategy for the dungeon. It was still possible to trick amateurs such as Blackie, but it was impossible to trick Gentle Snow. Troubles would arise if Shi Feng were to generously share his strategy. Gentle Snow smiled sweetly. Her eyes swept once across Shi Feng's party members before calmly saying, If I'm not mistaken, the equipment your party members are wearing all came from the Hell mode of the Deathly Forest. Although your party has 1 or 2 players with proper techniques, everyone knows you had invited 3 level 1 noobs as temporary members. Such a party was able to enter Hell mode, and even came out with quite a lot of equipment. Do you think I would believe you if you said you did not have any information? Let's not twist our words around. I know you're a beta tester, and not just any beta tester. You must have done detailed research on the Deathly Forest. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to clear the dungeon at all. This basic strength potion recipe is the best evidence as to why I would say you've cleared it. You can rest assured, however, that I will not reveal your secret. Gentle Snow fixated her gaze on Shi Feng as if she saw through Shi Feng's entire being. All right, what you say is correct. Shi Feng shrugged his shoulders, silently letting loose a breath. He never thought Gentle Snow would fill up the questionable gaps. It would not be any better for Shi Feng if Gentle Snow thought in such a way. State your price then. Gentle Snow was all smiles with Shi Feng. It was as though she was saying, Did you think I could not control a person like you? This lady knows everything. Chapter 35. Changing from Arrogance to Humility, 3. Seeing Gentle Snow smile with confidence, Shi Feng was already snickering in silence. Sheep's wool comes from a sheep. If you wish to earn money, it was natural to obtain it from a wealthy person. A first-rate guild like Ouroboros was unquestionably an appropriate target. According to Shi Feng's knowledge, the guild, Ouroboros, had already conquered over 10 virtual reality games. However, the appearance of God's Domain had shaken the virtual gaming world. It was dubbed as mankind's second world. It caused the collapse of many other virtual reality games. Afterward, countless companies started madly investing in God's Domain, nurturing their guild, growing their influence, and building their place in the virtual financial world. Naturally, Ouroboros also invested in God's Domain. They too wanted to share a bite of the countless assets. Also, Ouroboros was not just wealthy, it also had a great background. The number of experts working under Ouroboros exceeded over 1,000. These 1,000 men were famed as the god-slaying army in God's Domain. The existence of these 1,000 experts allowed Ouroboros to establish a large virtual empire. They unified over 80 cities in God's Domain that each had a population of over 1 million players. Ouroboros was a true tyrant in God's Domain. During Ouroboros' peak, it was the equivalent to the entire Star Moon Kingdom. As for Shadow, it had only established 10 cities that did not have populations exceeding 1 million players. In such a way, Ouroboros had become a peerless tyrant in the real world. Their position was truly unimaginable. It should be known that Star Moon Kingdom was a relatively large kingdom, even amongst the hundreds present in God's Domain. It was at the upper middle ranks. One could clearly see Ouroboros' prowess when compared to it. How could Shi Feng not wish to work with such a powerful guild? It was just the risk of working with gentle snow was too high. Because of her particular identity, the information she could get a hold of was just too great. Shifeng could not help but be cautious of her. It was why he intentionally revealed some hints, especially with the recipe for the basic strength potion. He wanted to see Gentle Snow's reaction. If she behaved in a bad way, Shifeng would naturally act ignorant and push all responsibility away. However, the present situation was undoubtedly the one Shifeng looked forward to the most. Since you've already explained, my asking price isn't high. 20 silver coins. Shifeng calmly stated. To a small guild of current times, 20 silver coins would already be their entire fortune. Even a 100-man money farming group would need 2 to 3 days to collect such an amount. Zhao Yueru sucked in a cold breath, nearly jumping up when she heard Shifeng casually ask for 20 silver coins. She stared at Shifeng, furiously saying, "Why don't you just rob someone? That would be a faster way." "I would do it if I could get that much money," Shifeng said with a smile. "You should know there is a lot of skill books, weapons, and equipment for players inside the Deathly Forest. They can quickly increase the strength of players. If you could conquer the Deathly Forest a step earlier, the benefits it would bring towards future developments go without saying." "Can't you make it a little cheaper? 20 silvers? Even we, Ouroboros, can't simply take out that much money." Zhao Yueru thoroughly disliked Shifeng now. However, when she thought about the importance of the Deathly Forest, she still used a softer tone to speak to Shifeng. "Sorry, but no negotiations. If you don't agree to it, then I can only consider working with some other guild." Shifeng remained firm with his decision. He had been very sincere in dealing with Gentle Snow. If it was still not possible, he could only consider the Assassin's Alliance. The Assassin's Alliance was wealthy and imposing. Before, they spent over 20 silvers to buy Shifeng's level 5 bronze shield. "I understand. 20 silvers then. However, we need some time to collect the money. After all, our Ouroboros area of influence isn't in White River City, but at the capital, Star Moon City. There are only a few Ouroboros members close to White River City. Give me a day's time, take these 7 silvers as a deposit. I will compensate you with 15 silvers a day later." Gentle Snow had never imagined Shifeng's appetite would be so great. 20 silvers was still a lot to her. However, the importance of clearing the Deathly Forest was too great. They had to grasp it as soon as possible. At the same time, Gentle Snow knew that silver coins were precious during the early periods of the game. Hence, she had given a little more to Shifeng as interest. "Alright, here is the map of the Deathly Forest, and also the things you need to pay attention to when fighting against the boss." Shifeng also knew what Gentle Snow had said was true. Wanting to gather 20 silver coins would not be easy. Ouroboros did not have as great of influence in White River City as the Assassin's Alliance did. Shifeng sent mail to Gentle Snow containing detailed introductions to the Deathly Forest. With Gentle Snow's abilities, they should be able to clear normal mode easily. Gentle Snow looked at the strategy she received for the Deathly Forest. Her heart slightly shook only after a slight glance. She never imagined the Deathly Forest would be so horrifying. Just the number of paths available already numbered 36. 33 of them were dead ends. There was even a Night Ranger who moved based on opportunity. There was also a detailed description of the boss and when it would cast its skills. She definitely got more than 20 silvers worth of information. If she sent others to explore the paths bit by bit, the cost would exceed 20 silvers. Suddenly, another change occurred to Gentle Snow's perception of Shifeng. She felt Shifeng was not as simple as he seemed to be. He was certainly an expert. Only an expert could have such a profound understanding of the dungeon. However, Gentle Snow had no recollection of an expert swordsman like Shifeng. In 3 days, Ouroboros is planning to enter the first level 5, 20-man dungeon, the Dark Moon Graveyard. I wonder if you will be interested in joining? Gentle Snow, beautiful eyes looked towards Shifeng as she invited him to the team dungeon. She already acknowledged Shifeng's strength. If Shifeng was with them, entering the team dungeon, they might have an easier time in it. From aside, Blackie looked at Shi Feng with dumbstruck eyes. His admiration for Shi Feng had already reached the level of worship. He never imagined Shi Feng would be so awesome as to conquer the snow goddess in a few moves. The goddess even wished to invite him to raid a dungeon. How great of an honor was this? There were countless men who dreamt of raiding a dungeon with the snow goddess. However, Zhao Yueru became irritated after hearing Gentle Snow invite him. Shi Feng was but a beta tester. At most, he had experienced God's domain a few more days than they did and had a deeper understanding of the Deathly Forest. However, the 20-man team dungeon had only opened after the game's official release. It did not exist during the beta test, so there was no way for Shi Feng to know anything about it. Also, Shi Feng wasn't some powerful expert. What point would there be in inviting him? He would just be wasting a slot in the dungeon. Shi Feng entered a thought. There were a lot of good items that dropped from a 20-man dungeon. It had been particularly true for the Dark Moon Graveyard, which dropped a lot of worthwhile equipment for swordsmen. The attributes of the equipment from that dungeon were also much better than the ones obtained from wild bosses. However, Shi Feng was not able to organize a 20-man party, so it wouldn't be a disadvantage to join Gentle Snow for a round. Alright, but leave a few spots for me. Also, all swordsman equipment and forging designs must belong to me, Shi Feng answered with a nod. Can't you be a little more humble? Zhao Yueru looked at Shi Feng, pouting. She felt Shi Feng was going too overboard. If Gentle Snow had asked anyone else, they would have readily agreed, even going as far as to forego getting any equipment. Shi Feng, however, even wanted priority over equipment. He was not courteous with them at all. Gentle Snow did not imagine Shi Feng was truly different from the other people. He did not play around with his words. However, it was interesting that he would say whatever he wanted. Following which, Gentle Snow looked towards the party members behind Shi Feng. Although they were noobs, their equipment was all of good quality. They could barely manage in the 20-man dungeon. Thus, Gentle Snow said, "Fine. Let's add each other as friends then. We'll be in touch when the time comes. Alright, you can just contact me a few hours before raiding the dungeon. I'll arrive on time." Shi Feng accepted Gentle Snow's friend request. Subsequently, Shi Feng and his party members left the small rock pit, heading towards Dark Moon Valley. When the group passed through the Deathly Forest dungeon, Stabbing Heart of the Assassins Alliance abruptly called out to Shi Feng. "Brother Yi Feng, I nearly failed to recognize you. I never imagined you actually knew a big shot like the Snow Goddess. You must not forget a brother like me in the future," Stabbing Heart jokingly said as he walked towards Shi Feng. "Nonsense. I just happened to meet with Miss Snow by chance," Shi Feng replied with a smile. "Brother Yi Feng, you are too humble. Based on your strength, you are absolutely worthy of becoming friends with the Snow Goddess. After all, both of you are experts of the same level." Stabbing Heart thought Shi Feng was very humble. It was no wonder he was such a great expert. The way he conducted himself was different than ordinary people. Stabbing Heart wanted to befriend Shi Feng even more now. "Our Assassin's Alliance is preparing to enter the dungeon. I wonder if Brother Yi Feng would be interested in joining us? Of course, you can pick any of the equipment that you want." "You are too courteous, Brother Stabbing Heart. However, I still have some things to attend to. I will definitely join if there is another chance in the future." Shi Feng politely rejected the offer. Stabbing Heart spoke in a loud voice. Surrounding players clearly heard his words. At first, everyone thought of Shi Feng as just a noob. His being called upon by the Snow Goddess was just due to luck. Even now, Stabbing Heart of the Assassins Alliance wished to befriend Shi Feng. Just what sort of situation was this? The Assassins Alliance was a large guild that was famous throughout White River City. As the sub-leader of the guild's elite group, Stabbing Heart would not need to interact with normal players at all. However, he tried to befriend Shi Feng. Shi Feng had actually rejected him. Shi Feng was just too domineering. If someone were to call Shi Feng a noob, nobody would believe them. There was something strange about the situation. Everyone guessed that Shi Feng must be a hidden expert that normal players did not know of. Otherwise, Why would big shots try to meet Shifeng one after the other? Boss waving, that stabbing heart actually tried to befriend that noob. I'm not dreaming, right? Wordless Summer Night was shocked. Was this Shifeng really the noob they met before? Waving slowly but surely was currently upset in his heart. Initially, his heart still held hope that Shifeng was just a noob. Now, however, that hope was utterly destroyed by stabbing heart. Shifeng was not a noob. He was definitely an expert, just like Lonely Snow had said. Shifeng might even be greater than Lonely Snow had described him to be. If Lonely Snow followed Shifeng, then his future would certainly be filled with boundless prospects. On the other hand, they had chased Shifeng away. They had missed a great chance for them to befriend an expert. Boss, why don't we go over and apologize? An expert is a magnanimous person. Who knows, he might even forgive us. At that time, we too could gain the favor of an expert, Battle to the End suggested. Wordless Summer Night nodded his head in complete agreement. Just as Shifeng's party was about to leave the deathly forest, waving slowly but surely, and the others came running over. Big Brother Expert, we've had some misunderstandings before, so we're here to apologize to you. We hope you can forgive our ignorance. Here's a silver coin to show our sincerity. We hope Big Brother Expert can take us under your wing. Waving slowly was all smiles as he apologized. The arrogance he had before was completely gone now. Wordless Summer Night and Battle to the End were also sincerely apologizing without stop. They wished to grind monsters with Shifeng. If you guys don't have anything else to say, then please leave. I still have matters to attend to, so I don't have any time to waste with you. Shifeng spun around to leave after replying. He did not mind one little bit in regards to waving slowly and the others' previous behavior. However, wanting him to carry them? Not a chance. As for Lonely Snow, he only shook his head in regards to waving slowly and the others' actions. If they had known that their actions would lead to such results today, maybe they wouldn't have acted so in the beginning. Watching Lonely Snow leave with Shifeng, Wordless Summer curled his lips into a frown, saying in a sour tone, "But what's there to be amazed about? In the future, I too will become an expert." However, only waving slowly knew Lonely Snow would become successful in the future. He was already in a different world than them. Chapter 36, Hazard Gnome. After leaving the deathly forest, Shifeng's party rushed towards Dark Moon Valley without rest. At the current stage of the game, many players had already risen to level 2. Aside from raiding the dungeon at the Deathly Forest, they would stay in Brook Hills to kill level 2 cheetah cubs. Only a few experts would go to the level 4 area, Dark Moon Valley, to level up. However, along with the increase in player levels, it wouldn't be long before Dark Moon Valley would become occupied. After spending over half an hour returning to Dark Moon Valley, the scene they met with was the same as what Shifeng expected. A few elite parties who were uninterested in the dungeon were currently killing level 4 kobolds that were wandering around the outer parts of the valley. These elite parties were quite skilled. They lured 2 or 3 monsters each time, with the shield warrior tanking in front and preventing the kobolds from closing in on their mage and healer. The healer was continuously healing from behind, barely maintaining the shield warrior's HP. Although it was taxing to grind in such a way, the gains from the fight were equally good. The 3 kobolds had dropped 2 coppers and some stone materials. In God's domain, only monsters level 3 and above would drop skill books and bronze equipment. Although the chance was only 10,000 to 1, it was still enough to cause players to go on wild goose chases. Currently, bronze equipment was very valuable, even more so were skill books. With these enticements here, there would be many experts who would come forth, even if there was some danger involved. After taking a few glances, Shifeng turned and left towards the inner parts of the Dark Moon Valley. The other party members who were new to the Dark Moon Valley were very nervous. It was especially true when they saw the level 4 monsters scattered throughout the entire area. Their breaths became slightly hurried. However, Blackie was extremely calm when he saw these level 4 kobolds. After all, he had previously killed hundreds of them. He did not seem panicked, unlike the other party members. He simply followed Shi Feng, entering the deeper regions of the valley. As for the elite parties, they could not help but be shocked when they saw Shi Feng's party enter deep into the valley. They had never imagined the newcomer party would have such courage. There were very few players currently present in Dark Moon Valley. It had yet to be completely developed, so there were a lot of kobolds in the middle of the valley. The deeper one headed towards the center, the greater the number of kobolds. There would even be groups that consisted of 10 or more kobolds. Grinding monsters there was just too dangerous. The lowest number of kobolds they had to face was at least 4 or 5. It was not worth risking an unwarranted death. Unfortunately, these people did not know Shi Feng was more insane than they previously thought. Shi Feng did not just enter the deeper regions of the valley. Instead, he went towards the core of the Dark Moon Valley. There was a good location to grind monsters there. Not only was there a large number of monsters, but their respawn rate was quick as well. Most importantly, the drop rate therefore was high. Regarding understanding, Shi Feng was like the local god of the area when it came to the Dark Moon Valley. Be it the location of the monsters, the number of monsters available, or their respawn time, Shi Feng had spent countless hours researching in his previous life. His goal at that time was to increase the grinding speed of his party, all to improve his position within Shadow. Life was truly fascinating. Shi Feng's sacrifice towards Shadow in his previous life had currently turned around to help himself instead. It could increase his own party's level more quickly, while at the same time guaranteeing him a steady supply of ore. Moving along the path of broken rocks, groups of 4 or 5 level 4 kobolds would occasionally appear. However, it was just a small matter with the equipment of Shi Feng's party. Looking at the party's guardian knight, Kola, be it with HP or defense, he could easily tank 4 kobolds at the same time. The healer, Drowsy Sloth, could maintain Kola's HP above 80% without wasting much effort. If Kola had let a monster past, then Lonely Snow would go up and push it back. As for the others, they would fervently deal damage. A simple sword strike from Shi Feng could already deal over 100 damage, whereas Blackie's dark arrows could each deal 88 damage. The fight could not get any easier than this. Within moments, the 5 kobolds were all dealt with. Compared to the elite party outside, Shi Feng's party was stronger by several folds. Shi Feng simply picked up the stone materials or that dropped, then continuing deeper into the Dark Moon Valley. After spending over an hour moving forward, Shi Feng's party had finally arrived in front of a mountain. The massive mountain was hundreds of meters in height. Kobolds no longer filled the area surrounding the mountain. Wandering gnomes had replaced them. These wandering gnomes each held a small shovel in their hands, using it to dig into the rock wall of the mountain. There were also quite a few gnome overseers that inspected the surrounding areas with a whip in hand. Brother Feng, the monsters here are just too numerous. Are we really going to grind here? Blackie's heart shook slightly when he took a look around. He discovered hundreds of wandering gnomes around the vast mountain. There was even a few level 5 gnome overseers. Compared to the groups of over 10 kobolds outside, this place was a literal battlefield. Kola also gulped down a mouthful of saliva, worriedly saying, "Party leader, I'm not trying to boast, but tanking 6 or 7 of them is my limit. I really can't manage this many monsters." It wasn't just Blackie or Kola. The others, as well, were apprehensive. Wandering gnomes occupied the entire mountain, and these gnomes were very close to each other. As long as they made a mistake while luring, then they would have to face off against hundreds of level 4 monsters. Such a large number of monsters was much scarier than the Lord rank felt. I know you guys can't fend all of them off. However, whoever said about letting any of you tank hundreds of gnomes? Shi Feng rolled his eyes at his party members. He was extremely clear regarding the party's standards. Facing off against 10 gnomes at the same time was nearly their limit, so how could they deal with hundreds at the same time? Even a level 10 player would be finished when met with hundreds if level 4 monsters. However, wasn't there a good saying that stated, if you can't outfight them, outrun them? Feng's agility had reached 30 points. Including the bronze shoes he had, his movement speed had exceeded the wandering gnomes by at least 4 points. He could easily kite the gnomes and let Blackie use the AoE skill, Hell Flame. The efficiency of grinding in such a way was several times greater than that of killing individually. Following which, Feng told everyone about his plan. He needed Blackie to get the timing right, maximizing the effect of Hell Flame. As for the others, they were responsible for taking out the gnomes with low HP. When Feng had chosen his position, he grabbed a handful of stones and rushed towards the nearby gnome overseer. Just as Feng approached the 20-yard distance, the overseer had started yelling loudly. Its screams attracted the attention of many of the surrounding wandering gnomes. Feng waited first for a moment, avoiding the whip of the gnome overseer and allowing the wandering gnomes to continuously gather. When about 30 gnomes had gathered, Feng turned around and ran in the opposite direction. Afterward, he threw a small stone that struck another gnome overseer. The overseer who was struck loudly bellowed, bringing along over 20 of its brethren and rushing at Feng. Within moments, Feng had lured over 60 monsters. However, Feng was not yet satisfied. He started circling the mountain as he lured monsters, and within 5 minutes, there were hundreds of wandering gnomes and more than 10 gnome overseers chasing behind him with all their might. Unfortunately for them, Feng's equipment was just too good. His speed was 30% greater when compared to the gnomes. Including Feng's extraordinary techniques and control over his body, he was able to toy with the gnomes whichever way he wanted. Blackie, get ready to cast, Feng reminded. All right. Blackie was extremely excited. This was his first time using AoE magic, so he did not know what kind of effects it would have. Subsequently, Blackie's fingers started gesturing in midair. Brilliant magical seals started appearing, forming into a dazzling magic circle that gave off a peerless aura. As Blackie spat out the last syllable, the land shook. Jade-green flames rushed to the sky, devouring the entire gnome army. A field of damages over 100 had appeared. Within 5 seconds, every gnome chasing after Feng received over 200 damage, their remaining HP less than half. However, the target of these gnomes had also changed. They no longer went after Feng, but Blackie instead. Feng abruptly stopped. He pulled out the abyssal blade and rushed forward. Thundering Flash. Not only did the level 4 Thundering Flash have a low cooldown, but its attack range also increased to 15 by 3 yards. It had nearly covered the entire gnome army. 3 streaks of thunder flew past the gnome army, creating 3 damages of over 120 points to every gnome. The attack had completely devoured the remaining HP of the gnomes. As for the low HP ones that remained, they were quickly held back by Cola. Lonely Snow then rushed forward and used a whirlwind slash, thoroughly ending the remaining gnomes. The hundreds of gnomes had been wiped out, leaving behind a floor covered with items. Meanwhile, everyone's experience madly rose. EXP of over 10 points appeared one after the other, dazzling everyone's eyes. What? Blackie had risen to level 3. This is too awesome. Blackie roared in exhilaration. This is only the beginning. They will still respawn in a moment. Feng laughed. Let's quickly pick up the drops. Suddenly, everyone started busying themselves. Even with 6 people retrieving the drops, the loot of hundreds of gnomes still required them to spend a lot of time doing so. However, moments after they started collecting, a gnome that piloted a gigantic robot suddenly appeared. The gnome's face was crimson red. It immediately rushed toward Feng's party with unparalleled rage. Not good. It's the hazard gnome. Everyone spread out. Feng shouted the moment he laid eyes on the gigantic robot. Chapter 37, Rocket Boots. The moment everyone saw the giant robot piloted by a midget gnome, they instinctively knew he was something very dangerous. After hearing Feng's reminder, They ignored the loot on the ground and immediately ran towards the forest without a shred of hesitation. Naturally, Shifeng would not stay behind either. The hazard gnome was a very dangerous monster. It was especially true when he first made his appearance. He was even stronger than Werewolf felt with its Death Berserk activated. Hazard Gnome, Special Elite. Level 5. HP 1600/1600. There was a very small chance for the Hazard Gnome to appear after clearing out the Wandering Gnomes and Gnome Overseers. However, his appearance also signified the start of a player's nightmare. There was a saying in God's domain that warns people not to look down on gnomes just because they were midgets. If they were enraged, they could easily extinguish your life at any given moment. In his previous life, Shifeng met the Hazard Gnome once before. At that time, he was with an elite party who was grinding for ore. After killing the gnomes, the Hazard Gnome appeared. They did not imagine they would meet a special elite, so they had all excitedly rushed at him. However, the situation ended up in a tragedy for the 20-man party. The Hazard Gnome's 1600 HP must not be taken lightly. His defense was an abnormality, capable of reducing 80% of the damage he received. A level 4 berserker using an axe could only take 2 HP from the gnome. On the other hand, the Hazard Gnome's attacks were even more powerful. Everyone would get a free trip back to the city after he fired a burst of bullets. Although Shifeng's party had tried their best to run away, the Hazard Gnome's hatred for their evil deeds was clearly implacable. The rockets on the robot's backs suddenly ignited. The steel machine that was over 3 meters tall rushed at high speed towards Shifeng's party. While being chased, Blackie attacked with his dark arrow as he ran. Although the arrow had struck the Hazard Gnome, it had only caused a meager -4 damage. Blackie's eyes widened when he saw the damage. He said in a dumbstruck manner, "Disgusting. If the robot wasn't protecting this gnome, I could one-shot him anytime. Don't mind it for now and focus on running. Pay attention to dodging the bullets. As long as we are 1,200 yards away from the mountain, the Hazard Gnome will return." Shifeng never thought, just after a lecture from him, Blackie's skill would improve to the degree of being able to hit his target while moving. However, fighting head-on with the Hazard Gnome would be very foolish. Blackie understood Shifeng's intentions. He turned around and started chanting Evil Whip, binding the pursuing Hazard Gnome with 5 thorns and greatly reducing the gnome's speed. With this, everyone managed to gain quite a distance from the gnome. When the Hazard Gnome broke free from the 5 thorns, high damages of -23, -24, -23, -23, -24 suddenly appeared on his head. His HP had turned to 1479 within an instant. The damage caused by the Evil Whip was just ridiculous. Blackie was shocked. Before, his level 3 Dark Arrow had only dealt -4 damage. On the other hand, the Evil Whip had caused over 100 damage total. The difference between them was just too great. Did the Hazard Gnome have that kind of fetish? Shifeng saw hope when the Hazard Gnome's HP suddenly fell by a portion. The Hazard Gnome did not have any immunity towards plant-based attacks. Shifeng immediately commanded, "Everybody stop running. Cola, get the Hazard Gnome's hatred and let his back face toward the group. The others attack and mind your positions. As long as the Hazard Gnome lifts up his gun, immediately dodge the muzzle. Blackie, attack immediately after Evil Whip's CD finishes. We have a chance to get rid of him." Whether they would live or die before they ran out of the 1,200-yard mark was an uncertainty. So why not fight it out? Who knows, they might even be able to get rid of this Hazard Gnome. In Shifeng's previous life, there were no players who killed the Hazard Gnome before. If they were to kill him now, something good might drop. Currently, the Hazard Gnome's hatred was targeted towards Blackie. However, Lonely Snow was a step ahead of the gnome, using charge on him. He used a whirlwind slash on the gnome, causing 3 points of damage. Although the damage was low, the momentary fainted state it caused gave Cola a chance to use Divine Strike, followed by Punishment. The 2 attacks caused -3, -2 damage, and the additional hatred they attracted had the Hazard Gnome locked onto Cola. The hazard gnome extended the electric saw on the robot's right arm, violently slashing at Cola. Cola blocked the attack with his shield. His body retreated 3 steps backward and a damage of -147 appearing above his head. Cola was shocked. When the next attack from the electric saw came, he hurriedly dodged and rolled to the side, avoiding the attack completely. Drowsy Sloth immediately healed Cola twice, returning close to 100 HP to Cola. Such fierce damage. Lonely Snow was shocked as well. He no longer dared to stay, turning around and running more than 10 yards away from the gnome. He would definitely die, even if he were only struck once by the electric saw. On the other hand, Shi Feng was not afraid of him. He immediately arrived at the hazard gnome's back, using out a series of skills: Thundering Flash, Double Chop, and Chop. The occasional critical hit would also cause -16 damage. Compared to the others, Shi Feng's damage was already very high. However, the hazard gnome only gave a look of contempt towards Shi Feng's attacks. He continued using his electric saw to attack Cola. A series of fierce attacks had forced Cola to constantly retreat backward. His HP was continuously falling as well. Behind, Drowsy Sloth's healing could not keep up with the damage Cola was receiving. He could only watch as Cola inched closer to death. At the most crucial moment, Shi Feng used Abyssal Bind. 9 pitch-black chains bound the hazard gnome, giving Cola a breather. Within the 3 seconds, the hazard gnome had only lost 7% of his HP after being barraged by everyone's attacks. The total damage the party dealt was not even the equivalent of a single evil whip from Blackie. When the 3 seconds had ended, the hazard gnome regained his freedom. The green-skinned gnome revealed a mocking smile on his face, his tiny hands moving around and manipulating buttons. The robot's arm holding the electric saw made a roundabout slash, creating a beautiful arc. Shi Feng's entire person was sent flying. He smashed into a tree and lost 286 HP. Cola rushed up in a hurry, his HP having recovered by more than half. He used Divine Strike and Punishment once again, trying to pull back the hazard gnome's hatred. However, the hazard gnome had actually ignored Cola. Instead, he lifted the gun in his left hand, aimed it and fired a burst of bullets at Shi Feng. A barrage of densely packed bullets flew towards Shi Feng. However, Shi Feng had yet to land after being sent flying, so it was impossible to dodge the bullets. Phantom Kill. Shi Feng's doppelganger instantly appeared before him. The doppelganger waved his blade, continuously blocking the bullets. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had already activated Gravity Liberation. He jumped up to a treetop, avoiding the attack range of the hazard gnome. However, his doppelganger had already been killed. After finishing a cartridge of bullets, the hazard gnome started changing magazines. Afterward, he continued to rush at Shi Feng. Everyone else could only continue attacking, shaving away the hazard gnome's HP bit by bit. However, Shi Feng was not easy to hit after he activated Gravity Liberation. Shi Feng also used the trees for protection. He was barely dodging the flying bullets as he continued kiting the gnome. As for Blackie, he would immediately use Evil Whip as soon as it was ready. The hazard gnome's HP continuously fell, 64%, 50%, 30%, 20%, 10%. When only 10% of the hazard gnome's HP remained, the gnome suddenly jumped out of the metallic machine. He wore a pair of rocket boots and started to escape. It can't be. Monsters can actually escape? Blackie watched as the hazard gnome ran, with extreme speed, to a location without people. The others were also shocked. They never imagined the gnome would have such a high intelligence. He ran the moment he knew he could not win the fight. We can't let him escape. We will have fought for nothing otherwise. Cola immediately chased after the gnome. He had been bullied by the hazard gnome just a moment ago, so his heart was currently filled with anger. How could he let the hazard gnome escape after having taken advantage of them? You want to escape? Not a chance. Shi Feng chased after him with Wind Blade. However, the hazard gnome was unperturbed. He sent Shi Feng a mocking expression before pressing a button on his waist. The rocket boots spewed out large amounts of flames, ready to fly away. Chapter 38, Twin Snake Ring. The Hazard Gnome's shameless rocket boots shocked everyone. They had never seen a monster that was so good at escaping before. Its human-like expressions and actions were completely different from NPCs. The Hazard Gnome was like a person pretending to be an NPC. 2 streaks of crimson flame flared, slowly lifting the Hazard Gnome into the air. Unwillingness filled everyone's hearts. However, they could no longer stop it, but only watch the Hazard Gnome flee with their own eyes. The mages in the party were over 40 yards away from the Hazard Gnome. Lonely Snow as well was over 30 yards apart from it. It was not within the range of charge. Also, the faint effect of charge would become ineffective because the target was floating in midair. Only the movement speed increase would take effect. Currently, only Shifeng was close to the Hazard Gnome. He was only 15 yards away from it. However, Shifeng did not have any range attacks. Even if he chased after it, the Hazard Gnome would raise over 20 yards from the ground by the time he arrived. In the end, Shifeng would only watch the Hazard Gnome escape. 9 Dragons Slash. Shifeng knew he could not catch up. He waved the abyssal blade, shrouded in black mist, in his hand. Within an instant, 9 streaks of black mist shot towards the Hazard Gnome. Shifeng was not willing to allow such a smart Hazard Gnome leave. Initially, Shifeng only thought of the Hazard Gnome as an average special elite. He had never imagined the gnome to be so much like a player. Throughout his 10 years of playing God's Domain, Shifeng rarely saw such intelligent gnomes. The main god system wouldn't simply bestow a small monster with high intelligence. Such bestowals usually had a deeper meaning behind them. For example, those human heroes or legendary beings were all great characters. Their existences caused people to shudder. Although the intelligence of this Hazard Gnome did not reach the level of those heroes or legendary beings, he was still much smarter than a boss monster. There might even be unimaginable gains by killing it. Currently, the Hazard Gnome's displayed information changed. He suddenly became Arcus Maddox. Arcus Maddox, Lord Rank. Level 5. HP 600/600. Shifeng felt a sense of familiarity when he saw this name. It seems that he had heard of it before, yet he could not recall anything about it. However, the gnome only had 600 HP. Shifeng was confident he could kill the gnome with the 9 Dragon Slash. Just when the 9 sword shadows were about to pierce Arcus Maddox, the gnome took out a few steel balls from his small bag. He threw the balls at the phantoms of the abyssal blade. Brilliant sparks flared up the moment the 2 attacks came into contact. A series of explosions forced the phantoms of the abyssal blade back. Just when the phantoms were prepared to attack Arcus Maddox once more, he immediately flew over 30 yards away. Meanwhile, the 9 phantoms of the abyssal blade could only attack targets within 30 yards of its reach. Shifeng could only watch helplessly as Arcus Maddox escaped. Crap! How could there be such a monster? His escaping ability is just a bug. Blackie stared at the fleeing Arcus Maddox as he cursed. Cola was grinding his teeth in hatred as well, sending a few punches towards a nearby tree. The other party members felt displeasure also. Everyone fought long and hard against this elite monster. However, just when they were about to reap the rewards of their efforts, their prize grew wings and flew away. Was there anything more depressing? Brother Feng, let's continue chasing it. Blackie discovered that the gnome's movement speed was not fast. Also, there should be a limited amount of fuel powering that pair of boots. Who knows, the gnome might land just after a while. Forget it. Let's continue grinding gnomes. Shifeng shook his head. If they could chase the gnome, Shifeng would have long since chased after it. However, the gnome's rocket boots were just too powerful. It was titled as one of God's Domain's godly escape tools. Currently, the boots had just been activated. Its speed would abruptly increase in a moment, and the gnome would disappear in the blink of an eye. It would be an impossible task if they wished to find the gnome. As expected, the flames gushing out from the rocket boots greatly increased after a moment. Shio. Arcus Maddox disappeared from the air, unable to be seen anymore. Best not let us meet again. You can dream of escaping the next time. Blackie said in an unfortunate tone as he looked towards the spot where Arcus Maddox had disappeared. In his heart, Shi Feng felt that it was a pity to let the gnome go. However, it would no longer be dangerous when they grinded on wandering gnomes from now on. After this experience, the hazard gnome most likely would not show himself ever again. Let's go, continue grinding on the wandering gnomes. Shi Feng turned around and said to his party. Brother Feng, you're still the best. How could I not think of it? If we killed all of this bastard's kinsmen, we'll see if he doesn't show up again. Blackie laughingly said. Shi Feng was speechless. He turned around and left, no longer paying any attention to the fantasizing Blackie. Suddenly, Shi Feng stopped his feet in shock. Damn, our luck really is too poor. I never thought that Arcus Maddox would actually appear here, and he was also a level 5 hazard gnome. Shi Feng tightly clenched his fists, his brows wrinkled. It was the first time he became so enraged. When everyone looked at Shi Feng's wrathful expression, they could faintly feel the surroundings become chilly. They could not help but retreat a step, their foreheads covered in a cold sweat. Before, they felt Shi Feng was a calm and easygoing person. Never would they have imagined Shi Feng would become so terrifying after becoming angry. The forest around them no longer seemed lively but more like a frozen hell, silent, cold, and dark. Brother Feng, are you all right? Blackie carefully asked. He was shocked. Shi Feng was completely different from when he was mad or arguing with others. It was the first time Blackie saw Shi Feng enraged to such a degree. Oh, it's nothing. Shi Feng reacted, replying with a smile. He stored back the dense killing intent into his heart. Such killing intent was slowly honed throughout the years Shi Feng had played God's domain. Compared to the tyrant bear Cola of 10 years in the future, there was nothing special about Shi Feng's killing intent. However, at present, it was considered unbearable for Blackie and the others. Shi Feng finally recalled the name of Arcus Maddox. Arcus Maddox was a famous Grandmaster engineer within God's domain. 3 years after Arcus Maddox shocked the nation by creating the Sky Fortress, Twin Snake Ring, he had gone on to establish the Gnome Empire. With it, the new update, Emergence of the New World, also activated. At that time, countless superguilds started expeditions towards the fortress, Twin Snake Ring. However, all of them were annihilated, and Arcus Maddox was the cause of such a result. On the other hand, Shi Feng was completely unaware of a great character had appeared right before his eyes. He also lost the chance to kill Arcus Maddox, so how could Shi Feng not be enraged? Party leader, there's a box here. Did it drop from Arcus Maddox during the explosions? Gluttonous Mouse, who had been silent all this while, asked as he picked up a small metallic box from the grass. Shi Feng received the box and took a look at it. He discovered the words Arcus Maddox carved onto the metallic box. Shortly after Shi Feng opened the box, he said suddenly with a laugh, "Great. Good job, Mouse. With this, we didn't fight for nothing after all." When the group saw Shi Feng in a happy mood, they knew the item must be very precious, as common items were nothing in Shi Feng's eyes. As to wanting the item for themselves, none of them ever had such thoughts. They had long since made Shi Feng their idol, and being able to aid their idol naturally made them happy. Let's do it this way. You guys stay here to grind and level up. I still have something that needs to be done. Notify me when you have all reached level 4. Shi Feng kept the metallic box and hastily made the arrangements. Nobody could help him with the following matter. Only Shi Feng was able to proceed. Everyone felt reluctant when they heard Shi Feng's command. However, hearing Shi Feng have plans for them after they reached level 4, their anticipation grew as they abided Shi Feng's arrangements. Subsequently, Shi Feng left the deeper regions of the Dark Moon Valley. The party had Blackie's AoE skill. Killing 7 or 8 gnomes at a time was no problem at all, and their leveling speed was at least 2 or 3 times faster than the other parties. On the other hand, what Shifeng needed to do was to utilize this metallic box and to forward the first step of his plans in God's domain. Chapter 39, Philosopher's Stone. After leaving the Dark Moon Valley, Shifeng rushed towards Scarlet Lake. He had also activated gravity liberation to save more time. The players on their way to the Dark Moon Valley saw Shifeng speeding past them like a gale of wind. His speed was shockingly fast, and his figure was just a blur. Who is that person? Which assassin is he? His speed is so fast. No, look at his waist. That's a sword hanging there, not a dagger. He should be a swordsman. Crap. Are the current swordsmen that OP? The widely spread rumor on the forums stated that a mysterious swordsman killed the mayor of Red Leaf Town. There was also a powerful swordsman at the Deathly Forest that received an invitation from the Snow Goddess. I would have played as a swordsman if I had known about this earlier. Say, do you think they're the same person? Definitely not. I saw the swordsman that killed the mayor. That male swordsman was as big as a black bear. His arms alone were thicker than our thighs. He had forcefully killed that level 15 mayor. The players passing by started a discussion as they watched Shifeng depart. They were inwardly speechless towards the swordsman job. They should have played as swordsmen if there was such a powerful job. However, it was too late now. Shifeng might have laughed it off if he had known their thoughts. There was no strongest job in God's domain, only the strongest player. Shifeng ran for over 2 hours through the vast plains. He activated gravity liberation over tens of times, escaping the pursuit of high-leveled monsters. He passed through the level 6 map, Wolfman's Ruins, and the level 8 map, Oro Fort, before arriving in the level 10 area, Scarlet Lake. Scarlet Lake was the playground of level 10 water elementals and little fishmen. Watching from a high location, Shifeng could see groups of little fishmen patrolling. The closer it was to the Scarlet Lake, the more there were of little fishmen. The central region of the Scarlet Lake was the nest of the little fishmen, whereas annoying water elementals filled the water of the lake. Due to the densely packed and large number of monsters in the Scarlet Lake, the little fishman's curse skill was extremely horrendous. It could absorb a player's attributes and turned it into their own. The longer they fought, the stronger they would become. They were extremely hard to kill. Including the fact that there were no quests here, there were rarely any players who would willingly come here to level up. However, Shifeng had to enter into the deeper regions of the Scarlet Lake. The metal box dropped by Archismatics was extremely precious. If Archismatics were to know it fell into Shifeng's hands, he would most likely bleed out in rage. There was a treasure map inside the box, and the treasure it hid was located at Scarlet Lake. Shifeng had played God's domain for over 10 years now. He had done extensive research regarding the history of God's domain. He truly did not think Archismatics would have this treasure map. It was the record of a heaven-shaking secret. 900 years ago, Alchemy Master Molotov had created an item with all his effort. Wars were waged between the large countries in God's domain for this item. There were over 10 heroic figures that fought over it. However, this item became lost in the end, its whereabouts unknown. It had become an unsolved mystery in God's domain. Meanwhile, the treasure map in Shifeng's hands, by chance, recorded the location of this item. This item was the Philosopher's Stone. It was a sacred item for alchemy. If alchemists could obtain the Philosopher's Stone, then they would have the ability to transform stone into gold, amassing immense wealth. They would even be able to revive the dead, breaking the alchemy law of equivalent exchange. Who would have thought such a sacred item would be placed in such an unremarkable location as Scarlet Lake? However, the Scarlet Lake was still a dangerous place for Shifeng. After all was said, there was still a gap of 8 levels between Shifeng and the monsters here. With the suppression due to levels, Shifeng was not an opponent for the level 10 monsters, not to mention the attribute-stealing little fishmen. However, Shifeng could not help but take the risk. The earlier he obtained the Philosopher's Stone, the earlier his heart could be at ease. If he waited until he was level 7 or 8, someone else might claim the item. He wouldn't even be able to feel regret when that time came. Shi Feng took out the metal box from his bag, carefully taking out the treasure map within it. He started researching it in detail. The marking on the treasure map was very clear. The treasure was located directly below the little fishman's nest. However, how would Shi Feng be able to circle around all these little fishmen? The problem with the water elementals also needed to be solved. Although water elementals had low HP, they had a 60% immunity to physical attacks. They also had a movement speed reduction skill, so they were a headache for melee players. After observing for half an hour, Shi Feng discovered that the little fishmen were not always on patrol. They would eventually take a break. Also, these little fishmen were only active by the lake's shores. They hardly ever entered the water, because once they entered it, their movement speed would sharply reduce by 60%. Shi Feng could use this short rest period to rush into the lake, and once he was in it, the little fishmen would not be able to chase after him. As for the water elementals under the water, Shi Feng could use the doppelganger of Phantom Kill to lure them away. Then, he could swim to the cavern below the little fishman's nest. If Shi Feng did not operate through his plan properly, he would definitely die. If he died, his losses would not be minor. It was not the experience loss that was a problem, however. With his advantage as a reincarnated person, Shi Feng could quickly recuperate the experience he lost. Only he would be sent back to the town after dying once, and the time he would waste by returning here was just too much. 10 more seconds. Shi Feng watched the patrolling little fishmen, his heart estimating the time for him to sprint out. Time passed second after second. A group of patrolling fishmen watched their surroundings. After discovering nothing out of the ordinary, they entered a small wooden hut by the lake to rest, emptying the land by the lake. With all his might, Shi Feng dashed towards the shore. When Shi Feng was about 30 yards away from the lake, another group of patrolling fishmen discovered Shi Feng. They immediately sounded out an alarm, their hands wielding short swords as they rushed toward Shi Feng. When faced with 4 level 10 little fishmen as powerful as Shi Feng was, he was not their match. Shi Feng's only hope was to jump into the water. However, the little fishmen were very quick, taking only a short moment to catch up to Shi Feng. They waved their short swords, slashing them at Shi Feng's back. Shi Feng knew he could not outrun the fishmen. He turned around and used Abyssal Bind on one of them, then continued by using parry to block another one of his attackers. As a result, Shi Feng stopped the other little fishmen from moving forward. Using the power behind the fishman's attack, Shi Feng managed to pull away a distance of over 3 yards. He activated gravity liberation and then jumped onto the lake. However, the other little fishmen were quick to catch up, jumping into the lake after Shi Feng as well. 4 little fishmen fell into the water. Shi Feng, however, was madly running above the lake's surface. Walking on water was a skill that could only be activated after agility reached 80 points. However, Shi Feng had the ring of gravity. As a result, his body had reached a state of near weightlessness after activating gravity liberation. Including his agility that was over 30 points, he, too, could move on the water's surface. His speed would not be reduced by the water. In a few moments, Shi Feng had shaken off the unyielding little fishmen. He ran to a location not far from the little fishman's nest, diving into the water. Just after entering the water, Shi Feng discovered a cavern that was surrounded by a lot of water elementals. The water elementals were encircling around the cavern as if they were protecting something. Water Elemental, Common Monster. Level 10. HP 750/750. Shi Feng used Phantom Kill. His doppelganger swam over, luring the water elementals. Just as Shi Feng planned, a group of water elementals had discovered the doppelganger. One after another, they chased after the doppelganger. Meanwhile, the doppelganger swam upwards. Although the water elementals had high movement speed underwater, it was an entirely different story when they were above ground. They were the opposite of the little fishmen, becoming extremely slow once they reached the shore. With the water elementals lured away by his doppelganger, Shi Feng took the chance to quickly swim towards the cavern. Before Shi Feng even reached the cavern, the system notified him of the death of his doppelganger. The doppelganger had only earned Shi Feng over 20 seconds. After killing the doppelganger, the water elementals discovered an intruder near the cavern. They all hurriedly swam back to the cavern entrance. After discovering Shi Feng, the speed of these water elementals increased by a fold as they sped towards Shi Feng. Chapter 40, Sun Temple. Above the scarlet-colored lake, the speeding water elementals created waves of water that struck at the little fishman's nest. Waves that were as tall as a person enveloped the entire nest, destroying many of the small wooden huts on it. The hundreds of little fishmen inside the nest entered a frenzy. They screamed and bellowed, each of them holding weapons as they jumped into the water and swam towards the cavern below the nest. Dual-layered protection? Shi Feng took a look behind him, shocked. As if hundreds of water elementals were not enough, now there were also hundreds of little fishmen following behind. With this amount, even 2 or 3 elite groups of players would not amount to anything. Shi Feng had no choice but to increase his speed and rush into the cave. There was still a thread of hope for survival. However, Shi Feng's speed underwater was very slow. It was incomparable to the druids who had their seal transformation, where their movement speed was increased by 50% when moving underwater. Instead, Shi Feng's movement speed was reduced by 50%. Soon, Shi Feng was just 50 yards away from the cavern's entrance. However, the enraged water elementals approached Shi Feng as if they were flying, their distance between Shi Feng shortening quickly. 42 yards, 20 yards, 20 yards, 10 yards. Just when Shi Feng was only 5 yards away from the cavern entrance, the water elementals had caught up with Shi Feng. They waved their gigantic icy fists towards Shi Feng's head. The attacks from water elementals carried a freezing effect that reduced movement speed. As long as they hit Shi Feng, the water elementals would cling to him till death. Shi Feng hurriedly spun around and used parry, blocking the fist of the first water elemental. Using the water elemental's immense strength, Shi Feng's body retreated backward by quite a distance. However, the remaining water elementals also rushed at him. "It seems I'll be going back to town." Shi Feng looked at the hundreds of water elementals in front of him, feeling powerless. Just when Shi Feng was about to give up, he had floated into the cavern. Inside, he saw a human-shaped ghost roaming about. It was roughly 30 yards away from Shi Feng. Shi Feng gave caution to the wind. If he had to die, then he would die trying. At the very least, he could obtain a little more information for future preparations. Hence, Shi Feng used Windblade, his speed increasing by a large leap. Like a gale, Shi Feng swept through the water and rushed to the shore of the cavern, escaping the clutches of the water elementals just in the nick of time. The moment the water elementals left the water, their speed was sharply reduced. They could not catch up to Shi Feng's mad dash at all. After leaving the water, Shi Feng quickly rushed towards the human-shaped ghost. The moment the abyssal blade was about to slash across the ghost's neck, Shi Feng suddenly discovered the half-transparent ghost did not actively attack him. Shi Feng abruptly turned the tip of his sword away, the blade sliding past the ghost's side. It did not attract the ghost's hatred. Close one. Shi Feng felt cold sweat down his back when he looked at the ghost's information. Brave one Floyd. High Lord. Level 25. HP 360, 000/360, 000. If Shi Feng had attacked this brave one and attracted his hatred, even if he had 100 lives, he would still end up dead. Within God's domain, brave ones were only second to heroes regarding strength. Their position within a kingdom was even higher than that of a marquis and was second only to a duke. Even if such a great character had died and turned into a ghost, he was still a monster of the great lord rank. He was a tyrant amongst monsters. Without 100-man group of elite players, it was impossible to kill off this ghost. Could he be the guardian of this place? Shi Feng looked at the brave one, Floyd, silently guessing in his heart. There were usually guards posted around places with treasure. As for the little fishmen and water elementals outside, they could be considered, at most, as guard dogs. They were unfit to guard an important treasure. Shifeng did not dare to stay any longer. After all, there was still a large group of monsters chasing after him. He hurriedly ran towards the inner regions of the cavern. The cavern was very large. There was a flight of stairs that led straight into the depths of the cavern, and following it down ought to lead Shifeng to the Philosopher's Stone. When Shifeng was right before the stairs, a sea of water elementals and little fishmen had rushed at him. It was as if they had an undying grudge against him. You lower life forms dare to sully this divine place? Prepare to receive divine punishment. Floyd's gaze suddenly erupted in rage, pulling out a dark golden greatsword from his back. The sword gave out a surge of evil that made it seem as if it were the master of the world. When Floyd raised the greatsword, the surrounding air started becoming heavy. Following which, Floyd gave out a loud bellow as his arms swung the greatsword with all their might. A strong wind, followed by a sword flash, swept through all the water elementals and little fishmen. Each and every one of the monsters turned into ash, and the cavern's entrance instantly transformed into a pile of rubble. Strong! Shifeng exclaimed in shock. He had sorely underestimated the strength of a brave one. Floyd's single sword could easily wipe out a 100-men group of level 30 elite players. A 300-men group might be needed to even have a fighting chance. It was unexpected that the water elementals and little fishmen did not even have the right to become guard dogs. They were all annihilated in an instant. Shifeng wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. Luckily, he was a human and not a lower life form. Otherwise, his outcome would be similar to those water elementals and little fishmen. This place is truly vicious. I guess I can only go downward now. Shifeng looked at the collapsed entrance. Not even an earthworm could find a way through the debris. The stairs that led down were spiral-shaped. The rocky walls surrounding it were also enchanted with a kind of light-based magic, brightening the entire stairwell. However, this stairwell was extremely long. Fortunately, there were no dangers here. After walking for an entire half an hour, Shifeng finally arrived at the end of the stairwell, at the beginning of a wide and spacious hall. The hall was about the size of an entire football field, and it looked similar to a shrine of sorts. Made out of gold and jade, the two sides of the hall were carved with an abundance of illustrations and texts. There was also an altar at the deepest part of the shrine. Above the altar was a treasure chest made of pure gold. On each side of the treasure chest, there were two statues made of gold, both of them holding a greatsword in their hands. System: player has discovered the Sun Temple. Sun Temple? It was the first time Shifeng had heard this name. In his previous life, there was no information on the Sun Temple. It might have been because no player had activated it before, so there was no information about it on the official website. However, looking at the situation, it should be very dangerous. However, Shifeng couldn't care less about it as he walked towards the golden altar. His target was the Philosopher's Stone, and the golden chest before his eyes should be holding the item. The moment Shifeng stepped onto the altar, he clearly felt a chill permeating his body. The chilliness came from the two gigantic golden statues. Shifeng did not know what sort of consequences there would be if he continued onwards to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. However, he no longer had any choice. The cavern's entrance had already been sealed off, so he could only decide after grabbing the Philosopher's Stone. Shifeng slowly opened the golden treasure chest. Golden rays of light leaked out from the chest, illuminating the entire temple. Subsequently, the golden rays started to fade, revealing 3 items inside the chest. Shifeng pocketed the items with zero hesitation. Crap, how could the Philosopher's Stone end up in such a state? Shifeng looked at the thumb-sized blood-red stone, feeling extremely disappointed. Philosopher's Stone, damaged. Epic rank special item, dropped after death. A sacred item for alchemy, the Philosopher's Stone can be used to turn stone into gold, revive the dead, and has many more unfathomable uses. However, The Philosopher's Stone was damaged and broken into 5 pieces by the sword Emperor Knight. Nevertheless, the Philosopher's Stone possesses immense strength. As long as the 5 pieces are gathered, it will be able to recover all of its strength. Active effect. Due to being damaged, the Philosopher's Stone possesses less than 1/10 of its original strength. It is only possible to use it for alchemy conversion and elemental refinement. Although the effects were greatly reduced, Shi Feng was still satisfied with it. These 2 abilities would enable Shi Feng to accomplish a lot. As for the remaining 2 items, one of them was the Golden Greatsword, a level 10 fine gold weapon. The other item was an instantaneous movement magic scroll. A great treasure indeed. Shi Feng looked at the Golden Greatsword in his hands with extreme excitement. Aside from magic weapons, it was the best item a level 10 player could have. If a level 10 player were to equip this greatsword, they could definitely become invincible amongst players of the same level. At this moment the 2 statues by the side shook. Their eyes released a red glow, locking their sights on Shi Feng. Shi Feng used the instantaneous movement magic scroll without hesitation. Golden-colored magical seals suddenly wrapped around Shi Feng. The spell on the magic scroll had a cast time of 3 seconds, and it was capable of sending the player to a selected location. This magic scroll was extremely precious. Although there were only a few copies of it in the entire God's domain, dying in this place was a much greater loss to Shi Feng. Just as Shi Feng was about to be slashed by the golden statues, he vanished from the temple. Chapter 41, Commotion in Town. Red Leaf Town, Fountain Plaza. The entire plaza was dyed crimson by the setting sun. There were quite a lot of lifestyle players setting up food stalls and selling snacks that were unique to God's domain. These snacks tasted delicious, and they were much better than the delicacies in real life. Also, their selling price was just 2 or 3 coppers. It was truly a bargain. Many players would come here to rest and taste the delicacies of God's domain after a day's worth of hard-fought battles. After all, they could only earn tens of coppers in a single day, and after deducting the expended costs, they would only be left with slightly over 10 coppers. So, giving them a treat should not be a problem. There were quite a few couples sitting on the stone benches, chatting. They ate the food they bought as they enjoyed a lovely time. Suddenly, every player in Red Leaf Town received a system announcement. System: a player has triggered a special storyline. Insurrection of the Little Fishmen has been activated. An expedition quest has been activated in Red Leaf Town. Players can now receive the expedition quest from the Adventurers Guild. Completing the expedition quest will reward players with bountiful rewards and guild reputation. All the players were shocked. In Red Leaf Town, a place where quests were extremely rare, there was actually an expedition quest. Moreover, the rewards were great. It was truly unimaginable. Who was the awesome person that actually triggered a special storyline? The player who achieved this feat attracted the attention of every player in Red Leaf Town. Everyone wondered what great rewards this player gained for activating the storyline. After all, activating a storyline was definitely a rare occurrence. So, how could the rewards be few? Quite a lot of players started having their own wicked thoughts. They wanted to kill off the player who activated the storyline quest. Unfortunately, the system announcement did not reveal the player's name. Compared to the average players, the various large guilds were in a state of turmoil. At this stage of the game, aside from clearing dungeons, there was not a single quest that was capable of increasing guild reputation. A guild required guild reputation to level up. As long as their guild could reach level 2 a step earlier, they would be able to obtain the corresponding guild benefits, creating a large advantage over the other guilds. Currently, the other towns surrounding Scarlet River also received the same system announcement. It wasn't just Red Leaf Town. All of the large guilds began strategizing a plan for their crusade against the Little Fishmen. Meanwhile, Shi Feng, who was the cause of all this commotion, currently sat inside the auction house. The auction house was a very convenient place. The items placed on auction by players were not just limited to Red Leaf Town. They could be seen and bought in the hundreds of towns and small cities under the influence of White River City. However, the auction house was very cunning. They charged a 5% handling fee for all items auctioned, so the items there are usually very expensive. However, the auction house was unquestionably the best place for players to sell certain items anonymously. Also, it had been quite some time since God's Domain started. The players had already amassed quite an amount of coins, and the large guilds should have already piled up a lot of funding. If Shi Feng were to set up a stall in Red Leaf Town, not only would he attract attention, he might also be targeted by people like Flaming Tiger. More importantly, the reason Shi Feng chose the auction house was that there were too few players in Red Leaf Town who could afford the items he planned to sell. However, it was a different story if there were hundreds of towns competing for them. Hence, Shi Feng placed a mysterious iron plate armor on the auction house, setting its base price at 25 silver coins. Then he placed 5 pieces of bronze equipment, with the base price of the plate armor at 3 silver coins, and the others at 2 silver coins. As for the level 10 fine gold greatsword, the result of placing it on auction would be too terrifying to imagine. This weapon was worth at least 2 gold coins, which was the equivalent of 200 silver coins. Currently, even 1 silver coin was extremely precious, so who would be able to even afford the weapon? Following which, Shi Feng searched his bag via the half-transparent screen. Initially, players were gifted with a bag that had 100 slots. However, it was far from enough for Shi Feng. Every player could equip a maximum of 7 bags. So, Shi Feng immediately bought 6 of the largest bags currently available. Each of the bags had 25 slots, and each sold for 40 copper coins. 6 bags meant 240 copper coins. Such an amount was definitely unaffordable to normal players, but it was just a small sum to Shi Feng. Shi Feng's storage space increased by a lot after equipping the 6 bags. Afterward, Shi Feng left the auction house and set up a stall not far from it. He was not the least bit interested with the storyline quest he triggered. He would not fight over the rewards with the others. He already had his fill, so it was only proper for the others to have the leftovers. Buying magic essences and stones in bulk. A stack 2 of magic essences for 6 coppers. A stack of stones for 10 coppers. Shi Feng loudly shouted. At this stage of the game, magic essences were some of the materials needed to practice enchanting, whereas stones were one of the building materials engineers needed. However, many level 0 to level 3 monsters would drop these materials when killed, so they were barely worth anything. The materials the many guilds obtained were also sufficient to supply their own lifestyle players, so they would never buy any of them. As for normal players, they would only occasionally buy these materials. However, there was still an ocean of players that did not know how to deal with these materials. They would usually sell these materials to NPCs at a low price. A stack of 20 bottles of magic essence sold for 5 coppers, and a stack of 100 stones sold for 9 coppers. Shi Feng bought them at a price of 1 copper coin higher, so there were quite a lot of players who were willing to sell their materials to him. An extra copper per stack would still be quite a significant income. Magic essence was one of the required materials to make the garrison armor. Besides that, large amounts of copper, ore and bronze ore were also needed. These ores were scarcely available, and all the large guilds bought them in bulk. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to get a hold of them. Shi Feng also originally planned to grind for ore. However, now that he had the Philosopher's Stone, ore was no longer a problem. The Philosopher's Stone could carry out elemental refinement. That meant it could refine stone. There was a great chance to obtain or even rare ore. There was absolutely no need for Shi Feng to personally grind for them. He could just buy them at an extremely low price. Because of this, tens of thousands of players had effectively become Shi Feng's laborers. Very quickly, a large crowd of players had gathered in front of Shi Feng. "Big brother, I have 6 stacks of magic essence here. Will you take them? I have 3 stacks of stone. Do you want them?" Many players started asking Shi Feng, worried that his bag would fill. After all, They just had too many magic essences and stones. There were no players who were willing to buy these materials. However, it was also a shame to just sell them to the NPCs, so the materials just stayed inside their bags. "I'll take all of them. Just trade them over," Shifeng said. Before this, Shifeng amassed quite a bit of wealth. Including his transaction with Gentle Snow, he was in possession of quite a lot of coins. Shifeng could definitely buy large amounts of magic essences and stones. A player was selling 3 stacks of magic essences here. A player was selling 5 stacks of stones there. Within moments, Shifeng had acquired 60 stacks of magic essences and 85 stacks of stones. The money that remained in his pockets was less than 10 coppers now. "Sorry, but I'm full," Shifeng packed up his stall after explaining. Suddenly, the many remaining players who came to sell off their magic essences and stones had faces filled with disappointment. "Big brother, will you still buy them in the future?" a player asked. "I will. However, it will still be a period before I do buy them. You all can save them up for now," Shifeng resolutely said. The amount of magic essences and stones Shifeng just purchased was far from enough for him to become an advanced forging apprentice 3. After leaving the business street, Shifeng arrived at the Forging Association. He paid 5 coppers to rent a basic forging room for 1 hour. Inside the basic forging room, all the equipment needed for forging was provided. Players did not need to buy their own equipment. The intermediate ranked forging room was a lot better. It could increase the success rate of forging by 3%. However, it costs 1 silver per hour to use that room. As for advanced forging rooms, those were not available in small towns. They were only available in cities. However, their prices were extremely staggering. Chapter 42, Elemental Refinement. Forging Association, inside a forging room. Shifeng took out a stack of stone, placing it on the table. A stack of stone had 100 pieces in total. They immediately filled up the round table. Some even fell to the ground. "Time to see how good you actually are," Shifeng smiled as he retrieved the crimson-red Philosopher's Stone. If the Philosopher's Stone were seen by someone else, the consequences Shifeng would face would be immense. Hence, Shifeng rented a forging room. Without his permission, nobody could enter the room. Shifeng took a piece of stone from the table and used the Philosopher's Stone on it. "System, do you wish to use the Philosopher's Stone for elemental refinement?" Shifeng immediately chose yes. Following which, the Philosopher's Stone started emitting a faint red glow. A mysterious power flowed into the stone. Ping! The stone the size of a fist suddenly turned into yellow sand, scattering to the ground. The result was a failure. However, Shifeng revealed a calm smile at the result. It did not perturb him in the slightest. Afterward, he picked up another stone and tried again. Or was very precious. A normal copper or sold for 2 coppers. They were only worth 1 copper coin if sold to an NPC. A stack of 100 copper or could be sold for 200 copper coins to guilds, and they would still fight over them. Compared to a stack of stone, which only sold for 10 copper coins, copper ore was just too expensive. Elemental refinement extracted the metal element out of the stone. However, some stones did not possess any metal element. So, it was only natural that they turned to sand. Such failures were just too common. Ping. There was still no ore after 10 consecutive tries. Shifeng started becoming depressed. The success rate was just too low. Shifeng even started to suspect that these stones were picked from a desert to result in all the yellow sand. Relax, relax. There are still many stones left. Shifeng sucked in a deep breath, reassuring himself. He picked up another piece of stone, trying elemental refinement once more. Ping! This time, the stone still scattered into a pile of sand. However, in the middle of the yellow grains, there was a piece of metal that had a purplish-red luster. It was copper ore again. With the first piece of copper ore in his hands, Shifeng let out a relaxed breath. His hands started moving at a faster pace. All the stones above the stone table turned into yellow sand within moments. The stack of stones had yielded a total of 23 pieces of copper ore and 2 pieces of bronze ore. Compared to copper ore, the price of bronze ore was 3 times that of copper ore. They were worth 3 copper coins when sold to NPCs. Due to the rarity of bronze ore, players would buy them at 7 copper coins apiece. Seeing the ores on the table, Shi Feng felt the Philosopher's Stone was truly a gold mine. Even if the Philosopher's Stone was currently damaged, it was still out of the ordinary. It was no wonder why many kingdoms were willing to muster up their armies and fight for the Philosopher's Stone. Having the Philosopher's Stone in hand was the equivalent of having a wealthy treasury. At that time, a kingdom would find it hard not to become prosperous. Shi Feng kept the ores on the table and brought out another stack of stones. Stack after stack of stones disappeared, whereas the amount of yellow sand had piled up into a small hill. Fortunately, the forging room could be cleaned of rubbish with just a click of a button. After pushing the clean button, the small hill of yellow sand vanished from sight. After spending an hour's time, Shi Feng had refined 40 stacks of stones. He had obtained a little over 7 stacks of copper ore and a little over 1 stack of bronze ore. They would be worth over 20 silver coins if Shi Feng sold them. Meanwhile, the cost of obtaining these ores were only 4 silver coins. The difference was 5 times the price. It was an absolute profit. Most importantly, ores dropped in very small numbers, so it was impossible to buy them in bulk. Shi Feng received a system notification the moment he had left the forging room. System: the violent bear armor you placed at the auction house has been sold. After deducting the procedural fees, 31 silvers 53 coppers have been placed in your bag. System: the dark star boots you placed at the auction house has been sold. After deducting the procedural fees, 3 silvers 21 coppers have been placed in your bag. A series of notifications from the auction house had caused Shi Feng's lips into a smile. As expected, the greater the competition, the higher the price would go. Shi Feng was very satisfied with the amount the items sold for. He never imagined that a mysterious iron plate armor for shield warriors could actually be sold for over 30 silver coins. It seems there were a lot of wealthy people within the area of influence of White River City. After selling the equipment, Shi Feng had suddenly become a wealthy tycoon. With over 50 silver coins in his pockets, even his confidence was different now. Currently, players would still be happy over having 20 to 30 copper coins on their person. Shi Feng already possessed more than 50 silver coins. Including the silver coins Gentle Snow owed him, if Shi Feng were to sell off the copper ore he had immediately, he would instantly become wealthy with gold. However, he would not sell the ores. These ores were the foundation for Shi Feng to earn big money. Following which, Shi Feng rented the forging room for another hour. He turned the remaining stones into ores. His luck was better this time around. From 45 stacks of stones, he obtained 10 stacks of copper ore and 2 stacks of bronze ore. With this, Shi Feng had a total of 17 stacks of copper ore and 3 stacks of bronze ore. It would be quite some time before Shi Feng could use them all up. With money in hand now, Shi Feng once more arrived at the central area of the Forging Association, at the administration area. Currently, there were quite a few forger players that were groomed by guilds, renting forging rooms. This is just evil. It actually costs 5 coppers for an hour. My guild just gave me 30 coppers. That's not enough at all. That's considered good already. At least the equipment is all there. Look at the forging equipment. Even the most common required a few silvers. An entire set would cost over 30 silver coins. It's just a blatant ripoff. You still haven't seen the intermediate forging room. It costs 1 silver an hour, but the room only increases your success rate by 3%. Even a first-rate guild would not be able to handle such a price. A few forgers continuously complained. They bitterly detested the prices set by the Forging Association. However, there was also a hint of bragging carried in their voices. After all, they had the support of their guilds, whereas normal players wouldn't even be able to rent a forging room, not to mention increasing their forging levels. Shi Feng circled these players, walking towards the manager of the association, saying, "I want to rent an intermediate forging room. May I know how long you wish to rent it for?" The ashen youth who was the association's manager excitedly asked. Currently, a majority of the adventurers were poor blokes. Every one of them only rented the basic forging rooms, and even then, they rented with unwillingness. So, a great change occurred to the manager's servicing attitude when he was able to see a rich adventurer like Shi Feng. Looking at the time, it was currently morning in the real world. When using the virtual gaming helmet, a person could not stay within God's domain for too long. 2 hours then. Shi Feng said after some thought. "Alright, here is your key. That will be a total of 2 silver coins." The manager handed the key over to Shi Feng, smiling. Shi Feng took out 2 shiny silver coins, placing them on the table and turning around to leave. The players who had previously been discussing the deviousness of the Forging Association were all dumbstruck. They even thought they were hallucinating. However, they were indeed silver coins on the table and not the scarlet-yellow copper coins. "Crap, a tycoon," a male elementalist said in envy. "Brother Tycoon, little sister knows how to warm beds." Another pretty and flirtatious female player winked at Shi Feng, flattering him. "Isn't it just some dirty money? I will definitely become an intermediate forging apprentice a step ahead of him," a male priest said in a sour tone, even though he knew it to be impossible. The facilities of the intermediate forging room were much better than the basic one. On the surface, the room itself only increased the success rate of forging by 3%. However, including the facilities that came with the room, the success rate was increased by at least 5%. To a forger, a difference of 5% success rate was like the difference between heaven and earth. Chapter 43, Book of Forging. Shi Feng took the key to the intermediate forging room and went up the 2nd floor, ignoring the flirting young lady. The 1st floor of the Forging Association only had basic forging rooms, whereas intermediate forging rooms were located on the 2nd floor. When compared to the 1st floor, there were far fewer people on the 2nd floor. There were only NPCs walking around. Players would not come to this place at all. Also, there were only 20 intermediate forging rooms, unlike the basic rooms, which numbered at 50. Shi Feng entered the intermediate forging room. The room was much larger and refined. The facilities available were also better than the basic room, especially the hammer and flame. These 2 items were not simple at all. Shi Feng held up the silvery white hammer that was placed on the iron-woven felt. 100 refinement hammer, bronze rank. Forging items. When forging, the success rate is increased by 3%. Requirements, strength 4. Just this 100 refinement hammer alone was hard to obtain by players. The best hammers NPCs sold were common hammers. Those hammers did not increase the success rate of forging. As for stealing this 100 refinement hammer, it was an impossible task. Items that belonged to the forging room could not be taken away by players. The flame here was extraordinary as well. Instead of the usual scarlet, yellow color, the flame here burned with a scarlet, green color. It was not a common flame, but a mysterious flame. Shi Feng took a look at its description. Scarlet Devil Flame, Tier 1 Mysterious Flame. Special item, possesses extremely high temperatures. Items smelted with the flame will have higher purity. When refining potions or forging items, there will be a definite increase in success rates. Mysterious flames were rare and powerful flames. These flames had varying strength, and they could be categorized into 9 tiers. The 1st tier was the weakest, whereas the 9th tier was the strongest. However, even a 1st-tier mysterious flame was not something that could be easily obtained by players. Due to the mysterious flame's rarity, its price within God's domain was extremely high. Including the fact that both potion making and forging required mysterious flames, The prices of mysterious flames had become even more shocking. There was once a Tier 4 flame that caused tens of first-rate guilds to fight over it. After the death of millions of players, the flame finally ended up in the hands of the world dominators. Not long after, a master potion maker in World Dominators rose to become a Grandmaster Potion Maker, increasing the influence of the World Dominators by a large leap. Shi Feng had a great yearning within him when he looked at the burning mysterious flame. It was the thirst of a forger. Just when Shi Feng was in deep thought, he suddenly recalled a matter. On the second month of God's Domain's operation, the third-rate guild, Glorious Light, had discovered a Tier 2 mysterious flame, Ice Blue Devil Flame. The flame was found in the 100 Ghosts Forest, and its discovery induced great envy into the other guilds. At that time, there were a lot of lifestyle players who had applied to join Glorious Light, allowing the guild's power to abruptly increase and becoming the tyrant of a small city. However, there were also many guilds who gathered information in secret, wanting to obtain a mysterious flame for themselves. Naturally, Shadow was no exception to this. Shadow had discovered the location and method of obtainment of the mysterious flame from Glorious Light's inner circle. Unfortunately, such mysterious flames only appeared once, never appearing again after they were gone. This discovery caused many guilds to waste their efforts. As he was thinking about the Ice Blue Devil Flame, Shi Feng suddenly started having intentions towards this mysterious flame. If he could make it his own, it would definitely be of great help to him in the future when he started his own guild. Moreover, the flame would be of great help in pushing Shi Feng to become a true forger. However, Shi Feng still needed to hash out a proper plan to obtain the Ice Blue Devil Flame. He needed to prepare many things before he could obtain the flame. Following which, Shi Feng took out the garrison armor's forging design. Without wasting time, he immediately chose to learn it. System: you have learned how to forge the garrison armor. Afterward, Shi Feng placed all the needed materials onto the stone table. Then, he took out the immensely precious book of forging and started to forge. Shi Feng was a basic forging apprentice. His success rate for forging a level 0 common equipment did not exceed 20%, and after a successful forging, there was a 40% chance for him to obtain 1 proficiency point. If Shi Feng were to forge the garrison armor, a level 3 bronze equipment, his chance of success would not exceed 5%. Successfully forging a piece of bronze equipment would bring an additional bonus, which was a 100% chance to obtain 2 proficiency points. However, 1,000 proficiency points were needed to become an intermediate forging apprentice. Obtaining such a large amount of points required equally large funding to support it. There was no way for a lifestyle player to support such a large sum of money by themselves. The forgers in guilds all started out by forging common equipment. There was not a single guild who would allow these lifestyle players to forge bronze equipment right off the bat. To begin with, they didn't even possess a forging design for bronze equipment, and even if they did, they wouldn't carry out such an action. The success rate of a basic forging apprentice was just too low, and the materials needed were just too expensive. A single failure would cost 1 silver coin or more. It was a loss that not even guilds could handle. Moreover, they couldn't even collect that many materials to make the equipment. However, Shi Feng did not have such worries. He had the Philosopher's Stone, so he did not lack in resources. Furthermore, the materials needed to make the garrison armor were cheaply priced. It only required 5 bottles of magic essences, 5 pieces of bronze ore, and 20 pieces of copper oregon. The cost of making the garrison armor was only 80 copper coins. When compared to the cost of making other bronze equipment, it was at least 20 coppers cheaper. The garrison armor also had very good attributes, so it was extremely welcomed. Shi Feng wouldn't have to be troubled over figuring out how to sell it. The most important thing was the Book of Forging. The Book of Forging could increase the success rate of forging common equipment by 70%, bronze equipment by 50%, mysterious iron equipment by 30%, secret silver equipment by 20%, fine gold equipment by 10%, dark gold equipment by 5%, and epic equipment by 1%. With such attributes, The Book of Forging could allow a player to become a master forger easily and unimpeded. Basic forging apprentices originally had a 20% success rate at forging common equipment. Including the 70% from the book, the success rate would become 90%. Further including the facilities of the intermediate forging room and removing the possibilities of mistakes, the success rate of making common equipment was 99% or higher. Unless the player was a pig too, failure was impossible. The Book of Forging's frightening abilities could clearly be seen from this. As for the garrison armor, Shi Feng had a 5% success rate for making it. Including the 50% from the book, the 3% from the room's facilities, and also the effects of the mysterious flame, Shi Feng now had a 60% success rate for making the garrison armor. Not to mention bronze equipment, even if common equipment had a 60% success rate, it would still drive forger players mad. Such a high percentage for success was something unimaginable to forgers. Following which, Shi Feng started slowly making the garrison armor according to the forging design's requirements. He first smelted the copper and bronze ore in the fire. After being in the fire for 5 minutes, the ores started to melt and form a lump. Afterward, Shi Feng added in the magic essence, letting it burn for another minute before removing the red-hot ore and placing it onto the metal felt. The ore's scorching hot temperature caused Shi Feng to sweat. However, Shi Feng did not dare be careless, as the following process was the most important part. After finishing the preparations, Shi Feng held the 100 refinement hammer and readied it to hammer the fiery ore. Dang! Sparks flew in all directions. The hammering sounds echoed throughout the wide forging room. Shi Feng struck every hit with careful precision. In his previous life, Shi Feng did not learn forging. He only learned the gathering skill. However, he still knew quite a lot about forging. After all, he had conversed with a master forger quite often, so he was knowledgeable to the degree of not making certain low-leveled mistakes. After hammering the ore over 100 times, Shi Feng felt that it was perfect. Shi Feng wiped away the sweat on his forehead, carefully selecting the crimson ore's interface and clicking the complete button. Following which, the red-hot ore started transforming. Within 5 seconds, it had transformed into a silvery gray-colored armor. On the surface, there seemed to be nothing wrong with it. However, equipment's successful forging did not just depend on its appearances, there was also its quality. Quality included the equipment's attributes and rank. Bronze equipment that was badly forged would have their ranks decreased to common, or their base attributes would not be up to standards. Hence, Shi Feng selected the information of the armor, checking whether it was a success or a failure. Chapter 44 Change. Although Shi Feng could handle failure, there was nobody who was willing to squander their money for no good reason. So, Shi Feng was more or less slightly nervous. After Shi Feng selected the option to check the armor's information, 3 words appeared on the panel: Identification in progress. The red loading bar slowly increased. The system was currently determining the statistics of the equipment. After 3 seconds had passed, the system finished identifying the armor and revealed the armor's information. Garrison armor, bronze rank plate armor. Level 3. Equipment requirement, strength 10. Defense plus 22. Strength plus 2, endurance plus 2. HP plus 150. Durability 35/35. Additional ability. Defensive power, reduces damage taken by 3%. Restricted to shield warriors and guardian knights. System. Garrison armor has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 2 points. Obtained 800 EXP. Great. It even has an additional ability, defensive power. Shi Feng was extremely happy when he saw the additional ability on the garrison armor. He never imagined his first try at forging a piece of bronze equipment would be a success. He even obtained so much EXP. It was no wonder why the master forgers in his previous life never went out to grind. but their levels were not a bit low. Not only had the garrison armor forged met the standard attribute values, but it also possessed an additional ability. Originally, the garrison armor did not possess defensive power. However, when the forger exhibited extraordinary skill, coupled with the presence of the mysterious flame, there was a chance for an additional ability to appear on the equipment. In such occurrences, the price of the equipment would be increased to another level. Shi Feng took his time sizing up the garrison armor, feeling the texture of the silvery gray metal and admiring its eye-catching design. The average piece of bronze equipment was absolutely no match for it. Shi Feng was very satisfied with his creation. Currently, common equipment was still the mainstream equipment for players. Even if players were to reach level 6 in the future, it would not be a surprise to find them wearing only common equipment. After all, it was too hard to obtain bronze equipment. As for the elite parties, just having 1 to 2 pieces of bronze equipment was considered being blessed. The garrison armor could be used by both shield warriors and guardian knights. If Shi Feng were to sell the armor, the elite parties would definitely welcome it. After all, the quality of an MT's equipment could ease the difficulty of conquering a dungeon a lot. Even if Shi Feng were to set the price at 4 silver coins, these parties would still buy the armor, regardless the cost. As for the defensive power of the garrison armor, its benefits towards a party's MT went without saying. Shi Feng would not accept anything lower than 5 silver coins for this armor. With his first experience at successful forging, Shi Feng continued forging garrison armors. However, Shi Feng took out the 100 refinement steel this time. He wanted to know what effects the steel would have when it was used to forge equipment. Within 10 minutes, the second garrison armor took form. However, the color on this garrison armor was different than the previous one. Instead of having a silvery gray color, it was pitch black now. After going through 3 seconds of identification, the system displayed the statistics to Shi Feng. Garrison heavy armor, bronze rank plate armor. Level 3. Equipment requirement, strength 14. Defense plus 25. Strength plus 2, endurance plus 4. HP plus 150. Durability 40/40. Additional ability. Defensive power, reduces damage taken by 5%. Restricted to shield warriors and guardian knights. System, garrison heavy armor has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 2 points. Obtained 1000 EXP. System, due to your forging genius, forging proficiency has been increased by an additional 2 points. Currently, Shi Feng had completely forgotten about the additional proficiency points that his forging talent gave him. Instead, his eyes were fixated on the garrison heavy armor. The attributes on the armor were already comparable to a piece of level 3 mysterious iron equipment. The price tag on it was at least 10 silver coins. Shi Feng never imagined that the 100 refinement steel would create such large changes. Shi Feng had no choice but to admit that the item given by a master forger was not ordinary. Unfortunately, Shi Feng only had 9 pieces of 100 refinement steel remaining. Naturally, now that Shi Feng knew the effects of the 100 refinement steel, he would not simply squander them away. He would set them aside and use them when he had good equipment to forge. 2 hours quickly passed by. Shi Feng forged garrison armors without stopping during this time. He had obtained a total of 23 pieces of garrison armor, but he also failed to forge 4 pieces. Shi Feng was very satisfied with the result. A single, successfully forged garrison armor could easily remedy the loss of the 4 failures. At the same time, Shi Feng himself had also risen to level 3. His current level was not that far from the expert players. Moreover, his forging proficiency had increased to 44 points. Such an increase was at least 4 to 5 times faster than those forgers that belonged to guilds. Following which, Shi Feng left the intermediate forging room and arrived in front of the auction house. He immediately auctioned off the 11 pieces of garrison armor that did not possess defensive power, their base prices set at 4 silver coins. As for the garrison armors and garrison heavy armor that possessed defensive power, Shi Feng placed them aside for now. He wanted to let these guilds and elite parties have a taste of the armor first. That way, the remaining garrison armors could be sold at an even better price. Afterward, Shi Feng set up a stall in the trade area, casually yelling out. Following which, many players ran over to Shi Feng, selling their stones and magic essences to him. After purchasing the materials for half an hour, Shi Feng took a look at the time. It was near nightfall in God's domain. The monsters at night became much more powerful and killing them became much more difficult. This period was not suited for leveling, and Shi Feng should rest as well. Currently, he was still using the virtual gaming helmet, not the virtual gaming pod, to play God's domain. The virtual gaming pod could provide the energy and nutrients required by the player's body at any time. It could also stimulate the body's muscles, preventing the body from weakening due to playing God's domain for long periods. Shi Feng's finger tapped and clicked, calling out the system interface and choosing to log off. Currently, within the cramped rented apartment, the sunlight had long since seeped through the windows and scattered throughout the room. The temperature within the room was also starting to rise. Shi Feng took off the gaming helmet. He lifted up his body and stretched. After more than 10 hours of inactivity and lying on the bed, Shi Feng's body was numbed throughout. He needed to move around before he could return to normal. Shi Feng started doing push-ups, sit-ups, and other forms of basic training. In this extremely materialistic age, body training had already become indispensable in one's life. After tens of years of constant research, scientists have managed to obtain a huge breakthrough in strengthening the human body and prolonging its lifespan. Mankind could now retain their youth for a longer period. The breakthrough also increased the average lifespan of a person to 100 years old. At the same time, scientists had pointed out the necessity of working out the body. Henceforth, the age of exercise had arrived. In current times, sports tournaments and fighting competitions were the attention of the public eye. Just in the university alone, there were already plenty of sports societies and martial arts societies, and they were very welcomed by the students. In the current society, those who did not possess a trick up their sleeves would be looked down upon. On the other hand, those celebrity athletes and martial arts experts were absolutely revered. In the university, there was never a lack of beautiful women surrounding the distinguished athletes and students who often participated in mixed martial arts competitions. As for pretty boys, their time has long since faded from popularity. In his previous life, Shi Feng did not pay much attention to his body. As a result, he nearly caused its destruction. By the time he wanted to train his body, he was no longer young. Even if he had trained with all his might, the effects would not be great. In this life, Shi Feng would not be the same as before, naturally. He would not solely pay attention to God's domain, ignoring his body's training. After training for half an hour, Shi Feng's entire body was covered with sweat. It looked as if he had just taken a shower. Just when he was about to dine on his cooked instant noodles, his phone started ringing. Shi Feng looked at the contacting person. Unexpectedly, it was the usually silent female class monitor, Zhao Ruoshi. "Class monitor, what's up?" Shi Feng asked after answering the call. According to Shi Feng memories, aside from attending classes, Shi Feng never had any contact with the female class monitor. Within the 4 years Shi Feng had spent in the university, he had not spoken over 100 sentences with Zhao Ruoshi. "Shi Feng, hurry over to school. I failed to notify you of this because you do not live in the male dormitories, but now I'm telling you. At 11 o'clock, there will be an important matter being announced at Teaching Block 3, Classroom 401. Shi Feng looked towards the electronic clock on his table. It was already 10:30 right now. He answered, "All right, I'll go there immediately." Chapter 45. The inferior student of the class. Cutting off the call, Shi Feng immediately ate his instant noodles and hurried to school. When he was on the road, Shi Feng finally recalled this incident. It was one of the reasons that caused his parents to fall gravely ill. In Shi Feng's previous life, he and Blackie joined Shadow Workshop. When Zhao Ruoxi called him to go to the school, he chose to continue playing God's Domain instead of going. He joined Shadow Workshop after much trouble. If he wanted to rise in position within Shadow, he needed to have a good performance. How could he have the time to care about small matters that happened in the classroom? As a result, his university recommendation became non-existent. Although it was just a recommendation, it could allow students to find better jobs. The stress levels of the current society were extremely powerful, and jobs were not easy to find. Such a recommendation would be a stepping stone towards the higher levels of a company. Shi Feng's parents were deeply worried after they found out about this incident. It was also because of such worries that caused the mental stress on his parents to increase substantially. Only, Shi Feng's parents never revealed it to him. Instead, they encouraged him. They didn't want him to worry about their household debts. As a result, they became both physically and mentally exhausted, falling gravely ill a year later. In this life, Shi Feng did not wish to repeat such a disaster, even if the recommendation was absolutely useless to him. However, he also wished to know the reason that caused him to lose the recommendation. Shi Feng was considered average regarding results amongst his class. There were absolutely no problems with him obtaining the recommendation. He did not have a share in it. The only reason he could think of, for such a situation, was the incident that would happen today. After walking into the university, Shi Feng discovered a very interesting situation. The school was crowded. There was an abnormal number of students in the university today. Usually, there would not be that many people within the university grounds. The students would usually study in the library or gather outside to have some fun. Worst case scenario, they would just stay in their dormitories and play games. Unlike the current situation, they wouldn't normally come out for a stroll. When Shi Feng walked towards teaching block 3, he discovered that the normally empty classrooms were packed with people. All of them were fully occupied. What is happening today? Shi Feng was puzzled. The moment Shi Feng entered classroom 401, he could feel the air in the room was slightly odd. His classmates all shifted their gaze towards him, their expressions filled with astonishment. Shi Feng was like something that should not be there, yet had actually appeared. The male students only glanced at Shi Feng. They did not pay him any attention as they continued with their conversations. Meanwhile, some of the gorgeously dressed females in the class sent Shi Feng expressions of disgust. However, Shi Feng had long since gotten used to such reactions. When he was about to turn around and look at them, the females immediately turned their heads away. Fellow student Shi Feng, you're here. Find a place to sit. When fellow student Ling Feilong arrives, everyone in the class will be present. The female monitor, Zhao Ruoxi, had a calm expression on her face when she spoke to Shi Feng as if it was all just for formality's sake. However, Shi Feng could faintly feel a hint of expectation in Zhao Ruoxi's eyes when she turned around to look at him. However, that expectation was not targeted towards him, but most probably towards the Ling Feilong she spoke of. All right. Shi Feng nodded his head, simply choosing a corner to sit down in. As for sitting and starting a conversation with the other male classmates, Shi Feng could tell it would be impossible just by looking at their expressions. In regards to such a situation, Shi Feng could only let loose a bitter smile. In his previous life, he truly has failed at being a functioning human being. However, there was nothing he could do. To save money, he never participated in any of the student gatherings or class events. He had long since become an invisible existence within the class. In the eyes of his classmates, Shi Feng might be a very reclusive person. Why is this person here? The class monitor should be the one who notified him. I never thought he would actually show up. He's just an inferior student in the class. Just looking at him makes me mad. Look at how cunning his eyes are. Don't tell me he took a fancy to this young lady? Disgusting. The students in the class started a quiet discussion about Shi Feng. They were very shocked at Shi Feng's arrival. Usually, Shi Feng would never participate in any events, But now, this person himself actually showed up. Their disgust towards Shi Feng was clear in their speech. Their tones when speaking also showed how much they looked down on him. The reason for such treatment was because Shi Feng was weak. He was also often bullied by students from other classes. Moreover, he was the inferior student who was always too poor to join the class outings. It was just an embarrassment to be in the same class as him. Although their voices were soft, Shi Feng could still hear them clearly. It was better to say they let Shi Feng hear their conversation. Learning was only secondary in everyone's eyes. The truly important thing to have was a strong body. After all, the current age was one where body training was strongly emphasized upon. However, Shi Feng's weak body clearly did not fit the current age. So, naturally, he had become an outcast within the class. However, Shi Feng simply laughed away at his situation. He was no longer a child, so why would he be angry over the actions of these children? Currently, his heart was only concerned about the matters regarding the recommendation. Not long after, a robust youth entered the classroom. The youth's height was an entire 9 meters. This person was Ling Feilong. According to Shi Feng's memories, Ling Feilong was a person with many tricks up his sleeve. After he graduated from university, he managed to woo the princess of a large corporation. 3 years later, he became the corporation's CEO. However, due to the virtual world's influence towards the real world growing ever larger, Ling Feilong invested in God's domain as well. At that time, he looked for Shi Feng, his classmate, wanting to collaborate in God's domain. At that time, Shi Feng was the captain of Shadow Workshop. He was also the guild leader of the guild, Shadow. Shadow was barely considered a second-rate guild during those times. However, it still had control over a large city with a population of 500,000 people. Considering they were once classmates, Shi Feng agreed to Ling Feilong's proposal. Afterward, although Shadow earned quite a lot of money from the collaboration, Ling Feilong earned even more. At the same time, Ling Feilong groomed several powerful subordinates. Then he somehow managed to gain the favor of a first-rate guild, abandoning Shadow. Everyone watched as Ling Feilong entered the classroom. The male students all stood up, displaying their respect towards him. On the other hand, the gorgeous female students from before sent meaningful gazes towards Ling Feilong. Even Zhao Ruoxi had some changes to her calm expression. Shi Feng had plenty of experience with women in his previous life, so he could tell Zhao Ruoxi was somewhat interested in Ling Feilong. What kind of situation was this? Shi Feng could not make heads of the current situation. It would be fine if it were just the other students, but Zhao Ruoxi was the class flower. She had a calm personality, an oval face, a graceful body, and even her family background were good. Normally, male students from other classes could be seen chasing after her. However, none of them ever entered her eyes. So, why did she take a fancy upon Ling Feilong? Was Ling Feilong fated to become a protagonist in life, a person who was loved and welcomed by all? Everyone, sit down. Like a leader, Ling Feilong naturally walked up to the lectern. He gratefully said, "Thank you for coming to congratulate me. I would not be here today were it not for all of your support. Brother Feilong, you are too humble. More than 5,000 people entered the school's fighting competition, yet you've managed to enter the top 10. You are the pride of our class. You now have the rights to enter Jinhai City's fighting competition without going through the pre-selections. This feat is not achievable by the average person. You mustn't forget about us once you've become a martial arts master in the future." "That's right, Brother Feilong. We're looking forward to you becoming the champion." The students in the class gave their congratulations one after the other. Some of the female students even thought of throwing themselves at Ling Feilong. However, Shi Feng was an exception. He was truly dumbfounded. Originally, he thought a huge incident occurred, but it was just the school's fighting competition having just ended. They were only here to congratulate Ling Feilong for being able to enter the city's fighting competition. If it was before, Shi Feng might have envied Ling Feilong. After all, there were just too many people who liked fighting competitions. Those who were able to participate in the city's fighting competition were much more appreciated than some big celebrity. This was due to the difficulty of entering the fighting competition. There was a strict selection system, and it was considered good to have 3 to 4 people selected out of 10,000. If these selected participants performed well, they might even get a contract to become the spokesperson for a large enterprise. With all the celebrity advertisements that would be offered, it wouldn't be difficult to amass wealth. Their futures would have boundless prospects. However, along with the rise in popularity of God's domain, people became even more addicted to fighting battles and wars in the game. After all, being able to personally experience the fight was still the best experience. The lack of danger of fighting in the game only made it even more exciting. As a result, many experts became idols of the players in God's domain. Chapter 46, Meeting an Acquaintance. As everyone was giving their congratulations to Ling Feilong, the person himself had his eyes swept over to a corner of the room, the corner where Shifeng sat. His eyes held a hint of dissatisfaction when he looked at Shifeng. He was the pride of the class and, even more so, a future celebrity. Yet, an inferior student like Shifeng actually did not intend to flatter him. After a round of flattery, Ling Feilong allowed the students to return to their seats. "I thank everyone for your support. Please quiet down for a moment. I am here today because I have a matter that I wish to discuss," Ling Feilong said. Hearing Ling Feilong's announcement, everyone listened attentively. Only Shifeng remained uninterested towards Ling Feilong's matter. However, Shifeng could not help but pay attention after hearing Ling Feilong speak. "It's something related to the school's recommendation." Ling Feilong calmly said, "Everyone knows how I am obsessed with fighting. However, my grades at school aren't that good, so it has caused some problems with my recommendation. So, I wish for someone here to give up a spot. The school has already agreed to this, so I am here to discuss this matter with everyone else." "Brother Long, this is only a trivial matter. It is only a recommendation. As the pride of the class, as long as Brother Long requests it, there will definitely be someone in the class willing to give up their spot," a bootlicking male student said. Although everyone in the class agreed to this person's words, there was nobody who willingly stood up to give away their recommendation. In the end, finding a job was just too hard. The recommendation was much more valued than a person's educational background when working inside a big company. If they were to give up their recommendation, what would they do in the future? As for the ones who had no rights to the recommendation, to begin with, naturally, it was easier to be brave standing from a safe distance. They continuously incited the others like hot-blooded madmen. Ling Feilong's expression slightly darkened when he saw nobody taking initiative. "Since everyone is reacting so proactively, it won't be good if I'm the one who does the choosing. How about this, let's raise our hands and vote," Ling Feilong suggested with a smile. "That's a good idea. Brother Feilong is the smartest. Then let's start voting." The hot-blooded madmen all stood up one after another, their faces holding expressions of delight at the misfortune of others. Shifeng, who sat by the wall, was suddenly enlightened after looking at this scene. "So it was these bastards who stole my recommendation." A wrathful flame ignited within Shifeng's heart. He was truly a fool in his previous life for actually working with Ling Feilong. Not in this life, however. If Ling Feilong wished to cause trouble for him in this life, he couldn't be blamed for reacting in kind. Maybe it was a continuation of his previous life, but the voting results did not change in the slightest. The students immediately sat Shifeng on the throne. "Fellow student Shifeng, you are really lucky. I'm slightly envious of you. You'll get to have Brother Long cover for you from now on. You should be grateful to us." Everyone in the class started congratulating Shifeng as if Shifeng had just won a 5 million credit lottery. "Fellow student, Shifeng, thank you truly. After school is over today, I invite you to come with me for a drink at the Maple Leaf Bar." Ling Feilong smiled a hypocritical smile. He did not place Shifeng within his sights at all. There was not a hint of gratitude in his tone, only disdain. following which, he turned to look at the other students, saying, "Of course, everyone else is also invited. Let us enjoy ourselves today." "Hold on a moment," Shifeng suddenly said. Suddenly, everyone in the class turned their sights towards Shifeng. If Shifeng did not actively speak up, they might have long since forgotten about his existence. "May I know if fellow student Shifeng has something he wishes to say?" Ling Feilong looked towards Shifeng, asking with a smile. "I will not agree with this. So why are you getting all joyous all on your own?" Shifeng shot a glance at Ling Feilong, saying, "If any of you wish to give him your recommendation, then just give it to him. In any case, I won't be letting go of my recommendation. If there are no other matters, I'll be leaving." Suddenly, the entire classroom became dead silent. Nobody could imagine that Shifeng, a person constantly bullied by students of other classes, actually rebelled against Ling Feilong. His current display was very abnormal. Was Shifeng not afraid of being taken out by Ling Feilong? Ling Feilong, as well, was shocked, not because of Shifeng's actions, however, but at Shifeng's foolishness. Did he actually think he could protect his recommendation just because he had refused to hand it over? This was a result voted by the entire class. It would be meaningless even if Shifeng refused. When the time came, the university would still give him the recommendation. Even though the result was unchangeable, Shifeng still foolishly chose to stand against him. Should Shifeng be called foolish? Or did he have a few screws loose? Just when Ling Feilong wanted to take action, an impatient voice sounded from outside the door. "Little Long, are you still not done? Brother Zhang doesn't like to be kept waiting." A tall blonde youth came in through the door. Following behind him was an alluring girl dressed in sexy and revealing clothing. The two together caused the male students to look on in envy. Shifeng shot a glance over, discovering that it was actually an acquaintance. The tall and blonde youth was coincidentally Flaming Tiger. His real name was Zhou Yuhu, and he was a fourth-year university student, similar to Shifeng. This person had great talent, and he managed to obtain a good result of third place in the university's fighting tournament this time around. Meanwhile, the enchanting female by Zhou Yuhu's side was also an acquaintance of Shifeng's. Her name was Qin Shuyu, and she was Shifeng's classmate during high school. She was also the flower of the class at the time. Shifeng was truly blind during those times. Young and dumb, he was actually enchanted by Qin Shuyu, even to the point of confessing his love to her. Naturally, the result was rejection. After entering university, Qin Shuyu had become Zhou Yuhu's girlfriend. Qin Shuyu even mentioned to Zhou Yuhu the matter of Shifeng's confession. As a result, Shifeng was often taken care of by students from other classes. After Shifeng joined Shadow, he was often sent to carry out senseless tasks, stunting his growth in God's domain. "Brother Hu, why have you come here?" "I'll immediately go after I'm done settling my business here." When Ling Feilong saw the person who had arrived, he respectfully went up to welcome him with a smiling face. "How much longer do you need?" "I don't have that much time to waste," Zhou Yuhu wrinkled his brows, impatiently saying. He was parted from his duties as team leader today all because of that Yi Feng character, and he had only recently risen to level 2. Afterward, he was even given a scolding by Brother Zhang. These occurrences caused him to become greatly irritated deep within his heart. 2 to 3 minutes should be enough. Ling Feilong replied. He felt teaching Shifeng the ways to be a proper person should not be a big problem. "Good, then hurry up," Zhou Yuhu demanded. Currently, Qin Shuyu's eyes unintentionally landed on Shifeng. Her expression was suddenly turning sour. She had no good impressions of Shifeng. He had neither money nor power. There was not the slightest feeling of safety or strength coming from him. When compared with Zhou Yuhu, the difference between the two was hundreds and thousands of miles apart. Shifeng even confessed to her without knowing his own worth. It was just an insult to her person, and as a result, she was often made fun of by the other girls. Seeing the disgust on Qin Shuyu's face, Zhou Yuhu hooked up her chin with his robust hand, teasingly saying, Baby, I'll take care of him for you immediately, lest he shows up in front of you again. Qin Shuyu faintly smiled as she nodded, not having any intention of stopping Zhou Yuhu. Hey brat, come over here, Zhou Yuhu pointed his finger at Shifeng, loudly roaring. Everyone was shocked at seeing Zhou Yuhu's imposing manner. Who was Zhou Yuhu? He was ranked third in the school's fighting tournament. He was much more powerful when compared to the 9th-ranked Ling Feilong. A single hit from him was enough to send a person to the hospital for half a month. Ling Feilong naturally understood what was happening before him. Zhou Yuhu was irritated by Shifeng and wished to take care of him. Originally, he too wanted to teach Shifeng a lesson and let the entire class know of his prowess. If he were to take care of Shifeng right now, not only would he be helping himself, but he would also be able to sell a favor to Zhou Yuhu. He would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hence, Ling Feilong stepped forward and volunteered, Brother Hu, no need for you to personally take action. Originally, I already wanted to teach this kid a lesson. Give me 30 seconds. Little long, so the matter you had to deal with before was this. Zhou Yuhu looked towards Shifeng in disdain. He licked his lips, saying with a cold smile, better to let me. I also wish to loosen my bones a little. Saying this, Zhou Yuhu walked towards Shifeng with a cold smile. Chapter 47. I think highly of you. Zhou Yuhu walked towards Shifeng in an imposing manner. He wanted to personally teach Shifeng a good, hard lesson this time. On previous occasions he always sent others to handle it for him. However, Shifeng still did not learn to be good. Today, he wanted Shifeng to imprint this lesson onto his bones. The people present could all see the conclusion that was coming for Shifeng. In a society where the entire population underwent body training, fights between students were all too common. Even minor injuries were very common. As long as it didn't go overboard, it would not cause an incident. However, looking at Zhou Yuhu's current attitude, Shifeng would be staying in the hospital for at least a month. At that time, Shifeng would be wearing a cast while receiving his graduation certificate on the stage. Hold it, Zhou Yuhu. This is our class. On what basis does an outsider like you have to come and bully someone from our class? Zhao Ruoxi's delicate body suddenly blocked Shifeng. She was not the slightest bit threatened by Zhou Yuhu's imposing aura as she berated him. Zhou Ruoxi's actions unquestionably left everyone else in shock. They never imagined that the normally gentle and graceful Zhao Ruoxi would stand up for an inferior student. She was even challenging Zhou Yuhu. She had such a strong heart to be so brave. Ruoxi, don't stir up trouble. Brother Hu only wishes to give Shifeng some pointers. This should be Shifeng's good fortune. Shifeng is always being bullied by others, but with Brother Hu's pointers, he might have some growth and learn to be a proper person, Ling Feilong explained with a smile. Due to Zhao Ruoxi's above-average appearance and attractive curves, he long since treated her as his personal property. Never would he have imagined that she would stand up for Shifeng. Suddenly, the rage towards Shifeng burned even greater in his heart. However, it would not be good for him to reveal that rage, so he simply tugged at Zhao Ruoxi's delicate hand. He wanted to pull her away, stopping her from being a hindrance. Fellow student Ling Feilong, as the pride of the class, are you just going to watch as one of our classmates being bullied? Zhao Ruoxi shook off Ling Feilong's hand, looking at him and asking angrily. She originally thought Ling Feilong was in possession of a good personality. He also performed exceptionally in the fighting competition. So, she thought he was a good prospect. However, she didn't think that he was just a hypocrite. Ruoxi, how could you say such a thing about me? You are misunderstanding. It isn't my fault that Shifeng does not know how to be a proper person. Now that Brother Hu is going to teach him how to become one, it would be beneficial to him in the future, Ling Feilong said with a righteous expression as if everything occurring was for Shifeng's own good. You! Zhao Ruoxi was greatly angered by Ling Feilong. She promptly turned toward Shifeng, saying, hurry up and leave. I'll hold him off. This little girl is interesting and very sexy. I like it. Zhou Yuhu's eyes started sizing up Zhao Ruoxi, liking very much what he saw. His lips could not help but curl up into an evil grin as his hands stretched to caress Zhao Ruoxi's delicate face. He was no longer paying any attention to Shifeng. However, before his salty pig hand could touch Zhao Ruoxi, it was slapped away by another. Zhou Yuhu, since you wish to trade notes with me, I can agree. However, just trading notes would not have much meaning to it. How about we spice it up a little? Shifeng proposed with a calm smile. He took a step forwards, tugging on Zhao Ruoxi's jade-like arm and pulling her to a side. Zhao Ruoxi did not react to Shifeng's actions at all. Until she was dragged behind him, she only then began to look at Shifeng's average stature in stunning shock. When did Shifeng become so manly? However, she also felt Shifeng was very foolish. How could he trade pointers with Zhou Yuhu? Now, Zhou Yuhu would have an excuse to teach Shifeng a lesson. Zhou Yuhu rubbed the reddened back of his hand, enraged. He glared at Shifeng, suddenly discovering Shifeng's current appearance was very calm and stable. It was as if Zhou Yuhu was looking at an entirely different person. Before, Shifeng would easily be incited and get into fights with others. Now, however, not only was he not aroused, but he was also smiling happily. Was his brain damaged? Ling Feilong was deeply enraged when he saw Shifeng's stretched arm actually touching Zhao Ruoxi. He could not help but wish he could take action immediately. However, he still held it in. He was prepared to put Shifeng in his place in the future. Kid, you actually dare to challenge me. Truly interesting. Then I'll wager 1,000 credits. If you win, the 1,000 credits will be yours to keep. If you lose, then kneel and apologize to me, and also compensate me with 1,000 credits. How about it? Do you dare to agree? Zhou Yuhu furiously smiled. He never thought Shifeng's brain was truly damaged, daring to even provoke him. Such a petty wager. Aren't you embarrassed from saying it out loud? Shifeng shook his head and snorted in disdain. Your guts sure have grown after not meeting for a few days. Say it then, what kind of wager do you want? Zhou Yuhu was angered into a laugh. He knew Shifeng was poor, and he could not even afford the 1,000 credits. Now though, he had actually dared to increase the bargaining chip. Was he complaining that he didn't have a quick enough death? It seems his brain was truly wedged between a door. Didn't you win a membership card for the Big Dipper Training Center from the school's fighting competition? Use that as the wager. If I lose, I'll pay 10,000 credits to you a month later. If you don't have the courage to wager, then forget it. Shifeng provokingly said. In Shifeng's previous life, Zhou Yuhu showed off this membership card in front of others. Now, Shifeng could coincidentally use it to train his body. The Big Dipper Training Center was well known in Jinhai City. It had a great environment, and its training facilities were very thorough. The average person was not allowed to enter the training center at all, not to mention obtaining a VIP membership there. A normal membership was worth around 8,000 to 9,000 credits. Even if I wager this card, where would a poor wretch like you find that much money? I won't believe in empty words, Zhou Yuhu laughed coldly. Indeed, it was as Zhou Yuhu had said. Shifeng had not a penny on him at the moment, not to mention 10,000 credits. Hence, why he had said he would pay a month later. However, Zhou Yuhu would clearly not believe him. Instead, Zhou Yuhu turned around to mock him. It would seem Shifeng's plan was going to be dashed this time. Shifeng, did you think I don't know about your living conditions? You are so poor you can't even afford to have a good meal, yet you're still pretending to be wealthy. Qin Shuyu shot Shifeng a glance, commenting in disdain. I'll pay the 10,000 credits, Zhao Ruoxi abruptly said. Ling Feilong's eyes turned crimson when he saw Zhao Ruoxi standing up once again. He couldn't help but wish he could get rid of Shifeng right this instant. Shifeng was also shocked. He looked towards Zhao Ruoxi, astonished. He did not understand how Zhao Ruoxi had that much money. He wasn't very clear of Zhao Ruoxi's family background either. Shifeng only knew that her family was relatively well off. However, Zhao Ruoxi was actually so believing of him, even to the degree of betting her money on him. Shi Feng could not understand why she had done so. To begin with, the relationship between the two of them wasn't that great. Zhao Ruoxi looked at Shi Feng. She knew the reason for Shi Feng's astonishment. However, to not let him misunderstand, she quietly explained, "I'm only lending you the money because I can't stand Zhou Yuhu's arrogant attitude. I think highly of you, so even if you lose with dignity." "Thank you. I will definitely return twice the amount to you," Shi Feng gratefully said. This money was very important to him. Now, Zhou Yuhu would definitely agree to the wager. After Shi Feng obtained the membership card, he would be able to regularly train his body. It was better to start training earlier, rather than later. The earlier Shi Feng could train his body, the larger the benefit it would have to his future. Zhao Ruoxi had helped him greatly this time. When he started earning money in God's domain, paying Zhao Ruoxi an extra 10,000 would even be considered too little. However, Zhao Ruoxi did not take Shi Feng's words seriously. She only nodded with a smile. She did not think that Shi Feng could return her money, not to mention double the amount. Interesting. Then let's draw out the contract at the fighting arena. Zhou Yuhu licked his lips. He was even more interested in Zhao Ruoxi now. Although his luck in God's domain was bad today, his luck in real life was truly good. Not only had he found a good-looking girl, but he could also receive 10,000 credits for teaching Shi Feng a lesson. It truly was a blessing in disguise. Following which, everyone arrived at the fighting arena built by the school. Shi Feng and Zhou Yuhu signed a contract under the supervision of the central brain. Contracts acknowledged by the central brain were also recognized by the law. There was also a judge at the fighting arena. The judge was normally a teacher in the university who taught students how to fight. The judge also had good skills that would be used to promptly stop the fights to avoid any heavy injuries from occurring. The other students from the class stood below the fighting ring. They laughed at Shi Feng's stupidity. Instead of being an invisible existence like usual, he actually went insane now. Not only did he oppose Ling Feilong, but he also angered Zhou Yuhu, who was even more terrifying. After today, Shi Feng might never live a peaceful life ever again. Qin Shuyu looked above the ring, at the calm and steady Shi Feng. The feeling he gave people was completely different from before. He currently radiated an indescribable sense of security. She even felt Shi Feng's scrawny body had grown larger. Qin Shuyu quickly shook her head, mockingly saying, "How strong could a weakling, who doesn't even know a single fighting technique, be? He even dares challenge Brother Hu now. He truly is reckless." Chapter 48, An Unequaled Fight. None of the students below the ring had refuted Qin Shuyu's words. Instead, they felt her words made sense. No matter what was said, Zhou Yuhu was ranked third in the university's fighting tournament. He was also highly praised by several teachers who taught fighting. They predicted Zhou Yuhu would be able to create a reputation for himself in the upcoming city's fighting tournament, not to mention teaching the weak and scrawny Shi Feng a lesson. It was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Even though he remains unyielding right now, I guess Shi Feng will kneel and beg for mercy in a moment. Does that even need to be mentioned? Why don't you look at who Zhou Yuhu is? My guess is Shi Feng will be lying on the floor within 10 seconds. The male students in the class started to laugh as they discussed Shi Feng's end. What is wrong with you people? Is this how you treat a classmate of yours? Zhao Ruoxi asked, looking at her classmates with a furious expression. The students all turned silent. However, their eyes revealed a hint of disdain when they looked at Zhao Ruoxi. One of the gorgeously dressed girls in the class curled her lips in disdain, softly saying, "You just have somewhat good looks. If it wasn't for Brother Long, who do you think would listen to your words?" The other girls promptly nodded their heads. They were not taking their class monitor seriously at all. Although the female students spoke in soft tones, everyone present could hear them clearly. To the side, Ling Feilong felt invigorated as he enjoyed listening to their words. Zhao Ruoxi turned her head away in a rage, no longer paying attention to these people. Ling Feilong walked over to her and gently said, "Ruoxi, I know that you have no choice in this matter as the class monitor. However, Shi Feng is the one finding trouble here, so you can't just blame everyone. Moreover, nobody believes Shi Feng can win with that small body of his. You are literally throwing your money into the ocean. In a moment, I'll talk it over with brother who do not take your money and let Shi Feng pay for everything. Indeed, I am helping Shi Feng because I am the class monitor. However, regarding the matter with the money, I have never thought of asking for it back from him." Zhao Ruoxi glanced at Ling Feilong coldly saying, "On the other hand, you're the one who has taken the recommendation that is rightfully Shi Feng's. Instead of helping Shi Feng now, you're here making cynical remarks. Aren't you afraid of people criticizing you behind your back? Also, how can this be considered trading pointers? One is ranked third in the school, while the other is a student who doesn't even know any fighting techniques. Do you not feel any shame when you speak of this?" Zhao Ruoxi's every word caused Ling Feilong piercing pain. In addition, her elegant and refined complexion gave off an indescribable sense of strength that struck at Ling Feilong's heart. Ling Feilong was speechless as he turned pale from anger. Just as Zhao Ruoxi had said, every class had a fixed number of spots for the recommendation. Only students with results amongst the top 20 in the class were qualified for this recommendation. However, Ling Feilong had managed to obtain the qualifications to participate in the city's fighting competition after much difficulty. If others were to know that he was a university student without a recommendation, it would be an absolute humiliation. The school had previously considered such reputational problems as well. Hence, they had made it so that the top 5 contestants of the fighting tournament would receive a recommendation, even if their studies were not good. However, Ling Feilong was only 9th ranked, so naturally he could not obtain it. Hence, he had suggested such a matter to the school. Seeing that Ling Feilong's results were in the top 30 of the class, not that far from the 20th place, the school had decided to agree to his request. However, the condition was someone had to willingly give up their recommendation. As for how he would get someone to give up their spot, that all depended on Ling Feilong himself. Shi Feng was just a weakling. Originally, Ling Feilong had intended to utilize the collective intentions of the class, in addition to his own strength, to easily oppress Shi Feng. Then, after giving Shi Feng some benefits, this matter would be considered over. However, Shi Feng's actions were completely different from what Ling Feilong had imagined they would be. Shi Feng had not taken him seriously in the slightest and had threatened him without hesitation. Now, he was even ridiculed by Zhao Ruoxi. Ling Feilong's heart was currently filled with an inextinguishable wrath. Correct, this isn't an equal fight. However, can Shi Feng blame others for being weak himself? Who was the one who agreed to this competition? Surely you can't blame me for this. Ling Feilong looked at Zhao Ruoxi with blood-red eyes. If Zhao Ruoxi did not have a beautiful appearance and attractive body, he would have long since sent a slap flying over. However, he endured it. Using force was definitely not a smart move. Moreover, Zhao Ruoxi's family background was not simple at all. If he caused an incident now, his entire life would be over. Also, when Ling Feilong thought about how he could toy with Zhao Ruoxi in the future, the rage in his heart calmed down slightly. "Brat, after making me take such a loss, just you wait and see," Ling Feilong glared at Shi Feng, silently swearing. Above, in the fighting ring, Shi Feng only smiled in disdain when he felt the hostility coming from Ling Feilong. However, he had to agree to one of Ling Feilong's words. This was indeed an uneven fight. In Shi Feng's previous life, although his physique was not comparable to those first-rate fighters, he could still beat them into submission. The thing he relied on to win was the life or death battles in God's domain. What was a 100-battle hero? After living through 100 wars, it would be hard not to become an expert hero. It was the same with many martial artists. Their training usually involved pushing themselves to the edge, using the feeling of having their lives hanging by a thread to train and improve themselves. However, Such a method was too dangerous. The average person would definitely not do such a thing. It was extremely easy to go overboard and lose their lives. After Shi Feng went through extremely realistic life or death battles, the increase to his battle experience and techniques rapidly grew. His skills in battle even exceeded the national fighting competition standards by several levels. In 10 years' time, any reputable melee player in God's domain could easily defeat the current fighting champion of Jinhai City, not to mention Shi Feng, who was once the captain of Shadow. In Shi Feng's eyes, the university's fighting tournament was just like children playing house. Moreover, regarding physique, his current body exceeded his body 10 years later. Fighting would not be a problem, even if he had to face up to 5 or 6 Ling Feilongs. Brat, you sure are carefree to be looking around. Watch how I'll fix you up, Zhou Yuhu said, rushing at Shi Feng. He immediately sent a slap towards Shi Feng's face, intending to humiliate him first. Naturally, Shi Feng could easily see through such an action. However, Shi Feng stood unmoving even though he was facing off against someone much stronger than he was. Shi Feng sent out a casual punch towards Zhou Yuhu's face, completely ignoring Zhou Yuhu's slap. Zhou Yuhu never imagined that Shi Feng's fist would have such precision, aiming directly at his face. Instinctively, Zhou Yuhu had used his hands to block off this fist. Shi Feng's lips curled upwards when he saw Zhou Yuhu's actions. With lightning speed, Shi Feng's hand chopped towards Zhou Yuhu's neck. Zhou Yuhu failed to react in time as he received a chop to his neck. With the precision of a surgery blade, Shi Feng's hand hacked at a major artery in Zhou Yuhu's neck. Suddenly, Zhou Yuhu felt his vision blurring. There was a sense of suffocating as Zhou Yuhu felt all his strength leaving his body. Shi Feng did not give Zhou Yuhu time to catch his breath. Immediately, he sent another punch flying towards the side of Zhou Yuhu's abdomen. Zhou Yuhu wanted to block the attack, but his body refused to listen to his thoughts. He could only feel a stabbing pain in his intestines as a stream of yellowish liquid shot out from his mouth. Zhou Yuhu's vision became a blur. He could not cry out even if he wanted to. Zhou Yuhu's body instinctively wished to fall, but Shi Feng did not give him such a chance. Fist after fist landed on Zhou Yuhu's abdomen, followed by a few more landing on his ribs. After receiving a series of consecutive punches, the acidic juices in Zhou Yuhu's stomach had been completely drained out of his mouth. Then his body fell to the ground like a dead dog. The entire arena suddenly became silent. Everything had happened all too quickly. It was so quick that not one person had even reacted. Only after Zhou Yuhu was laying on the ground did the judge of the match finally react. Immediately he declared the end of the fight and Shi Feng, the winner of it. At the same time, he hurriedly ran over to Zhou Yuhu's side to check on him. The judge truly could not imagine it. Zhou Yuhu, the third-ranking student in the university's fighting competition, was not even a match for such a weak-looking youth. By no means was Zhou Yuhu too weak. Instead, the weak-looking youth was just too strong. After watching several of Zhou Yuhu's matches, the judge knew that he was very strong. At the very least, it would not be easy for the judge to deal with him. After looking at Zhou Yuhu's injuries, the judge was dumbfounded. Shi Feng's techniques were just too horrifying. Every one of his moves was perfectly measured, breaking only 2 to 3 of Zhou Yuhu's ribs but not heavily injuring him. Zhou Yuhu only needed more than a month's time for his chest to heal up. Chapter 49, A New Light. Seeing Zhou Yuhu unmoving on the ground, it was clear he had lost consciousness. The teacher then reported that Zhou Yuhu had no major injuries, and he would wake up in a moment. However, his injuries still needed to be tended to. Also, he had to rest for more than a month. As for the city's fighting competition that would be held in 3 weeks, Zhou Yuhu could forget about joining. Everyone's sights shifted toward Shi Feng. They looked at his thin and weak body, sucking in a cold breath when they recalled the explosive and terrifying strength it was capable of displaying. When they thought about the words they said to Shi Feng before, Cold sweat started pouring out from their backs without stop. Currently, the expression in the male students' eyes as they looked at Shi Feng had completely changed. There was no longer any ridicule or contempt contained within them. Instead, there was a deep fear. The third-ranking student in the school was actually defeated in a single exchange. Who else could become Shi Feng's opponent? If Shi Feng wished to take care of them, the consequences they would face would be unimaginable. On the other hand, they had actually dared to gift Shi Feng's recommendation to Ling Feilong. Thinking up to this point, the hearts of the hot-blooded warriors from before started to beat madly. Under the Central Brain's witness, Shi Feng received the membership card for the Big Dipper Training Center and 10,000 credits. Following which, he circled a glance at the people below the ring. When a few of the less courageous male students were met with Shi Feng's deep and profound eyes, their legs suddenly turned weak as they lost consciousness, foam appearing at their mouths. "Teacher, not good. Little Lu has fainted." Before this sentence could finish being said, another male student lay flat on the ground. Meanwhile, the male students that remained standing started becoming scared in their hearts. Shi Feng was just too terrifying. He actually shocked two male students into unconsciousness just by looking them in the eye. However, they were also envious of the two that lost consciousness. If they had fainted over, they wouldn't have to bear such a pressure right now. Currently, the air surrounding them was still, as if frozen. Breathing was starting to become a difficulty for them, and even their limbs felt heavy as if they were filled with lead. As for the female students in the class, they were all dumbfounded. Their heads quickly lowered when they saw Shi Feng looking over. They felt uncomfortable throughout their bodies as if they were frightened rabbits that were being stared at by a big gray wolf. Qin Shuyu's delicate mouth widened. She rubbed her eyes, verifying what she saw over and over. Only then did she understand that Zhou Yuhu was struck unconscious by Shi Feng. Shi Feng was just too powerful. Why had she never discovered so before? If she could be with a man such as this, her sense of security would be off the charts. Just thinking about it had made her happy. As for money, that would not be a problem. Just based on his strength alone, Shi Feng could definitely get into the city's fighting tournament. Entering into the top 10 would also not be a problem. When that time came, there would definitely be many requests for him to become a celebrity spokesperson. When Qin Shuyu saw that Shi Feng was looking over, she slightly tidied up her clothes and hair, appearing neat and moving. She also revealed deep cleavage, feebly saying, "Brother Feng, it's noon already. I know a good restaurant that has a great environment and good tasting food. I'll treat you, so let's go there and have a try." However, Shi Feng did not pay Qin Shuyu any attention. Instead, he was looking for Zhao Ruoshi. When he found Zhao Ruoshi, he immediately walked over, completely ignoring Qin Shuyu. Seeing Shi Feng's cold and indifferent eyes, Qin Shuyu suddenly felt she had lost something very important. It was as if a knife stabbing at her heart. She regretted being blind and foolish when she was in high school. "Class monitor, here's your 10,000 credits. I'll repay the remaining 10,000 credits as fast as I can." Shi Feng handed the money over, speaking with a calm smile. However, Zhao Ruoshi would not receive it. She blinked her attractive eyes as she looked at Shi Feng as if she was looking at an exotic animal. There was both shock and joy contained within them. "Are you really Shi Feng?" Zhao Ruoshi asked in a quiet and uncertain tone. Throughout Zhao Ruoshi's 4 years in university, her impression of Shi Feng was one of an introvert. He was often bullied by others. He also appeared very prideful, never receiving help from others. He was like an injured little wolf, licking his own wounds, alone. She had never imagined Shi Feng's actions today would have such a great difference from before. She now viewed Shi Feng in a completely new light. Shi Feng had turned from being a little wolf into a slumbering dragon. He was unassuming when slumbering, but amazing when he took action. Even Zhao Yuhu, the third-ranking student in the entire university, was no match for him. If he had entered the school's fighting tournament, he might have already become the champion by now. "Of course I am Shi Feng. Class monitor, Why would you ask such a question? Could it be that I am just too handsome and different from my previous appearance? Shi Feng joked. He naturally understood Zhao Ruoxi's thoughts. He had attracted too much attention today. However, even Shi Feng himself did not wish for such a situation to occur. The developments up to this point were all unintentional. Please don't get cocky. You are just barely able to enter my eyes. Zhao Ruoxi immediately snatched the money from Shi Feng, her fair and delicate face revealing a calm smile. As if she had thought of something, she quietly said, "The fellowship party hosted by the university is in 10 days. There will also be the upper echelons of well-known corporations in Jinhai City attending the party. Aren't you trying to find a profitable career? This is a good chance, so you should consider attending." The moment Zhao Ruoxi finished speaking, she thought of Shi Feng's financial situation. He definitely did not have the money to attend the party. Hence, she quietly said, "As for the fee required to participate in the fellowship party, I can pay it for you." Shi Feng gave Zhao Ruoxi's words some thought. The fellowship party hosted by Jinhai University annually was a big event, and that person might even participate in this party. Hence, Shi Feng nodded his head in agreement, saying, "Thank you, class monitor. I'll go. As for the participation fee, I'll pay that myself." Zhao Ruoxi was slightly glad when she heard Shi Feng agreeing to go. However, there was an indescribable sense of disappointment when she heard Shi Feng saying that he would pay the participation fee on his own. The conversation between the two was also heard by everyone else. However, everyone doubted their hearing when they heard their class monitor, Zhao Ruoxi, actively invite Shi Feng to the fellowship party. She was even willing to pay for his participation fee. Zhao Ruoxi was a truly beautiful woman, only, she normally made no efforts to enhance her looks with makeup. Her clothing was also very common. However, it was still unable to mask her elegant and refined face and exquisite body. As long as she dressed herself up somewhat, even the school's top beauty might not be her match. Hence, there were quite a few rich and influential men who tried pursuing Zhao Ruoxi. However, every one of them was rejected. Ling Feilong was the only one who had managed to shorten the distance between them after much difficulty. However, it was only to the degree of getting Zhao Ruoxi to treat him somewhat better. Zhao Ruoxi's pridefulness was clear to behold. Now, however, Zhao Ruoxi had actively invited Shi Feng. It was an absolutely jaw-dropping scene. With such a beauty inviting them, who could refuse? However, Shi Feng had tactfully rejected Zhao Ruoxi's kind intentions. By the side, the wrathful flame in Ling Feilong's heart burned madly as he listened in on the two's conversation. Shi Feng, one must properly know one's own worth. There will be many great figures of Jinhai City attending the fellowship party. Just based on the clothes you are wearing, the security might even chase you away. At that time, you'll embarrass everyone in our class, Ling Feilong mockingly said. You don't have to worry about this point, fellow student Ling Feilong. Shi Feng turned to look at Ling Feilong. He pointed towards the ring, a cold glint flashing past his eyes as he coldly said, "On the contrary, didn't you say you wanted to teach me how to become a proper person before?" This place is the fighting arena, so why don't we exchange some pointers? Teach me how to become a proper person. Shi Feng, don't get ahead of yourself. I am only following the suggestion of the entire class, Ling Feilong stuttered as he looked at Shi Feng with hesitant eyes. He suddenly felt chills throughout his body, inadvertently retreating a step back. Having him exchange pointers with Shi Feng was just digging his own grave. For those who have never participated in a fighting competition, they would not be able to know the true meaning and horror of the exchange between Shi Feng and Zhou Yuhu. Zhou Yuhu was very powerful, and even Ling Feilong himself knew he was definitely not a match to Zhou Yuhu. However, Zhou Yuhu was still dispatched by Shi Feng within a moment. This fight could not even be considered a proper fight. It was just a one-sided play. The suggestion of the entire class? Shi Feng swept a glance towards his classmates standing to the side, coldly saying, "What were your suggestions?" Naturally, everyone would not stand on Ling Feilong's side. Even an idiot could tell how afraid Ling Feilong was of Shi Feng. Fine, I admit defeat. It was I who was blind. You tell me what's to be done. Ling Feilong looked above the ring at the unconscious Zhou Yuhu, gritting his teeth while saying, if he were to come into conflict with Shi Feng right now, he would not have any chance of resisting. He also did not believe that Shi Feng would show mercy. If he had continued offending Shi Feng, he would definitely be laying on a hospital bed for at least a month. When that time came, he would not be able to even participate in the city's fighting tournament, and such a loss was not something he was willing to bear. The 5,000 credits voucher for the Big Dipper training center awarded by the school, Shi Feng demanded. The Big Dipper had the best nutritionist in Jinhai City. With this voucher, Shi Feng could replenish the nutrients required by his body and quickly improve his physique. Ling Feilong was extremely unwilling to give away the Big Dipper voucher. This was an item that could not be bought outside, even with 10,000 credits. After receiving the voucher, Shi Feng left the fighting arena. Shi Feng started training his body immediately after returning to his rented apartment. After tiring himself out, he looked for information related to God's domain and Jinhai City on the internet. He was making ample preparations for his future development plan. It was especially true for the fellowship party this time around. He had to prepare sufficient information before the fellowship started. Otherwise, it would be too hard to carry out his plan. When noon came, Shi Feng ate his lunch and lay on the bed. He wore his virtual gaming helmet, starting his second day in God's domain. Chapter 50, The Popular Garrison Armor. Dark clouds hovered over the skies of Red Leaf Town, surrounding the full moon that hung in midair. On the streets, magic lamps brightly lit up the town. Shi Feng had just logged in. It was still nighttime in God's domain. A majority of the players were currently in the trade area, making the place very crowded. There were only a scant few experts who would hunt for monsters to level up at this time of day. During the daytime, the street of the trade area was desolate. However, that street had currently turned into a bazaar, bustling with noise and excitement. Players could be seen setting up stalls throughout the wide cobblestone street, and above their white sheets of cloth were some items required by auxiliary jobs and also a few pieces of common equipment. Buyers and sellers were bargaining with each other, and some faces even turned crimson over 1 or 2 coppers. System: the garrison armor you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 5 silvers 31 coppers has been added to your inventory. System: the garrison armor you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 5 silvers 67 coppers has been added to your inventory. System: the garrison armor you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 5 silvers 98 coppers has been added to your inventory. Before Shi Feng had taken a step forward, a series of auction house notifications from the system entered his ears. Shi Feng casually selected the system notifications to appear, immediately becoming shocked. The garrison armor's value had totally exceeded Shi Feng's estimates. Originally, Shi Feng intended to have it sold for, more or less, 5 silvers. In reality, however, due to the competition in price growing fiercer, the garrison armor reached a maximum price of 6 silvers 42 coppers. The 11 garrison armors sold for a total of over 67 silver coins. The amount immediately turned Shi Feng into the owner of a gold coin. He had become a golden heir. At the current phase of the game, the purchasing power of a single silver coin was astonishing. For a second-rate guild, their circulating funds would only amount to 60 or 70 silver coins. To properly develop their normal members during the initial periods of the game, the guilds were unable to stock up on too many copper coins. Such an action would only hamper the guild's future development. As for first-rate guilds, their circulating funds might only be around 1 gold coin. However, these funds would seem insignificant when it was used on tens or hundreds of people. Now, Shi Feng was a true tycoon. After a day of battle, a majority of the players were currently returning to town with their spoils of war. These players carried a lot of materials on their persons, and naturally, Shi Feng would not let this chance get away. Shi Feng casually chose a location with few people, setting his white cloth on the ground and starting up his stall to purchase materials. The highest leveled player right now should be at level 4, whereas the average player was still at level 2 and expert players at level 3. Hence, the materials they sold varied greatly. There were high-ranking goods, and there were also common goods. The current prices for high-ranking materials were very expensive, so Shi Feng would naturally not buy them. Shi Feng relied solely on himself to make the garrison armor, so the money he could earn was limited. However, Shi Feng was just selling these pieces of equipment to accumulate some funds. Only when he had the funds could he earn more money. Buying magic essence, 6 coppers a stack, stones, 10 coppers a stack. Also buying hard stones, 23 coppers a stack, Shi Feng shouted. After hearing Shi Feng's words, the players on the street crowded around him, one after another. Boss, I have 10 stacks of stones. How many stacks do you want? I have 6 stacks of magic essence. Do you want all of them? I have a stack of hard stones. After grinding in the wild for an entire day, magic essences and stones had become materials that polluted the street. Normally, players would sell these materials to NPCs or save them up for practicing their own auxiliary jobs. However, materials such as hard stones were very rare. They were usually found in level 3 areas, only being dropped by kobolds or little rock monsters. There were 20 pieces of hard stones in a stack, and they were worth 20 coppers when sold to NPCs. Hard stones were used in forging. However, it was quite luxurious to use them at this stage of the game. Guilds very rarely purchased hard stones, so their prices were not very high. However, they would have a great purpose once players reached level 7. There were many special monsters in the level 7 monster areas, and it was extremely taxing on the durability of a weapon to fight against these monsters. A weapon would break when its durability reached 0. Once a weapon was broken, the chance of successfully repairing it was only around 20%. If failed, it would turn into scrap. Meanwhile, hard stones could be used to make whetstones. When used on a weapon, it could temporarily increase its damage. More importantly, it could recover a weapon's durability by 5 to 10 points. With the whetstone, players did not have to return to town just to repair their weapons, saving them a lot of time and also increasing their monster grinding efficiency. In Shi Feng's previous life, hard stones were sold with extreme popularity. The price of whetstones increased with even greater speed, allowing many forgers to make a hefty profit. To quickly increase their levels and gain an advantage, Shadow Guild had also been butchered by those sharks. They could only grit their teeth as they bought the whetstones. In this life, it was Shi Feng's turn to make a huge profit. He was going to stock up these hard stones in advance. After purchasing materials for over an hour, Shi Feng had a total of 80 stacks of magic essence and 120 stacks of stones. As for hard stones, Shi Feng had only collected 12 stacks of them, a very small amount. Shi Feng's bag was quickly filled. He had no choice but to make a trip to the bank's warehouse to store all these items. The bank's warehouse had a fixed space of 500 slots. Expanding the warehouse's space for the first time would give an additional 500 slots at the cost of 20 coppers. The second time was 1,000 slots for 50 coppers. Afterward, every 1,000 slots would cost 1 silver coin, and every additional 1,000 slots would result in a management fee of 10 copper coins per week. Currently, such an amount of money was nothing to Shi Feng. Immediately, Shi Feng expanded 3,000 slots, and in the future, he would have to pay a processing fee of 30 coppers every week. After storing all the materials, Shi Feng ran towards the auction house. The auction house linked together all the small towns under the influence of White River City. Although there were few people who sold common materials here, there would surely still be some people who sold hard stones. Only, the prices they set were slightly higher. However, players would have no choice but to buy whetstones for their weapons when they reached level 7. So, Shi Feng wasn't concerned about the loss of money. After arriving at the auction house, Feng discovered a very peculiar situation. There were quite a lot of logistics members of guilds present at the auction house. Each and every one of them were standing guard at the auction house, and it was a wonder what they were actually waiting for. Feng randomly chose a place to sit down, calling out the operating panel of the auction house. Just when Feng was searching for hard stones, he heard a few logistics members of guilds complaining to each other. How long more do we have to wait? Why is that garrison armor still not showing up? Let me buy it so I can report back. You've only waited for 3 hours. I've already been waiting here for more than 10 hours. You haven't seen the intensity of the competition for the garrison armor. I've heard, because of this garrison armor, there were quite a few guilds who were able to kill many wild special elites, reaping astonishing gains. There was even a guild that managed to obtain quite a few pieces of equipment and skill books, thanks to the garrison armor. So, everyone is here to fight over it. Unfortunately, the remaining few pieces of garrison armor have all been bought. Exactly. Our guild is currently regretting it dearly. If we had known how greatly we would fall behind to those guilds, we would have bought the garrison armor, even if we had to pay 7 silver coins for one. Now, the higher-ups have already given the order. As long as the garrison armor appears, we definitely must buy it. During the discussion held by the logistic members, Feng was also surprised by the speed of the garrison armor achieving his desired effect. Hence, Feng took out the remaining 7 garrison armor that possessed defensive power. He stealthily placed them on auction, setting the base price for each piece at 8 silver coins, 2 silver coins higher than his original estimation. However, these guilds should be able to accept such a price. As for the best garrison heavy armor, Feng would only sell it after a period of time has passed. He would first let these guilds slowly digest the current garrison armor. After placing the equipment on auction, Feng started searching for hard stones. Feng wondered if there were many players who had auctioned them off. Chapter 51, Competition at the Auction House. Feng called out the search panel, immediately entering the words, hard stone. Suddenly, rows of information appeared on the semi-transparent screen. In a single glance, Feng could see over 100 stacks of hard stones being sold. There were many players selling them. When Feng saw a stack of hard stones selling for 1 gold coin, he felt such a player must have been driven insane by poverty. Immediately, Feng filtered the display to show prices from lowest to highest. After adjusting the display, the cheapest stack of hard stones still cost 26 coppers. After deducting the processing fees of the auction house, players could still receive 25 coppers. As expected, the prices were a lot higher than normal. However, Feng still had to buy them. He could afford them as long as the price was below 30 coppers. Suddenly, the number of hard stones available on the auction house had been reduced by a large half. The remaining ones were all selling for 30 coppers and above, and there was no spendthrift who would buy them. After looking at hard stones, Feng casually took at the miscellaneous section. Feng's eyes abruptly shone. There were actually card sets. Moreover, there was a large number of them. There was some chance for monsters to drop these card sets. However, the drop rate for it was extremely low. There was not even a 10,000 to 1 chance for one to drop. Monsters below level 10 were able to drop 12 card sets, and they were divided into 2 ranks, Bronze rank and Mysterious Iron rank. Warriors had Steel, Crusaders, and Insanity. Weapon specialists had Chaos, Vengeance, and Hurricane. Healers had Divine, Nature, and Noble. Mages had Element, Fool, and Demon. These 12 card sets each represented the 12 different jobs. Every set had 9 cards in them, and each card had a number behind them. As long as a player could gather a complete set, they could exchange it for a piece of set equipment for the respective job. Back in those days, a majority of the players did not know what these card sets were for. Moreover, there was no introduction for these card sets. Players, at that time, simply kept these card sets in their bags or sold them at the auction house. Only when the normal mode of the 50-man level 10 dungeon near the city was cleared, did these players discover there was actually an NPC that would trade for these card sets. Depending on the rank of the card sets, they could be traded for either bronze or mysterious iron set equipment. These set equipment were absolutely marvelous. A bronze set of equipment could rival an entire regular set of mysterious iron equipment, whereas a mysterious iron set of equipment could rival an entire regular set of secret silver equipment. So, these card sets that nobody cared about before suddenly turned ragingly popular overnight. Every card was sold at an astronomical price. Even so, many guilds were still frantic over them, constantly purchasing them. Meanwhile, there were hundreds of card sets currently displayed in front of Shifeng, yet there was actually nobody who wanted them. Each card was being sold at no more than 5 coppers, and even the maximum was 7 coppers. Shifeng bought them clean without hesitation. Shifeng did not think much of the cost. What's more, they would not increase in value even if he had left them in his bag. Using the money to grow money, now that was the way of the king. After Shifeng was finished with collecting hard stones and card sets, he was left with no more than 14 silver coins. Following which, Shifeng searched for skill books through the search panel. To determine a player's strength in God's domain, other than looking at their equipment, the number of skills they had learned was another factor. If a player possessed many skills, they could have a large variety of attack patterns to use in battle. Under normal circumstances, players would usually use skill books on themselves or trade them for a skill they were able to use. Shifeng went through more than 10 pages in one go. As long as he saw a skill usable by swordsmen, he immediately bought them. When Shifeng arrived at the final page, his mind turned blank. Are you kidding me? Even defensive blade is being sold? Shifeng went wild with joy. The defensive blade was a swordsman's powerhouse skill. It was also a sure kill skill when dealing with mages. However, the skill also had a damnable drop rate. Even in his previous life, Shifeng only managed to get his hands on the skill after he was well over level 40. Shifeng truly did not imagine he would be able to see it now. Although the selling price was slightly high, 6 silvers was still acceptable to Shifeng. Shifeng immediately placed a bid of 7 silver coins, not wanting to waste too much time. Very quickly, Shifeng bought the skill for 7 silver coins. With the current purchasing power of 7 silver coins, Shifeng could buy 5 to 6 basic skill books. However, Shifeng spent them all on defensive blade without batting an eyelid. In addition to buying the rare skill, defensive blade, Shifeng also purchased 3 common skills: Observing Eyes, Windwalk, and Earth Splitter. On another note, while Shifeng was joyous over his purchase, the situation at the auction house started turning frantic. The logistic members of the various guilds were all crimson to their ears, their rage soaring to the skies. Crap, 9 silver coins still isn't enough to get this equipment? Which rich guild is it that paid 10 silver coins? You animals, why don't you take a look at my side? Someone's already bid 10 silvers and 65 coppers. These people are absolutely insane. I've only brought 10 silver coins with me. What should I do now that I can't complete my task? Abominable. They're hiding their names and placing only these few pieces of equipment on auction. How can I even snatch one? These people were the logistics members of unrated guilds. They were on the brink of insanity when they saw the larger guilds bid, each higher than the other. The most abominable person, however, was the creator of the equipment. Every time, this person only auctioned a few pieces of equipment. Previously, the competition over the equipment was already sufficiently intense. However, the garrison armor being auctioned right now had even better attributes, and their numbers were even less. The money they brought along to bid was absolutely insufficient, so how were they going to fight for the equipment? It can't be, right? Are there that many tycoons? Someone actually bid 11 silvers. Shifeng's joy reached the tips of his brows when he looked at how the garrison armor's price continuously increased. Within moments, the money he spent before had all been recovered, to the extent that it was more than before. Suddenly, Shifeng thought of the defensive blade. The average player definitely had no chance of obtaining such a rare skill for swordsmen, whereas guilds would not sell it, even if they obtained it. The skill must have been sold by a certain guild to collect funds to buy the garrison armor. It's just that their actions once again benefited Shifeng. Within moments, all 7 garrison armors had their prices increased past 11 silvers. Such a price shocked even Shifeng himself. Where did so many powerful guilds suddenly come from? With the financial resources of such guilds, they ought to not spend that much money on a piece of bronze equipment. However, what Shifeng did not know was, after he had placed the garrison armors on auction, the logistics members of various large guilds reported the situation back to their guild leaders. Previously, these guild leaders saw the MT of other guilds tanking special elites with the garrison armor. These MTs were able to allow the other players to attack the special elites with ease, obtaining various skill books and bronze equipment, mysterious iron equipment even. At such a sight, the eyes of these guild leaders had long since turned red with envy. Unfortunately, they had no solutions to this matter. They wished to let the lifestyle players of their own respective guilds forge this equipment, yet they did not have the forging design for it. They also wished to contact the player who had forged these garrison armors, yet this player had hidden his name, preventing any means of contact. Their only choice was to watch on, helplessly. Now, however, the garrison armor, this time, even possessed defensive power. They definitely must buy it. Hence, these guilds started gathering funds immediately. Do you hear me? You definitely must get it. Immediately bid 13 silver coins. I want to see who else dares to bid. What? Is it already at 13 silvers? Bid 13 silvers 50 coppers. I don't believe there is a guild that is wealthier than us. There were over 100 towns under the influence of White River City, and there were hundreds of guilds continuously bidding for the garrison armor. After half an hour, all 7 garrison armors were auctioned off, with the lowest being sold at 14 silvers 60 coppers. Shifeng earned more than 1 gold coin in an instant. Seeing how fervent these people were, Shifeng took the chance to place the garrison heavy armor on auction, setting its starting price at 16 silver coins. Following which, Shifeng left the auction house. It was still night, and there was about half an hour before sunrise. It was very unwise to go out and level right now, so Shifeng went to the library in Red Leaf Town first. He wanted to have a better understanding of the diary, which contained elvish words he obtained from the hell mode of the Deathly Forest. He might even obtain a new find. Chapter 52, Holy Sister. The journey to Red Leaf Town's library was very dangerous. If a normal player went there was a 30% chance for that person to die once. As for the remaining 70%, he would die many times. Hence, before heading to the library, Shifeng stored all the hard stones and the Philosopher's Stone into the bank. The Philosopher's Stone would drop after death. If Shifeng had unexpectedly died on the way to the library, then it would be a major loss. Following which, Shifeng took out the 4 skill books he bought previously and chose to learn them. Observing eyes. Able to see clearly unknown and concealed targets. There is a fixed chance to detect target's weak point. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Windwalk. The user is wrapped in wind, movement speed increased by 30%. There is a 50% chance to avoid damage from ranged attacks. Duration of 10 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Earth Splitter. Requires sword. Causes 30 base damage to target after use, and based on the period of charging power between 0.2 seconds to 3 seconds, a maximum of 300% weapon damage can be increased. Attack range of 8 yards. Cooldown, 1 minute. Defensive Blade. Requires sword. Normal attacks range increased by 10 yards after use. Able to block up to a maximum of 6 ranged attacks or 3 melee attacks. Duration of 25 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. With these new skills, Shifeng's survivability and attack potential greatly increased. Thus, the danger of him going to the library was no longer great. Red Leaf Town's library was distanced far from the trade area. It was located in Red Leaf Town's slums. The slums were the second most popular location after the trade area. There were all sorts of people there, and it was a place where crooks mixed with the honest folk. It was also the favorite visiting location of some players, and this was due to the slum's alternative name. Paradise of the Fallen. The moment Shifeng entered the domain of this paradise, from the corners of the street, he discovered eyes filled with greed directed at him. These were the rats hidden in the darkness, the ones unaccepted by the light, and the wanderers of hell's boundaries. There was bound to be a portion of players in God's domain that was different from ordinary person. They were neither interested in conquering dungeons, nor were they interested in the excitement that came from adventuring and risking oneself. The only thing these players were interested in was banditry. They would kill other players and plunder their equipment. Then, they would sell it to others for a high price, making a bountiful amount of money. During daytime, these players would hunt for and plunder the players with good equipment. At night, they would return to the slums to dispose of their stolen goods, then party with the money they just earned. They would brag about their harvest to display their own strength, using the chance to elevate their position in the slums. Ordinary players would never set foot in this place. If they did not possess sufficient strength, the only result would be a return via death. The reason being this location was not protected by the guards. Shifeng simply glanced at the players hidden at the corners of the street. He discovered the indicators for all of these players were colored red. It was clear to see that they had done many kill and plunder deeds. Within God's domain, red players were not allowed to enter guarded areas. The equipment drop rate upon death for these players were also increased, and the penalty for death may be increased up to a maximum of 300%. Moreover, they would be apprehended and jailed by the guards if they were to enter guarded areas, and the duration they were jailed depended on their crime value. However, even with all these disadvantages, there were still many players who had chosen to go down this path. After all, the rewards came very quickly this way. Red players also had a place they could stay in Red Leaf Town. For example, the slums. Moreover, if one wished to receive a good quest in the slums, one had to be a yellow player or even a red player. Regarding these players who lived on the edge of a knife, Shifeng paid no attention to them. He immediately headed towards the main road of the slums. On both sides of the street, there were quite a few flirty ladies dressed in revealing clothes. When they noticed the clothing Shifeng was dressed in, they started flinging coquettish glances at his direction. They wanted to spend a pleasant night with Shifeng, earning some coin along the way. "Little brother, are you here for some fun? Come over here to Big Sister. Big Sister guarantees that you will have a pleasant night." An alluring lady dressed in vibrant red leather clothing blocked Shifeng's way. Shifeng immediately used observing eyes. Charlene, elite rank. Level 8. HP 1200/1200. Charlene, you're trying to sneak a bite again. How can you not invite us to such a happy occasion? A group of robust and fiendish men walked over, each of them carrying a cold grin on their faces. Is this a robbery? Shifeng took a look at his surroundings, calmly asking. He discovered himself already surrounded by NPCs. There were also a few red players by the corner of a broken house, sneers on their faces. In God's domain, it was very common for players to be robbed by NPCs. Moreover, it was also not Shifeng's first time being robbed by NPCs. The incident that left the deepest impression on him was when he was at Creation Mountain Range. It was there that he was robbed by an NPC warlord. At that time, Shifeng could only helplessly pay out a road toll. Currently, before him, there was a level 8 elite NPC in addition to a group of level 7 common NPCs. It was a scene very commonly to the slums, But Shifeng had nobody to blame but himself for coming to this place. "Brat, since you look like an upright person, we won't trouble you too much. Hand out 5 silver coins and we'll let you pass. Otherwise, we'll personally take action," a scarred man said with a sneer. "Then come over here and get it," Shifeng sneered as he pulled out the abyssal blade. "If you were to pay the road toll, then congratulations. Not only would you lose your money, but you also had to lose your life. You would lose at least a piece of equipment that was on your person." This was the reason why normal players had a 30% chance of dying once in the slums. If you wanted these NPCs that wandered the boundaries of darkness to uphold their promise, there was definitely something broken with your brain. Charlin's attractive face revealed a trace of malevolence. "Brat, you are courting death." A level 7 blade-wielding man rushed at Shifeng. Shifeng stabbed the abyssal blade towards the man without hesitation. Double chop, chop, thundering flash, earth splitter. Sword slash after sword slash pierced through the man's neck and heart. With a body fully geared with bronze equipment, combined with the abyssal blade's attack power, Shifeng's attacks had immediately reduced the man's 750 HP down to 0. "Still want to continue?" Shifeng glanced at the surrounding NPCs, sneering. The NPCs were all shocked by Shifeng. They all parted and gave way to Shifeng, one after another. Meanwhile, the players hiding in a corner were also shocked. Shifeng had killed off a level 7 NPC in just a few moves. This player was just too strong. Naturally, these players would not find trouble with a player whom they knew was strong. In the slums, strength was everything. Stealthily, these players left the scene of the incident. Only Charlin stayed behind with an interested expression. "Little brother, you are really powerful. You've made Big Sister truly admire you. I wonder where you are headed? Big Sister can guide you there and save you a lot of trouble, whereas you only have to pay a very small price." Charlin walked toward Shifeng, offering with a calm smile. "No need to trouble yourself. I'm familiar with the way to the library." Shifeng did not wish to get entangled with these NPCs. He only wished to search for clues regarding the Elven Diary. Charlin smiled with even more joy when she heard Shifeng decline. "I am the librarian, Charlin. You can ask me matters regarding the library." "There is no one more familiar with it than myself." Charlin puffed out her prided twin peaks, smiling sweetly. "Isn't Red Leaf Town's librarian a holy sister?" Shifeng did not believe her. "Oh, are you talking about this?" Charlin took out a set of nun's clothing and changed into it within an instant. Suddenly, her wild demeanor completely vanished. She was like an angel that had descended to the world, incomparably divine. Her presence made others desire repentance before her. At the same time, the information that Charlin displayed had changed. Holy Sister Charlin, Divine Official. Level 20. HP 10, 000/10, 000. Shifeng was also shocked. What kind of situation was this? Even NPCs had a side job? Chapter 53, Darkness Descends. Shifeng was still slightly unable to accept Charlin's makeover. However, Shifeng could be considered lucky for being able to meet the rumored librarian. According to the information he knew, the librarian of Red Leaf Town was full of mystery, her whereabouts unknown. Shifeng never imagined the librarian to be the female NPC who participated in a robbery against him. If Shifeng had truly started a fight with Charlin just now, the consequences would be unimaginable. What did playing the pig to eat the tiger mean? Charlin was definitely a veteran in this field. Divine Official was the Tier 3 job advancement for an oracle. In the case of swordsman, it was called Sword King, whereas between these two was the Sword Master. Even if a Divine Official was only level 20, she could still easily dispatch a level 50 lord. Perhaps, Charlin was the most powerful NPC in all of Red Leaf Town. "Hee hee, do you believe me now?" Charlin giggled at Shifeng. Her entire body radiated a golden glow as if she were the reincarnation of Mother Mary. Since you have some business with me, let's talk about it at the library. System. Player has activated the epic quest. Darkness descends. Contents unknown. Shi Feng stumbled suddenly when he heard the system notification, nearly falling. What was the reason for him to actually trigger this epic quest? Darkness Descends was the famous epic quest of God's domain. From the information he collected from the internet and Shadow, the difficulty for completing this epic quest was truly unimaginable. Of course, the rewards were also unimaginably bountiful. In Shi Feng's previous life, the person who completed this epic quest was the Spirit Emperor, Fantasy Extinguisher. He was a legendary character amongst summoners. He was globally ranked within the top 20 summoners and top 500 in the entire game during the peak of God's domain. Although he was only ranked within the top 500 within God's domain, it should not be looked down upon. The entire world had a total population of 100 billion. Although there were only 100 million players in God's domain currently, this number would increase past 10 billion in a year. In 3 years, the number of players playing God's domain would go past 30 billion. Being able to rank within the top 500, Fantasy Extinguisher was definitely an amazing expert. However, the thing that made Shi Feng feel odd was why this epic quest was found here. Fantasy Extinguisher's starting location was not in Star Moon Kingdom. Instead, it was in Black Dragon Empire, which was far from Star Moon Kingdom. Black Dragon Empire was far more powerful than Star Moon Kingdom. Its landmass was 3 times that of Star Moon Kingdom's. The competition between players and guilds there was much fiercer. Could it be a reward for getting the first clear on the hell mode of a dungeon? Shi Feng silently guessed as he followed Charlene. He felt it was a great possibility. Otherwise, why would an epic quest that should be found in Black Dragon Empire be found here in Star Moon Kingdom? At this moment, Shi Feng's system communication rang. Shi Feng took a look at the caller, learning it was Gentle Snow contacting him. Miss Snow, do you have business with me? Seeing that you're logged on, I have something to tell you, Gentle Snow spoke in a very indifferent tone. She was like mysterious ice, unchanging even after 10,000 years and had no interest towards anything at all. I'm in need of money to purchase something, so I might need more time to return the 15 silvers that I owe you. At the latest, I will return it to you by the end of today. Alright, if you are really in a bind, tomorrow is fine as well, Shi Feng calmly replied. He no longer paid any heed to the 15 silver coins Gentle Snow owed him. Currently, he had more than 1 gold coin on his person, and he was troubled over how to spend it. Gentle Snow was slightly surprised by Shi Feng's indifference even toward that much money. However, since Shi Feng had already said so, naturally, she would not be courteous to him. She softly thanked him, saying, "Thank you. However, aren't you afraid I won't return it, causing you to lose everything? You are the snow goddess. Why would you even try to cheat an average player of such a small amount of money?" Shi Feng said with a grin. Average? You dare call yourself average? Even I am shocked by the map and strategy you provided. We only spent an hour to clear the normal mode of the Deathly Forest, then went on to clear hard mode as well. Unfortunately, hell mode is just too hard. We could not clear it no matter what. Gentle Snow faintly smiled, saying, I am very curious as to how you all managed to clear hell mode. If you said it was due to your party members' help, I would not believe you. To conquer the hell mode of the Deathly Forest, she especially rushed over elite members of Ouroboros from other towns. However, they couldn't get past the first chieftain rank boss, Willy, no matter what they did. Willy's damage was especially terrifying. Even a shield warrior fully equipped with bronze equipment could not tank it. Gentle Snow truly could not understand how Shi Feng's party had cleared hell mode. Just lucky, Shi Feng honestly said. Since you don't want to say it, I still have to fight over a piece of equipment. So, I won't speak with you any longer. Don't forget our dungeon appointment. Gentle Snow did not continue pursuing Shi Feng about how he was able to clear hell mode. Just hard mode alone gave them a great harvest. Fight over equipment? Is it the garrison heavy armor? Shifeng casually asked. And how did you know? Are you also fighting for this equipment? Gentle Snow nodded her head while saying, the attributes for this garrison heavy armor was too great. If they had this piece of equipment, there would not be much trouble when they entered the level 3 Wolfman dungeon. Shifeng knew he had said too much, but he remained calm as he replied, yes, but I didn't think there would be that many people competing for it. I've already given up on it by now. Indeed. The price has already reached 23 silver coins, and only a guild with strong funding will be able to buy it. I won't speak with you any longer. I still need to sell some items. Gentle Snow disconnected the call after finishing her piece. Meanwhile, Zhao Yueru, who sat beside Gentle Snow, pouted her delicate lips. She kicked up a fuss, complaining, Snow, why must you let that bastard join our team, no matter what? That bastard was just lucky, and his skills are just average. He coincidentally encountered a small dungeon like the Deathly Forest that did not change much since the game's official release, and he very luckily cleared the hell mode of the dungeon. It would be pointless bringing him into the 20-man team dungeon. Also, the skill levels of his party members are just too miserable to even look at. They would definitely become a burden to our progress. The elite members of Ouroboros standing behind Gentle Snow also agreed with Zhao Yueru's words. They were the elites of Ouroboros. How could a group of average players compare to them? I feel that Big Brother Yifeng is not that simple. He was definitely humble when he said he cleared the dungeon due to luck. His skills are amazing, so it wouldn't be disadvantageous inviting him to join us. Zhao Yuer softly offered her personal opinion. Little girl, what do you know about liars? You just don't know how bad that bastard is. Also, he spent that much time just reaching level 1. His skills are only so. This lady can insta-kill him with a single flame explosion. Zhao Yueru gave Zhao Yuer a stare, speaking confidently. Alright, stop arguing. I too feel Yifeng is not that simple. Otherwise, how could he clear the hell mode of the Deathly Forest with a group of novices? When we enter the team dungeon, we will see where his standards lay. If he is not bad, I might consider recruiting him into the god-slaying army. Now, however, let's first bid on this garrison heavy armor. Gentle Snow let out a soft cough. Everyone abruptly became silent, astonished. They never imagined that Gentle Snow would have such considerations. She was actually planning to let Yifeng join the god-slaying army. The members of the god-slaying army were the elites amongst the elites of Ouroboros. Each member had great skill, and they were experts who were selected out of tens of thousands of players. All of the guild's resources were prioritized on the god-slaying army. Aside from the guild leader and sub-leader, members of the god-slaying army had the most authority within the guild. Many experts in the virtual world struggled tirelessly to join the god-slaying army. However, a large majority of these people were all rejected. On the other hand, Yifeng, who suddenly appeared before them, actually possessed a very great chance of entering the god-slaying army, and such a sight had caused great envy within them. Chapter 54, Bible of Darkness. When Gentle Snow disconnected the call, Shifeng let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, he was not discovered. If Gentle Snow found out that Shifeng was the creator of the garrison armor, terrifying consequences might have occurred. Also, Shifeng did not doubt the possibility of Gentle Snow utilizing a forceful approach. The Snow Goddess was not an empty title. Her Iron Fist methods have tongue-tied countless experts. Otherwise, she would not have been able to take care of so many experts. However, Shifeng discovered an interesting matter from Gentle Snow's words. The many guilds in White River City have already started attaching great importance towards the garrison armor. This meant the reputation of the garrison armor had already spread. Currently, the garrison armor's popularity might have reached its peak. It was a great chance for Shifeng to sell the garrison armor in large quantities, earning a ton of money. After another period had passed, the garrison armor's worth would not be as great as it was now. Let's first take a look at the epic quest, then I'll return to making the garrison armors. Shi Feng impatiently wanted to return to making garrison armors now that a chance for him to make a lot of money had arrived. However, the epic quest currently before him was much more important. If he gave it up partway, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. This epic quest played a big role in allowing Fantasy Extinguisher a legendary achievement. Naturally, Shi Feng would not let go of this chance meeting. After spending 20 minutes maneuvering along the narrow pathways of the slum area, Shi Feng finally arrived at the library. On his way here, Shi Feng discovered the wonder of having a divine official walking by his side in the slums. The NPCs who intended to rob him all backed away accordingly after seeing Charlin's attire. Otherwise, Shi Feng would have needed to spend over an hour for this trip, continuously battling against these sewer rats. Moreover, these NPCs were literally dirt poor. Shi Feng would not obtain any rewards for killing these NPCs, not even EXP. The library of Red Leaf Town had a withered appearance. The building only had 2 floors to it, and there was nobody present to manage it as dead leaves could be seen climbing the walls. Entering the library, dust and dirt covered the entire building. The books laying on the wooden table had long since been parceled up by a layer of dust. The library looked more like a haunted house than a place in which people once lived. Apologies. It has been a long time since anybody has visited, so I haven't been tidying up the place. Just sit wherever you want. Charlin faintly smiled as she pointed towards a dust-covered chair, not understanding that her action was very inappropriate. Revered divine official, I have come here because I wish to have this diary translated, Shi Feng said, getting straight towards the point. His eyebrows slightly wrinkled when he looked towards the finger-thick layer of dust covering the chair. He truly did not wish to dirty his clothes. However, Charlin remained minding her own business as she searched for something on the bookshelf. It was like she did not hear Shi Feng speak at all. Shi Feng was long used to such behaviors, so he chose to remain silent. There were all sorts of NPCs in God's domain. It was especially true for important NPCs. Unique and bizarre behaviors were considered small matters. There were well-known NPCs that were much more damnable. These NPCs caused many first-rate guilds to curse their mothers. After waiting for 10 whole minutes, Charlin finally came out from the pile of bookshelves. In her hands, she held a thick and tattered old book. I know why you are here. The moment you've set foot in the slums, I could sense the evil energy coming from your body, Charlin said gravely. She placed the tattered book on the table, causing all the dust in the building to abruptly soar. Let me have a look at the item. Shi Feng naturally knew the diary triggered such a scenario. He took out the tattered diary from his bag, carefully passing it to Charlin. Charlin was not in a hurry to receive the diary. Instead, she chanted out a phrase of divine words. Suddenly, streaks of golden divine words wrapped around the diary. Just when Shi Feng was wondering about Charlin's actions, a change suddenly came over the diary. Black smoke suddenly appeared on its pitch-black cover, and a sinister-looking face came into view. It looked as if it was in extreme pain. Evil be gone. Divine spear. Charlin shouted, her jade-like hand drawing out divine words in midair. At the same time, she started singing out a Tier 3 divine curse, her voice echoing throughout the entire library. A golden-colored hexagram appeared above the library, covering the entire building, and from the magic formation, 3 golden spears of judgment came flying out. The spears pierced the diary, tearing apart the sinister face. Haha, I won't give up. We will meet again. The sinister face loudly laughed as it spoke the bone-chilling words. Both of its eyes were firmly affixed toward Shi Feng as if the words it spoke were meant for him. Within a moment, the black smoke above the diary dispersed. Meanwhile, Charlin's forehead was covered in sweat. Her complexion was deathly pale, and she currently looked extremely weak. System, you have been cursed by a great demon. All attributes reduced by 50%. Experience received from killing monsters reduced by 95%. System: you have been eyed by a great demon. The phantom of the great demon will come for you in 30 days. If you are killed by the phantom, your body will be taken over by the great demon. Crap. Make it more ruthless, why don't you? Regardless of how self-restrained he had been, Shifeng could not help but curse when he saw this notification. When compared to human standards, a great demon was the equivalent of a Tier 4 job. It was on the same level as a Sword Emperor. Although it was just a phantom, it would still require Charlene, who had a Tier 3 job, to handle it. However, instead of aiming for Charlene, the great demon actually went for a bystander and a minor character like Shifeng. With this curse around, how would he be able to level up? Not to mention the 50% reduction in attributes. It had caused his attributes to sink down to the level of an average player. It would be a problem if he wanted to kill monsters of a higher level. He also had to face the phantom of the great demon. Miss Charlene, are you alright? Although he was cursed, Shifeng still spoke politely. Charlene shook her head slightly, speaking with a smile. Nothing too bad. I never imagined that you would actually bring such a terrifying item. You've weakened me quite a bit. However, the problem has been resolved now. If you had dragged on for a few more days, your body might have been possessed by the great demon, and your body would suffer in hell for all eternity. Thank you, Miss Charlene. If it weren't for you, I might have already been dead. Although Charlene's words felt somewhat wrong, Shifeng had still thanked her. He rejoiced at the fact that he had come to the library without delay. Otherwise, he would truly be finished. However, the problem right now had yet to be resolved. No need for thanks. This diary is not as simple as it seems. It is a key. In it records the method to unlock the curse on a gate. Your job now is to find this gate, enter through it with this diary, and find the Bible of Darkness that is kept within. I can destroy the Bible of Darkness as long as you retrieve it for me. Once it is destroyed, the great demon would not be able to descend, Charlene explained. System: Epic Quest, Darkness Descends, accepted. Find and destroy the Bible of Darkness and prevent the great demon from descending. Rewards unknown. Although Shifeng had known about the extreme difficulty of completing an epic quest, there was still no need for it to be so damnable. At the very least, the quest should tell him where to find the Bible of Darkness. In Shifeng's previous life, Fantasy Extinguisher had completed this quest in Black Dragon Empire. However, Shifeng couldn't just go to Black Dragon Empire. Even if he went there, the teleportation gates had not been activated at this stage of the game, so he would have to run there. However, even if he ran till his legs broke, he would still need to waste several months before he could reach the borders of Black Dragon Empire. Chapter 55, Moondrip. Shifeng entered deep thought. He did not understand how Fantasy Extinguisher completed this epic quest in his previous life. Who the heck would know where the Bible of Darkness was stored? Moreover, in his previous life, the information Shifeng collected regarding this quest was very incomplete, so the parts he could use as reference were extremely limited. Currently, the evil curse Shifeng was shouldering even made leveling a problem. No matter what, he had to think of a solution to this problem. Otherwise, the problems he would face in the future would be even greater. Esteemed Miss Charlene, I am now cursed by the demon. Do you have any methods to resolve it? Shifeng calmed his heart. He turned to look at Charlene, who was currently in a delicate state, asking, also, where can I find the Bible of Darkness? Even just a clue is helpful. Hearing Shifeng's series of questions, a bright smile appeared on Charlene's pure countenance. You sure have a lot of questions, huh, you little bastard? It's not like I don't have a method to resolve your curse. However, you should know, to get something, you have to give something in return. There is only one way to dispel the curse, and that is to carry out a moondrip. The moondrip is a ceremony that can dispel all magic and curses in the world. However, many materials are required to carry out this ceremony. I will provide the materials required, but in return, you have to pay 3 gold coins as remuneration for my services. If you wish to obtain a clue to the Bible of Darkness, you have to pay an additional 10 gold coins as an information fee. Shi Feng felt a chill going down his spine as he looked at Charlin's expression, which became more excited the more she explained. It was especially true for Charlin's eyes. Even if she looked incomparably pure right now, her appearance was still not enough to hide the burning desire within her eyes. In the end, one word still dictated everything. Money. System, do you wish to accept the quest to dispel the curse? Esteemed Miss Charlin, I am willing to pay the remunerations. What else could he have said? However, Charlin's asking price of 3 gold coins was just too high. There was not a single player in White River City who could afford such an amount right now. Since you are willing, then pay a deposit of 1 gold coin. Charlin stretched out her delicate hand without restraint. Seeing Charlin's actions, Shi Feng suspected that she had some sort of X-ray technique. However, he had to pay the money sooner or later, so Shi Feng reluctantly handed over 1 gold coin to Charlin. The moment Shi Feng had handed over the money, he went from being a wealthy tycoon to being a poor peasant. Here, this is for you. You need to fill the energy within this thing first. It will lead you to the Moonlight Forest to collect 30 pieces of moonstone. It's fine if you just bring them back to me. Charlin took the shining gold coin with lightning speed, then took out a fist-sized crystal orb and passed it to Shi Feng. System, quest, moon drip, accepted. You must collect 30 pieces of moonstone and 2 gold coins for Charlin. Upon completion, Charlin will dispel the evil curse of the great demon on you. Shi Feng received the crystal orb and took a look at it. Teleportation magic orb. Able to teleport the user to and from the Moonlight Forest immediately after activation. Activation condition, 200,000 EXP needed to be stored. 200,000 experience points were enough to let the average player rise from level 0 to level 7 within an instant. To Shi Feng right now, such an amount was asking for his life. Currently, the experience he obtained from killing monsters would be reduced by 95%. He would obtain absolutely no experience from killing monsters of the same level. As for elites, he would just be able to obtain around 10 EXP for killing one that was a level higher. That meant he would have to kill 20,000 elites that were 1 level higher than him to collect 200,000 EXP. How long would it take for him to kill that many? Moreover, there weren't even that many elite monsters in Red Leaf Town. It really is worthy of being called an epic quest? The difficulty is truly insane. Shi Feng bitterly laughed. In Shi Feng's previous life, Fantasy Extinguisher had the support of the first-rate guild, Fantasy Shrine. So, he was able to complete the quest after much difficulty. However, Shi Feng did not have the support of a first-rate guild. It would be extremely difficult if he wanted to complete the quest. However, as long as Shi Feng completed it, the rewards would easily outshine the troubles. The rewards for this epic quest resulted in Fantasy Extinguisher's fame. Although Shi Feng did not have a first-rate guild supporting him, he was a reincarnated person. He still had quite an advantage over the other players. At the very least, he would not lose out to the first-rate guilds regarding earning money. It looks like I can only return and forge garrison armors for now. Shi Feng kept the crystal orb and left the library. He planned to first earn enough gold coins before thinking of a way to store up 200,000 EXP. The sky outside was already bright by the time Shi Feng returned to the trade area. Many players already left to kill monsters and level up, emptying the streets by quite a bit. Shi Feng immediately went to the bank to retrieve the forging materials and the Philosopher's Stone. Just when Shi Feng was headed to the Forging Association, a notification came from the system. System, the garrison heavy armor you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 31 silvers 53 coppers have been added to your bag space. Is it worth that much? Shi Feng was shocked. The level 3 garrison heavy armor was just a piece of equipment that had similar attributes to a mysterious iron equipment. At most, it was worth 20 silver coins. Now, however, it had been sold for over 30 silver coins. One could just imagine how frantic these guilds were towards the garrison heavy armor. Shifeng's enthusiasm was further boosted with the arrival of this information. He could not help but wish he could immediately forge 100 pieces of garrison armor, selling them and making a big profit. Hence, Shifeng activated Windwalk as he rushed towards the forging association. Without hesitation, Shifeng reserved an intermediate forging room for 20 hours. If he did not reap the money of those guilds right now, he would not be doing justice towards his own reincarnation. Inside the forging room, Shifeng refined all the stone he collected, going all out as he forged the garrison armors. When the first garrison armor was successfully forged. System: garrison armor has been successfully forged. Forgery proficiency increased by 2 points. Obtained 800 EXP. System: do you wish to store the experience obtained in the teleportation magic orb? Suddenly, Shifeng halted the work he was doing. He called out the system interface, taking a careful look. I obtained 800 EXP from forging? Shifeng placed a hand on his chin, pondering. Suddenly, he said with a smile, how could I forget about this in a panic? The curse is only aimed at the experience obtained from killing monsters. It has no effect towards experience that is rewarded. Although a lot of time was needed to forge a piece of equipment, it was a different story if the success rate was very high. Shifeng's leveling speed at that time would be a lot faster than the average player, even with the 95% experience reduction state he was currently under. With such an opportune method in hand, the difficulty of the epic quest had been greatly reduced in an instant. Moreover, Shifeng had the Book of Forging. It could increase the success rate of forging the garrison armor up to 60%. With it, Shifeng's leveling speed would greatly surpass even the expert players. It would not be long before he would finish collecting the 200,000 EXP. In such a way, Shifeng could earn not just money, but experience as well. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was absolutely great. Fantasy Extinguisher most likely did not imagine there was such a quick method to dispelling the curse. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng immediately adjusted for the system to distribute 100% of the experience he obtained to be stored in the teleportation magic orb. Then, he picked up an ore and started happily forging equipment. Because of his improved mood, Shifeng's hands became much more nimble. The 100 refinement hammer in his hands was like a musical instrument, rhythmically beating out a moving melody. By the time Shifeng regained his sense of self, he was suddenly dumbfounded by the garrison armor before him. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.